Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
After lunch on Thursday, Augustus joined the Slytherin students for a defense against the dark arts class. Following the crowded crowd, I walked all the way through the escalators moving around the castle and came to the classroom on the second floor, which was already full of Gryffindor and Slytherin students. Picking up the Dark Forces Self-Defense Guide on the table, Augustus flipped through it a few times in a boring way. I really don't understand in an orthodox school that trains wizards, apart from the simple and daily low-level spells, there is absolutely no powerful spells that can be used to defend themselves against the enemy. Talents cultivated by such an education system will encounter real people. War can only be an existence that acts as cannon fodder, and only in such a context can it be ruled by a mere Voldemort and darkness for such a long time, and no one can resist. Moody's characteristic thumping footsteps came down the corridor. He walked into the classroom looking as eccentric and terrifying as usual. The students could just see his claw-like wooden foot sticking out from under his robe. He glanced at Augustus sitting in the front row, snorted coldly, and turned his eyes. I have to say that I was turned into a pig by Augustus yesterday, and I can come to class today as if nothing had happened. Few people can match this brain. Put these things away, he said contemptuously, trudging to the podium with his cane and sitting down. These textbooks, you don't need them. Moody continued, I received a letter from Professor Lupin about the course. It appears that you have a good grasp of the basics of how to deal with black magic beasts. You have learned how to deal with beauties. Gert, Red Hat, Hinkpunk, Grindillo, Cabba, and Werewolf, right? The students sitting below nodded in agreement. But you haven't learned enough, not enough about how to deal with spells, Moody said. So I'm going to give you a taste of the magic that the wizards use between them. I have a year to teach you how to deal with the dark magic. What? A Gryffindor student blurted out, obviously surprised and confused. A strange smile appeared on Moody's face. Life in the ivory tower is too good for you. It's time for you to see the true cruelty of the wizarding world. My class is called Defense Against the Dark Arts. What's the point of this class if you've never even understood true black magic? Augustus chuckled, very interesting, showing the power and charm of black magic in front of the students who haven't done anything. This kind of lure is no different from the beautiful and deadly poppy, which induces these young and ignorant teenagers to plant the seed of darkness, waiting for it to grow. This guy does look alike, but if you look closely, you can still find some flaws, but it's a pity that Dumbledore was too negligent. This old guy is getting old after all. So, do any of you know which spells are the most severely punished by wizarding law? Moody said again. Several hands were raised in the seats, mostly Slytherin students. Moody pointed to Horn. If I remember correctly, there is the Imperious Curse. Horn replied simply, this kid has learned a lot from Augustus in the past few years, and is also familiar with the 3 unforgivable curses. Well, yes, Professor Moody nodded, your father's department seems to need to deal with this spell all year round. Moody stood up with difficulty on his prosthetic leg, opened the podium drawer, and took out a glass bottle. 3 big black spiders were crawling inside. Moody reached into the bottle, grabbed a spider, and placed it on his outstretched palm for all to see. Then he pointed his wand at it and murmured, out of body. Under the watchful eyes of the students, the spider, draped on a thin silk thread, jumped down from Moody's palm and began to sway back and forth like a swaying overhead. On the table, it began to spin like a wheel. Moody gave a swipe of his wand, and the spider rose to its feet, no doubt dancing. Many students were amused by the spider's performance, but only a few thoughtful. Do you think it's funny? Moody snorted. Would you be happy if I cast a spell on you? The laughter stopped immediately. Under the Imperious Curse, you are at the mercy of others, Moody said coldly. The spider curled up and rolled around. I can make it jump out of the window, drown myself, or throw it into you. Throat. Many students shuddered. Moody grabbed the somersaulted spider and threw it back into the glass bottle. Who else knows what spells? Unforgivable spells. Go ahead, said Moody, his enchanted eye twitching and staring at Alice. And crucifix, Alice said hesitantly. This kind of spell is indeed a bit cruel for girls. Augustus glanced at Alice, and since the last time she revealed her inner fear in front of Boggart, the girl had avoided him. The Cruciatus, Moody said. Need to zoom in a little so you can see, he said, pointing at the spider with his wand. Get bigger. The spider swelled up. It is now bigger than a tarantula. Some students couldn't help but move their chairs back as far away from Moody's lectern as possible. The magnified spider did look a little scary. Moody raised his wand again, pointed at the spider, and said softly, gouging out the bone. Immediately the spider's legs were all shrunk, clinging to the body. It flipped, and at the same time its body twitched violently, swaying from side to side, and it was accompanied by a piercing scream. The Gryffindor lion cubs were beginning to feel a little overwhelmed, and a deep chill enveloped them. If such a spell is used on them, how long can they hold on? Is this the way the Dark Lord used to enslave people? They have always claimed to be loyal and unhappy. If they really encounter such magic, how many people will there be? Can continue to maintain their loyalty? Many Gryffindor students shuddered, realizing something they normally overlooked. Shrink fast, Moody murmured. The spider shrank back to its original size and Moody put it back into the bottle. Extremely painful, Moody whispered. If you can chant Cruciatus, you don't need to use thumb clips or knives to torture people. Okay, does anyone else know what spell? The classroom was silent. Seeing that the scene was a little heavy, Moody opened his mouth. Believe I have heard that the name of the last unforgivable curse is Avada Suamin. Avada Suamin, looking at Moody's pretentious look, Augustus couldn't help shaking his head. If it was a few years ago, he might have been interested in this spell. But now, it is different. This so-called unforgivable, he already had many ways to break the spell. Moody put his hand into the glass bottle, and the third spider seemed to know the impending doom and crawled desperately around the bottom of the bottle, trying to avoid Moody's fingers. But he still grabbed it and put it on the podium superior. The spider began to crawl desperately on the wooden table again. Moody raised his wand and the students suddenly had an ominous premonition. Triwizard Tournament. Representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive at 6 p.m. on Friday, October 30. The afternoon class will end half an hour early. The classroom was quiet for a long time and most of the students had panic on their faces. This was the first time they had seen the Death Sutra and the tragic green light lingered in their minds. Hearing his words, most of the Slytherin students let out a disdainful sneer. In this school, I am afraid that no one dares to say in front of Augustus, "You are in front of me, point at me, read Avada Suamin, at most I will only know nosebleeds." If I remember correctly, he was turned into a dirty pig by Augustus yesterday, and it really doesn't have a long memory. Avada Suo, Moody yelled. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it was late October. On this day, when Augustus brought Penello to the foyer, he found that he couldn't get through because a large group of students were crowded into a large hall at the foot of the marble staircase. Notice around. The surrounding students noticed the appearance of Augustus and they all consciously gave up a passage. Augustus took Penello's hand and walked over. A dazzling green light stabbed people to open their eyes and at the same time there was a chaotic sound as if an invisible behemoth was flying through the air. At the same time, the spider turned over and lay on its back on the table, with its body on its back. Not the least bit scarred, but undoubtedly dead. Moody was talking again. The Avada Sombra requires a very strong magical force as a base. You can all take your wand out, point it at me, and say this spell, Wang Wang Zhao. I doubt it, I'll get a nosebleed at best. But that's okay. I'm here to teach you how to say mantras. The class was over, and the Lions of Gryffindor gathered in twos and threes to discuss the content of the class in awe. But for the Slytherins, most purebloods were really not interested in the so-called three unforgivables. Mantra for an academic discussion. The announcement in the foyer had a palpable effect on the people who lived in the castle. For the next week, wherever they went, there seemed to be only one topic of conversation, the Triwizard Tournament. Rumors circulated quickly among the students, like a highly contagious germ. Who will be the champion of Hogwarts? What will be the competition? What will the students of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang have with them different? The castle appears to be undergoing a thorough cleaning. Several filthy portraits were scrubbed clean and the scrubbed figures were displeased. They sat huddled in the frame, muttering sullenly, grinning in pain every time they touched the fresh pink tender flesh on their faces. Those armors were also polished for some time, and they no longer creaked when they moved. On the morning of October 30, when the students went downstairs for breakfast, the present auditorium was renovated overnight. Huge silk banners hung on the walls, each representing a Hogwarts house. Gryffindor with a golden lion on a red background, Ravenclaw with a bronze eagle on a blue background, and a yellow background Hufflepuff with a black badger and Slytherin with a silver python on a green background. Behind the teacher's desk hangs the largest banner with the coat of arms of Hogwarts, lion, eagle, badger, and snake linked together with a large H around it. All day long, no one learned anything. After finally staying up until the afternoon, the students quickly put on their robes and came to the foyer. The deans of each college are ordering their students to line up. When the other three colleges were still in a mess, the little snakes quickly lined up in their own unique order. The students filed down the steps and lined up in front of the castle. It was a cold, airy evening, night was falling, and a white, translucent moon had hung over the forbidden forest. Augustus, as the leader of Slytherin, stood at the front of the first row, and beside him was Penello, the girl who had been Augustus's real girlfriend for more than 4 years. As for Draco, who was standing on the other side of him, he was looking around expectantly, looking for the traces of the two academies that were coming. "Oh, if I'm not mistaken, the representative of Beauxbatons has arrived," shouted Dumbledore, who was standing in the back row with the other teachers. A behemoth much bigger than a broomstick or 100 broomsticks was rushing across the dark blue sky toward the castle, growing in size. As the black behemoth passed over the treetops of the Forbidden Forest, lit by the light of the castle window, everyone saw a huge dim blue carriage flying towards them. It was the size of a house, and it was carried into the air by 12 winged horses, all silver-maned horses, each about the size of an elephant. The carriage flew lower and the hooves thumped on the ground, making a loud noise. In the blink of an eye, the carriage also dropped to the ground, vibrating on its huge wheels. A coat of arms was emblazoned on the door, two golden crisscrossed wands, each with 3 stars, and a girl in a light blue robe jumped out of the carriage, bent over, and groped on the floor of the carriage. What then opened a golden spiral staircase. Then she stepped back respectfully and a tall woman stepped out of the carriage. Maybe the word tall is not enough to describe it. In fact, everyone couldn't help thinking of Hagrid the moment they saw her. There was almost no difference in height between the two of them. She had a handsome olive face, big black watery eyes, and a pointed nose. Her hair was combed back and tied into a shiny bun at the base of her neck. She was draped from head to toe in a black forage dress, and a lot of opal shone around her neck and her thick fingers. Dumbledore began to applaud and his classmates clapped. "Dear Psy," he said, "welcome to Hogwarts." Madame Maxime smiled gracefully and walked towards Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, I wish you all the best." She waved back casually, "My student." About a dozen or 3 schoolgirls had disembarked from the carriage and were now standing behind Madame Maxime. Judging from their appearance, they were all about 17 or 18 years old, and they looked energetic, graceful, and serene. The robes on their bodies seemed to be made of delicate silk, revealing their graceful figures, which are very eye-catching. Several students wrapped their heads in scarves or turbans. Many people looked up at the Hogwarts castle with alert expressions on their faces. Just at this time, little lowly Gabriel has also discovered her big brother Augustus and is waving to him vigorously. Augustus had no choice but to wave his hand in the same way, which was tantamount to acquiescing to Penelo's question in disguise. Feeling the girl's taste, Augustus was a little embarrassed. The leader was none other than the French beauty Fleur, who shared a short good time with Augustus. She took her sister Gabriel with her right hand and glanced at the students who were lined up to welcome them. She quickly found her position. Very prominent Augustus. She laughed happily, threw a wink at Augustus, and then half squatted down and spoke to Gabriel in a low voice, the beautiful eyes of the beauties looking in the direction of Augustus from time to time. "Oh, so. This is the girl you mentioned earlier, the girl you met in France," Penelo said, tightening the slender hand holding Augustus's arm. Dumbledore and Mrs. Maxime, the headmaster of Beauxbatons, talked in a low voice for a while, and then instructed the Hogwarts students to clear a passage and let her and her students walk up the stone steps. Fleur and Gabriel waved to Augustus as they passed by, and Fleur also smiled and made a colloquial speech, and then followed their headmaster into the castle. But he smiled helplessly now because he felt the tender flesh around his waist being held down by 2 slender fingers and lowered his head just like Penelo, pouting jealously. "Humph, the sassy guy," Penelo gave his boyfriend a sullen glance. Although he already knew that Augustus had an affair with other girls, suddenly there was another one, which still made the girl a little jealous. But she also knew that a boy as good and perfect as Augustus would always make the girls around him fly into the flames, and she was already mentally prepared for this. Several boys near Augustus were dazed by Fleur's wink and looked at her intently. What can't Augustus see in Fleur's spoken language? It's saying, "I miss you so much." After welcoming Beauxbatons, the students stood there, waiting for the arrival of the Durmstrang delegation. Many were already freezing, and it was still very cold on a late autumn night. Most people looked up at the sky eagerly. There was silence all around for a while, except for the sound of Pegasus snorting and stomping hooves. Just then, a loud, odd sound drifted toward them from the darkness. A suppressed rumbling and sucking, like a giant vacuum moving along the riverbed. The students were standing on the slope of the lawn overlooking the grounds, with a clear view of the calm, dark waters of Black Lake, but suddenly it was no longer calm. There was a commotion in the water in the middle of the lake, huge splashes rose on the water, and the waves crashed against the wet shore. And then, right in the middle of the lake, a large whirlpool appeared, like a huge plug suddenly coming from the bottom of the lake. Pulled out a long black rod rising slowly from the whirlpool, then the sail rigging. Slowly, with great grandeur, the great ship rose out of the water, shining in the moonlight. It looked eerily like a skeleton, as if it were the remains of a wreck that had just been salvaged. and the portholes gleamed dimly misty and looked like ghostly eyes. Finally, with a thudding sound of splashing water, the big boat came out completely, tossed on the undulating water and began to sail towards the shore of the lake. Moments later, they heard a thud, an iron anchor dropped into the shallow water, and then another thud, a plank on the lake shore. The men in the boat were coming ashore, and as they got closer and walked down the lawn into the light cast by the foyer, they could be seen wearing some sort of fur cloak with a tangled tangle of fur. But the man who led them to the castle wore a different kind of fur, silvery white, soft and smooth, very similar to his head. "Dumbledore," exclaimed the man enthusiastically as he walked up the slope, "my dear old fellow, how are you?" "Excellent, thank you, Karkaroff," Dumbledore replied. Karkaroff greeted one of his students and seemed impatient to show it to Dumbledore. The boy stepped forward. He had a striking aquiline nose and two thick, dark eyebrows. Most of the students present recognized him without even an introduction from Karkaroff. Krum, the best seeker. Some students made low-pitched shouts, obviously hardcore, but most took it lightly, as Krum wasn't worth their cheers compared to Augustus. In terms of strength, Augustus didn't even have to think about it. He could completely blow up this Bulgarian. In terms of appearance, they had never seen anything more perfect than Augustus. And temperament, origins, talent, etc., it is obvious that Augustus completely crushed Krum, even in Quidditch. Augustus is not inferior at all. If they have Augustus, will they still cheer for this Durmstrang student? What a joke. Durmstrang's delegation entered the castle with the Hogwarts students. After entering the auditorium, everyone took their seats in their respective colleges. In just a short while, the hall became warm. Beauxbaton's classmates had already taken their seats at the Ravenclaw table. After they sat down, they looked around the auditorium. Krum and his fellow Durmstrang alumni had also taken their seats at the Slytherin table, taking off their fur cloaks to reveal the blood-red robes they wore underneath. Krum's seat was next to Draco, and the two of them just greeted politely and said nothing. The other Durmstrang students seemed to be intrigued by the Hogwarts ceiling, and two of them picked up golden plates and goblets and held them carefully. Soon all the students were seated, the faculty came in, and they filed to the guest of honor and sat down. Walking last were Professor Dumbledore, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime. The auditorium gradually became quiet. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and especially distinguished guests." Dumbledore stood before the summit, smiling at the foreign students. "I welcome you with great joy. Come to Hogwarts. I hope and trust that you will be comfortable and happy here. The tournament will officially begin at the end of the banquet. I now invite everyone to eat and drink as much as they want at home." The plates on the long table were piled high with food as usual, but today it seemed that the house elves had pulled out all the stops, and the dinner was extraordinarily rich, with many foreign delicacies. The students, apparently starving, began to eat for flowers. Due to the grand occasion tonight, Augustus was not able to sit at the Ravenclaw long table as usual. Just when he was just preparing to eat, Krum, not far away, took the initiative to say, "I heard you the strongest chaser at Hogwarts .35. 6699. Augustus now finally knows why this Krum has always seemed a little taciturn. It turned out not to be cool, but to hide the fact that he has developed limbs and a simple mind. "It's nothing, just playing around, 35. Augustus casually said that this so-called Krum had no interest in him at all. He might be a good idol in the eyes of other students, but in his eyes he was just an ant and a very weak one. Augustus's tone is already obvious, that is, "I don't want to talk to you," but the Bulgarian doesn't seem to feel it at all, and he still said with a little pride, "Did you watch the previous World Cup games? Think my performance, how does it compare to your previous opponents?" "Hee, for me, it doesn't make much difference." "Besides, I didn't watch your game." Augustus was about to say, "Hurry up and eat your meal, I really don't want to talk to you," but this seems a little out of style, so it is more euphemistic to say. His words suddenly made the little snakes around laugh out loud, and the one who laughed the loudest was Draco. At this time, from the laughter of the surrounding Hogwarts students and the embarrassed expressions of his companions, Krum also felt Augustus' contempt, and his face suddenly sank. "Looking forward to the competition with you." He snorted coldly, as if he was confident enough to crush Augustus. Hearing Krum's provocative words, Augustus just shook his head in disdain and ignored it. He didn't bother to pay attention to this Bulgarian idiot. As a wizard, the first sentence he said turned out to be Quidditch. What else could he say? Woolen cloth. Although he ignored the Bulgarian, Augustus also decided to teach him some lessons in the next Triwizard tournament. Although it would not kill him, he would definitely let him know what it means to work in awe. Before you know it, the plates on the table are empty. Dumbledore stood up and introduced the two distinguished guests who came. Mr. Barty Crouch, Director of International Cooperation at the Ministry of Magic, and Mr. Ludo Bagman, Director of the Department of Sports at the Ministry of Magic. There was sparse applause in the auditorium. Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman have carefully reviewed the specific events of the Warriors competition this year, Dumbledore said. They also made many necessary arrangements for each event. There are 3 events in total, taken at different times throughout the school year. They will test warriors in many different ways. A test of their abilities in magic, their guts and their reasoning abilities, and of course their ability to overcome danger. Point 35. Hearing the last sentence, the auditorium became silent, and everyone seemed to stop breathing. As you already know, there will be 3 brave 670s in the competition, Dumbledore continued calmly, representing 1 participating school. We will rate them according to the quality of their completion of each competition item. At the end of the 3 events, the warriors with the most points will win the Triwizard Cup. The warriors are selected by an impartial selector, and it is the Goblet of Fire. At this point, Dumbledore drew his wand, and in front of him 3 taps on the huge box. The lid creaked open slowly. Dumbledore reached in and pulled out a large, rough-hewn wooden goblet. The cup itself was inconspicuous, but it was full of bluish-white flames that danced inside. Dumbledore closed the box and put the cup on the lid so that everyone in the auditorium could see it clearly. Every student who wants to run for warrior must write his name and school name on a piece of parchment and throw it into this goblet, Dumbledore said. Sign up within 4 hours. Tomorrow night, Halloween night, Goblet will choose the names of 3 classmates it thinks best represent the 3 schools. Tonight, the goblet is here, accessible to all students who are willing to run for office. In order to avoid the temptation of immature classmates, I will draw an age boundary around it. As I've said before, no one under 17 can cross that line. Finally, I would like to remind every classmate who is going to participate in the election to pay attention that this competition is not a child's play, and don't participate rashly. Once the warriors are selected by the Goblet of Fire, he must follow through. Whoever puts his name into the cup actually forms a magical contract that must be abided by. Once you become a warrior, you are not allowed to change your mind. So please think twice and find out that you really want to participate in the competition, and then put your name in the cup. Well, I think it's time for everyone to go to bed. Good night, everyone. 35. The students at Hogwarts burst into a commotion, and they finally knew what the so-called registration was all about. Many people were whispering below, planning how to hide the age line. The Slytherin students all seemed very excited, because their prince was in 6th grade this year, and he just met the requirements to participate in the competition. With Augustus around, isn't Hogwarts still secure in winning the crown? No, it should be Slytherin who takes the crown. The little snakes all looked at Augustus expectantly, which means hurry up and sign up. Similar to the atmosphere of Slytherin, the Hufflepuff students, because their Diggory also met the conditions, but they were obviously a little nervous because each school can only send 1 representative, and Diggory compared with Augustus. Hey, let's not talk about it. But even so, the little badgers are still very enthusiastic. Haven't they been selected yet? Maybe the Goblet of Fire has taken a fancy to Diggory. As a result, the students discussed in private about who would represent Hogwarts. The highest voice, of course, is Augustus, followed by Diggory. The next day was Saturday, and generally the students went to breakfast very late. But today seems to be an exception. When Augustus entered the auditorium, it was already full of people. They were all looking carefully at the Goblet of Fire. The cup was placed in the middle of the high table, on the stool where the Sorting Hat was accustomed. A golden circle is painted on the floor. A radius of about 10 feet long, and circling the cup in the middle. 3. Many people were holding bread in their hands, while eating and walking around the burning Goblet of Fire, as if thinking about how to enter the age line drawn by Dumbledore. Harry and Ron's eyes have been on the gold cup, and these two seem to want to put their names in it. But unfortunately, they are not only not up to the age, but also weak in strength. How's it going? Did anyone throw it in? Draco asked, passing a Slytherin student who was watching the fun. Yes, all the representatives of Durmstrang, the snake nodded to Augustus before answering. But I haven't seen anyone who signed up at Hogwarts. At least we know that throwing in from a distance won't work. There was a burst of laughter from outside the crowd, and the Weasley twins separated from the crowd and squeezed in, looking extremely excited. The students on the side were talking about it, as if they had used age-enhancing agents in an attempt to hide the age line. I don't think it will work out, Hermione tried to remind them. I'm sure Dumbledore will take that into consideration. It's a pity that no one listened to her. Everyone wanted to watch the fun, or wanted the twins to explore the way. The twins walked over to the edge of the age line, standing there, shouting 2-3 and jumping forward under everyone's attention. The two easily crossed the age line. For a split second, everyone thought they had made it. But then a hissing sound was heard, and the twins were thrown outside the golden circle, as if an invisible shot putter had thrown them out. They fell in pain on the cold stone ground 10 feet away, and they were humiliated in addition to the physical pain. With a loud crack, the same long white beards appeared on the chins of the two. The people in the hall burst into laughter. Even Fred and George couldn't help laughing when they saw each other's white beards. At this time, there was a commotion at the door of the auditorium. Fleur was among the 2.8 students from Beauxbatons entering through the front door from the grounds. Those surrounding the Goblet of Fire stepped back, letting them pass, watching eagerly. Madame Maxime followed her pupils into the hall and ordered them to line up. One by one, the Pudgebarton students crossed the age line, throwing their parchments into the blue and white flames. As each name was thrown into the flames quickly turned red and sparked in and out. After Furong threw out the piece of paper in her hand, she quietly left behind a beautiful card, which soon turned into a butterfly and flew into Augustus's hand. Under the envious gazes of the other boys, Augustus opened it for a moment, and there was a sentence written on it. "Dear, I'll be waiting for you by the lake." Seeing that Augustus received her card, Fleur smiled and followed the students of her school away. After all the girls in Beauxbatons had signed up, the Hogwarts students in the hall looked forward to Augustus. Obviously, in their minds, Augustus was the perfect candidate to represent Hogwarts. Seeing this, Augustus smiled slightly, and the butterfly card that Fleur had given him just now turned into a blank piece of parchment in a burst of blue light. Augustus casually summoned a silver fork from the table, and in his hand, the silver fork quickly turned into a beautiful quill. This superb transfiguration immediately surprised the surrounding students for a while, and at the same time, they were even more looking forward to Augustus participating in the competition. Augustus wrote his name on the parchment in flowing squiggles. Augustus. Black, the distinguished surname and first name, immediately made the students around him excited. The warriors of Hogwarts are finally going to participate. When Augustus threw the piece of paper with his name written on it into the Goblet of Fire, the original blue-white flame of the Goblet of Fire suddenly burst into a red light. After doing this, Augustus didn't stop anymore and walked out of the hall. Furong was still waiting for him by the lake. After Augustus left, Diggory was pushed over by a few boys with a smile and then hesitantly cast his name in. Compared with Augustus' sassy and comfortable, Diggory obviously lacked a little self-confidence. When Augustus came out of the castle, crossed the grass, and came to the vicinity of Hagrid's hut, he saw in the distance that the huge powder-blue carriage that the students of Beauxbatons were riding in had stopped near Hagrid's hut. 200 yards from the main entrance, the horses pulling the carriage were grazing in a makeshift paddock next to the carriage. Several girls from Beauxbatons were sorting their clothes at this time, taking out the slightly heavy robes from the box. Because of the Triwizard Tournament, they had to stay here for a long time. Compared to Baston, the weather at Hogwarts is indeed a little colder, and they have already begun to miss the Beauxbatons school, which is like a gorgeous palace all year round. However, Augustus knew that Furong would definitely not feel cold, because she and Gabrielle both had the hook jade necklaces from Augustus, which had a permanent constant temperature spell on them. Augustus smiled slightly and continued walking towards the lake. Soon, Augustus saw the pretty figure of Fleur standing by the lake. Not far away, there were many boys looking at her with admiration, including Hogwarts and Durmstrang, but not many. People dared to go up to chat. It seems that someone has been taught by Furong before. Furong's talent is already outstanding. After 2 years of Augustus's teaching, her strength has far surpassed her peers. It is naturally easy to teach a few boys who are not eye-catching. Just as Furong was looking at the scenery of the Black Lake, looking forward to the arrival of Augustus, suddenly, the Gaoyu necklace that had been hanging around her neck shone slightly. Seeing the change of the Gaoyu necklace, how could Furong not know what was going on? Turning around, he saw Augustus looking at her with a smile not far away. Seeing Augustus, Furong immediately jumped into Augustus's arms happily. The two who hadn't seen each other for 2 months had endless things to say. Even if they wrote frequently, Furong continued to talk about their love, as if it was a very happy thing to be able to walk and chat while holding Augustus's arm like this. Something happened. In response, Augustus could only caress Furong's silky long silver hair lovingly. Maybe he should find a chance to let the girls touch. Since it was a holiday, there were many students playing outside. When they saw that the most beautiful girl in Beauxbatons who had just arrived yesterday was clinging to Augustus' body like a bird, they were all surprised and couldn't close their mouths, and looked in the direction of the two stupidly. As expected of the Prince of Slytherin, a senior Ravenclaw boy sighed with emotion. Envy, the companion beside him, joked, "Beauxbatons' most beautiful flowers have been captured in less than 2 days, and they have already been captured by people. Hey, people are more popular than peoples." However, it is not surprising that a boy as good as Augustus is favored by girls. And I believe that after he wins the Goblet of Fire on behalf of Hogwarts soon, girls' enthusiasm for him will be even higher. Hey, I'm so envious. The boys sighed and said enviously. The time with the person she likes always flies very fast, and Furong only feels that it is already time for dinner after a short while. After dinner tonight, it will be announced who is chosen as the warrior, so there is no delay. After the two kissed goodbye, they returned to their respective places. However, before parting, Augustus said something in Furong's ear which made Furong, who was a little reluctant, suddenly laugh and gave Augustus a seductive wink before leaving. As the dinner approached, a wonderful atmosphere roamed the castle. Tonight, the warriors of the three major schools were about to be born under the spotlight, representing their respective schools in a competition about honor. No matter which school it is, the title of the champion of the Triwizard Tournament is inevitable. Therefore, as a warrior, it is natural to have the confidence and responsibility to win. The name of a warrior is not only a personal battle of honor and disgrace, but also a magical contest between the three schools. Therefore, the warriors selected by each academy seem to have great glory, but in fact they bear heavy responsibilities. Well, leaving Augustus's mood out of the way, this guy came in purely for fun and entertainment. When Augustus and his party entered the auditorium, it was almost full of people. The Goblet of Fire has been moved. It was now standing in front of Dumbledore's empty chair on the staff's desk. The Halloween dinner went very smoothly, but obviously many students have already put aside the delicious food on the table, and talking about the upcoming warrior is the hottest topic now. Snape, looking at your appearance, you are sure of the number of warriors this time. You are not worried that Augustus is not interested in this Triwizard hegemony at all. Professor Sprout had a kind expression on his face. Smiling, he smiled at Snape, who was sitting next to him. On Snape's serious face, Gu Jing did not wave. With his character, he shouldn't let other people show off in front of him, so there is nothing to worry about. It's you, it seems that Cedric is obviously not very confident. Sprout laughed in embarrassment. Heck, whoever knew that he had to compete with Augustus for a spot would not be confident. It's a pity that Cedric was born in the wrong era. The evildoers who are all ashamed of themselves. This is probably the sadness of all the geniuses of this era, Wang Zhao's. And the feeling of being suppressed by others is not very good. Finally, the golden plate returned to its original spotless state, and the voices in the auditorium suddenly increased a lot. Immediately, Dumbledore stood up, and the auditorium suddenly became silent again. Karkaroff and Madame Maxime on either side of Dumbledore looked as nervous and expectant as everyone else. Ludo Bagman was smiling, while Crouch looked uninterested. Okay, the Goblet of Fire is about to make a decision, Dumbledore said. I estimate it'll take a minute. Listen, after the warriors' names are announced, I want them to go to the top of the auditorium and down the staff table. Walk over and enter the room next door. He pointed to the door behind the instructor's desk, where they'll get their initial instructions. At this moment, the flames in the Goblet of Fire suddenly turned red, and the crackling sparks splashed out. Then a tongue of flame shot into the air, and from it flew a piece of charred parchment. All the people in the auditorium held their breaths. The piece of parchment spat out by the Goblet of Fire was held in Dumbledore's hand. Durmstrang's champion is, he said clearly, Victor Krum. Hearing Dumbledore's reading, Krum stood up, greeted the cheering Durmstrang students, and gave Augustus a defiant glance. Then the Bulgarian walked along the staff table and entered the next room through the door. The applause and conversation gradually subsided. Everyone's attention was now on the goblet again, and after a few seconds the flames turned red again. The second parchment propelled by the flames jumped out of the cup. The champion of Beauxbatons, said Dumbledore, is Fleur de Lacquer. Fleur stood up, her beautiful face glowing slightly, looking very charming, but the girl only smiled when she looked at Augustus. When Furong also walked over, the auditorium became quiet again, and this time there was a strong excitement that could be tasted in the silence. Now it's the turn of the Hogwarts warriors. At this moment, the Goblet of Fire turned red again, sparks splattered, and the tongue of flame jumped high into the air, and Dumbledore drew a third parchment from the tip of the flame. The warriors of Hogwarts are, he exclaimed, August. Black 99. The school hall was silent for a moment, and the next second deafening cheers broke out. Whether it was Slytherin, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, or Ravenclaw, they all cheered wildly at this moment. Such a dazzling genius who played on behalf of Hogwarts won not only the honor of himself, but also the honor of everyone in the entire school, regardless of the academy, regardless of the bloodline. At this moment, the students of the entire Hogwarts school are already boiling. The entire auditorium fell into a sea of carnival, as if the champion of the Triwizard Tournament was already within reach at this moment. Dumbledore looked at Augustus walking slowly from the long Slytherin table in surprise. He had no idea that Augustus' prestige in the school had reached such a level that even Voldemort back then couldn't compare at all. As for Karkaroff and Madame Maxime, their faces were solemn, and the name of Augustus had been heard even in the other side of Europe. Now he is the warrior of Hogwarts. The representative of I am afraid is an unprecedented strong enemy. Augustus walked unhurriedly over the auditorium. For such a result, he had already guessed it, or he didn't have to guess. The Goblet of Fire chose people according to their strength, and there were students who were stronger than him in Hogwarts. Diggory, it's just fireflies and the moon fighting for glory. Go to the warrior's room behind the teacher's bench, go through the door, and there are portraits of wizards on the walls on both sides. In the fireplace opposite him, the fire was burning brightly. Crumb sensed the movement, turned around, and found it was Augustus with an expression he knew earlier. It seems that it will not be too late to compete with you on the same stage. Whether it was sarcasm or disdain, Augustus raised the corner of his mouth with a slight smile and replied casually, "You will be satisfied when the time comes." Furong also stepped forward, sigh in surprise at this time, and hugged Augustus's arm. Before the professors came, the girl wanted to whisper something to Augustus. After a while, the door to the room opened again, and a figure walked in hesitantly. Augustus turned to look. Potter was looking at the three of them hesitantly. Furong turned her head and saw Potter. Her azure blue eyes were full of doubts. "What's the matter?" she asked. "Do they want us to go back to the auditorium?" Harry's expression was a little embarrassed. He looked at the three people with puzzled or inquiring eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times without speaking. Indeed, when Augustus won the warrior spot, although he was a little envious and jealous, he also joined the cheering ranks for this. After all, Augustus was representing Hogwarts to win glory. But now when this happened, what would his image look like in the eyes of Augustus? Self-defeating, self-sufficient, despicable stealer. Harry could fully imagine what his classmates would say to him in the future. "What's the matter, Potter?" Hesitancy doesn't seem to be your character. Although Augustus knew what was going on, he still asked. Harry forced his concentration and sighed slightly. "I don't know what's wrong with the Goblet of Fire, but now I'm also a Hogwarts warrior." Fleur and Crumb had shocked expressions on their faces, and two warriors appeared at Hogwarts. What is the situation? The black box operation inside the school? Even if this is the case, it is impossible to commit such an obvious violation. Augustus looked at Harry thoughtfully. "You didn't sign up." Harry seemed to grab a life-saving straw. "I swear I never signed up, trust me. I really don't know how the hell my name got in the Goblet of Fire." Augustus nodded. "Don't worry, this matter still has to wait for the headmasters and Crouch Bagman to decide. Rest assured, Dumbledore will handle it fairly." He naturally knew who was responsible for this matter. Potter was indeed innocent, but he had no idea of clearing Potter's name. Ludo Bagman entered the room. He grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him forward. "It's so bizarre," he whispered, squeezing Harry's arm hard. "Absolutely so bizarre, mister. As incredible as it may seem, this is the fourth warrior in the Triwizard Tournament." Furong said unhappily, "No need to introduce, he has already made it clear before you came." Apparently, Fleur has a lot of opinions on this sideways Potter. Potter is now obviously tarnishing the glory of Augustus. It would definitely be a good result to represent Hogwarts with the strength of Augustus. The addition of T suddenly made things a little embarrassing. Crumb also looked at Potter with disdain. In his opinion, Augustus was the real opponent, and was this skinny kid just joking? At this moment, there was a lot of messy footsteps on the other side of the door, and a large group of people rushed in. Professor Dumbledore, followed by Old Crouch, Karkaroff, Maxim, Professor McGonagall, and Snee. General. Before Professor McGonagall closed the door, there were hundreds of students buzzing in the auditorium next door. Madame Maxime straightened her large and tall frame. Her handsome head touched the candlelit chandelier, and her huge black satin breast heaved violently. "What the hell does that mean, Dumbledore?" she said arrogantly. "I'd like to know that too, Dumbledore," said Professor Karkaroff with an icy smile on his face and his blue eyes as cold as ice. "There are two warriors at Hogwarts. I don't recall being told that the host school could have two warriors. Haven't I read the bylaws carefully enough?" Moody walked slowly into the room. He limped toward the fire, and every time his right foot landed, there was a loud bang, bang, bang. "But Karkaroff, I'm afraid it won't work," Bagman said. "The Goblet of Fire has just gone out, won't rekindle until the next tournament." "Blushing threat, Karkaroff," growled a voice at the door. "You can't leave your warrior now. He has to play, they all have to play, bound by a magic contract." "It's only Potter's fault, Karkaroff," said Snape softly, his dark eyes flashing with hostility. "Don't blame Dumbledore, it's Potter's insistence on breaking the rules. After entering the school, I kept breaking the school rules." "Thank you for your reminder, Severus." Dumbledore interrupted decisively. Snape didn't say any more, but still looked at Potter a little unkindly. Mr. Crouch, Mr. Bagman, said Karkaroff, you two are our fairest judges. You must also think this is extremely inappropriate, don't you? We must abide by the regulations. The regulations clearly stipulate that anyone whose name is sprayed from the goblet of fire must compete in the Triwizard Tournament. Mr. Crouch looked much older. I insisted that my other students re-enroll, Karkaroff said. His voice darkened, his smile faded, and the look on his face was horribly ugly. You have to put the goblet of fire back, and we'll keep adding names to it until each school has 2 warriors. Only fair, Dumbledore. During the next hegemony tournament, Durmstrang will never participate. Karkaroff thundered. We have held so many meetings, and after so many negotiations, I didn't expect such a situation to happen. I just want to leave now. Karkaroff seemed to be extremely jealous of Moody, and he tried to make his attitude seem contemptuous, as if he had dismissed Moody's words at all, but his hands betrayed his heart, and they involuntarily clenched together. Fist, as for why he was so afraid, it was very simple, because it took Moody 6 months to arrest him. Since Karkaroff's attitude softened first, the arguments of the next few people returned to the original point. The 2 headmasters insisted on filing charges against the Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards, while Moody insinuated that someone wanted to use the opportunity to kill Harry. How this situation came about, we don't know, Dumbledore finally said to everyone gathered in the room, but it seems to me that we have no choice but to accept it. Both Augustus and Harry were killed, selected to compete. Because of 670s, they must. Ah, but Dumbledore's. My dear Madame Maxime, if you have any other solution, I am open to listening. 99. Dumbledore waited, but Madame Maxime didn't speak. She just stared angrily. And she wasn't the only one showing dissatisfaction. Snape looked annoyed too. Karkaroff was ashen. Augustus didn't mind that because he really needed Potter to play. He needed Potter to be the perfect bait. Okay, let me talk about the content of the game. Mr. Crouch took a few steps forward. He looked a little haggard, and also his experience was simply tragic. The first project is to test your courage, so we are not going to tell you what it is. Dare to face the unknown is an important quality of wizards. Very important. The first project will be carried out on November 24th in front of other students and a panel of judges. Warriors are not allowed to ask or accept any help from their teachers when completing the competition project. Warriors face the first round of challenges with the only weapon in their hands is their wand. After the first project is over, they will learn about the first challenge. 2 events. Due to the high demands and long duration of the competition, the Warriors will not take the school year exams. That's all I think, Albus. Dumbledore had nothing to add, and he warmly invited Old Crouch to stay for the night, but Old Crouch declined. Madame Maxime and Professor Karkaroff were still somewhat dissatisfied, so they didn't say a word and led Fleur and Crumb out of the room. Before leaving, Augustus gave Furong a wicked smile, which immediately made Furong blushing, but the girl responded enthusiastically to him, meaning that she would pick me up at night. Afterwards, Augustus left the room with Harry. The 2 walked in the empty auditorium, and the starry sky on the ceiling cast a dark blue mist. Potter looked at Augustus several times, but he hesitated as if he didn't know what to say at this time. The honor that originally belonged to Augustus was forced to interfere with him, just like a brazen thief. A warrior, the burden he will bear in the future is probably not just gossip and gossip. But for some reason, Potter felt a little bit of joy in his heart. Augustus didn't pay attention to how complicated Potter's heart was. As soon as he came to the hall, he was cheered by countless students. Everyone seemed to have reached an unanimous tacit understanding, completely ignoring Potter. Even his good friend Ron gave him a cold look before walking away. Ron Weasley had a stronger desire to compete than Potter, but now Potter, who he thought was his best friend, secretly cast his name into it without telling him the truth. Anger and jealousy overwhelm him, and a rift appears in their friendship. The weather gradually turned colder, and the mild cold of late autumn came with a chill. These days, Augustus lived quite peacefully. As one of the warriors of Hogwarts, obviously, regardless of prestige or strength, compared to Harry, he has so many advantages that it is difficult for the supporters of the various colleges to associate Porter with Augustus. Even Gryffindor has to admit that, as a warrior, Harry and Augustus are simply the gap between a grass chicken and a phoenix. These days, Augustus, as the most popular warrior, has been sought after by many girls. Interestingly, even in Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, Augustus has quite a lot of fans. The 2 schoolgirls that Augustus is looking forward to getting his autograph is a testament to that. This day, during potions class, Potter was surprised to find that every Slytherin student had a badge on their chest. The badges were all printed with the same words, and the bright red letters shone in the dim light of the underground corridor, like they were on fire. Support Augustus. True warriors of Hogwarts. Like it, Potter, Draco laughed. They've got other tricks, look. With a sneer on Draco's face, Tusk finally dared to pull out the wand. But there is no Moody here to protect you. Come on, let me see how good you are, a fake warrior. 5. Draco laughed disdainfully, waved his wand, and a translucent barrier stretched in front of him. And the curse shot into the wall like a stream returning to the sea without any ripples. The gap between Porter and him widened as he got older. He pressed the badge hard on his chest, the words on it disappeared, and then another line of words appeared, flashing green light. Potter's stinky shit. The Slytherin students all laughed. Each of them pressed their badges, and at the end there were flashes of dazzling words all around Harry Potter's shit. Harry felt the blood rush to his face and neck. He glanced at the Gryffindor students with some difficulty, but he found desperately that at least half of the Gryffindors also wore the same badge, but did not press the Potter smell in front of him. Big shit. Both stared into each other's eyes, and then, sooner or later, almost at the same time, both took action. Harry's rage that had built up over the years seemed to suddenly burst a dam within him. Without thinking what he was doing, he reached for his wand. The people around scattered and retreated along the corridor. Burning flames, Potter shouted angrily, and a burst of fire emerged. Ha 2.8 Lee, Hermione warned him. Potter's spell was easily blocked by Draco. Then Draco's wand pointed at Potter, and a half-moon-shaped wind blade formed instantly. The next second, the flying wind blade was like a flashing electric light, and it hit Harry when he was caught off guard. Among them, Harry was continuously shot 10 meters away. This was still the result of Draco's mercy, otherwise Potter would definitely be cut in two with this blow. You are such a warrior, it really opened my eyes. Looking at Potter mockingly, Draco said coldly. Potter, who flew upside down, almost vomited blood when he heard Draco's words. What's the noise here? At this moment, a low-pressure voice came. Snape is here. The Slytherin students were buzzing with explanations, and Snape pointed a long finger at Malfoy and said, "You explain." Obviously, he's favoring his godson. Potter attacked me, Professor. Malfoy's tone was malicious. Harry slowly stood up from the ground, his face was ashen, and he didn't give any explanation, just sat back in his seat. HMPH, after being a warrior for such a short period of time, he began to be lawless and defiant, just like your arrogant father, so shameless. 35 Snape's icy eyes were filled with undisguised disgust. Potter shivered furiously, but he couldn't help Snape, so he could only endure it. Just then, there was a knock on the basement door. Standing in the doorway was a short boy. He dodged sideways into the classroom, then walked towards Snape's podium at the front of the room. "What?" Snape asked impatiently. "Sir, I'll take the Hogwarts Warriors to the booth on the second floor." "Pre-match inspection items," the boy whispered politely. This time, Potter finally found a reason to escape and followed the boy without looking back. Of the 4 warriors, Augustus was the last to arrive. This is a smaller classroom, and most desks have been pushed to the back of the room, leaving a large space in the middle. But there were 3 desks facing each other in front of the blackboard, covered with a long piece of velvet. Behind the velvet-covered desk were 5 chairs, one of which sat Ludo Bagman, who was conversing with a witch in a magenta robe. Crumb was as sullen as usual, standing in a corner, not speaking to anyone. When Furong saw Augustus, she happily greeted him. After Ludo Bagman found Augustus who had walked in, he stood up happily. "Come in. It's the ceremony of testing the wand, and the other referees will be here soon." "Detection wand," Augustus frowned slightly. "Well, yes, we have to check whether your wands are in good condition. After all, the tool that runs through the whole game is the wand in your hands. If something goes wrong, the consequences are unimaginable." Bagman's face showed a kind smile. He pointed to the witch next to him. "By the way, this is a reporter from the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter. She came to do an exclusive interview for the Triwizard Tournament." Rita kept her eyes on Augustus. After Bagman introduced her, a warm smile appeared on her face. "Are you Mr. Augustus? I also learned not long ago that you are the major shareholder of the Daily Prophet. See you. It's really a great honor. This time I will be in charge of the exclusive interview of the competition, and I promise to write a report that will satisfy you. Of course, the personal interview still needs your consent, and I will try my best not to disturb your life." This woman named Rita Skeeter had a pretty good face and a good figure, but that flattering smile took her a lot off, and Augustus simply nodded, signaling her to be casual. Knowing from her superiors that Augustus doesn't like being disturbed, Rita is very sensible and doesn't bother Augustus anymore. Her eyes turned to Harry, who was standing silently on the side, as if he had discovered a new world. "Ah, can I have a few words with Harry before we start?" she asked Bagman, but her eyes remained open. Staring firmly at Harry, youngest warrior you know, to add color to the article. 99s. Like being caught by a strong man, Potter was quickly taken to the broom next to him. Augustus shook his head amusingly, and it seemed that Potter was going to have more troubles. There was a knock on the compartment door. Dumbledore and Ollivander entered the room together, and Harry and Rita Skeeter came out of the broom room. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Ollivander." Dumbledore sat down in the referee's bench and said to several warriors, "He's going to check your wands to make sure they're in good condition before the game." Unexpectedly, it was this man who was in charge of checking the wand. Augustus looked at Ollivander. An old wizard with two large light-colored eyes stood quietly by the window. As if noticing Augustus' gaze, Ollivander responded with a polite smile. 66, Miss Delacour, will you come first?" said Monsieur Ollivander, walking to the open space in the center of the room. The whole room fell into a cluster of stars, and there was a hint of surprise in Furlong's eyes. "Then next is your wand, Mr. Augustus." Ollivander's light-colored eyes were filled with a bit of hidden anticipation. Next, only Harry and Crumb were left, and after checking their wands, Ollivander walked out of the room with a contented face. Then, like fiddling with a baton, Ollivander let the wand spin between his slender fingers, and the top of the wand spurted a series of beautiful streamers. Then he brought his wand close to his eyes again, looking carefully. Augustus pulled out the silver wand, and the golden Wang Zhao's colored spots of the sunlight reflected on the wand. The pure bright silver and the brilliant gold complemented each other, and Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly. "Yes," he said softly, 9.5 inches, great strength, made of mahogany, good, thank you, Miss Fleur." Handing the wand to Fleur, Ollivander turned his eyes to Augustus. Harry looked down at his wand, which was covered with fingerprints. He grabbed a corner of his robe from his knees, trying to sneak his wand clean. The move caught Rita, who laughed and wrote down something in her notebook. Ollivander took the wand solemnly, with an expression on his face as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. "It's like yesterday, everything seems to have happened yesterday. This wand is almost the pinnacle of my production, and it is matched with sycamore wood. The phoenix feathers are incredibly powerful." The magic wand was gently waved in the air, and a dark blue star was like a fire tree and silver flower. "Well," Fleur nodded and handed the wand to Ollivander. After Ollivander left and the photographer took a few photos of the warriors, Augustus left with Fleur, and only Potter was left alone by Rita Skeeter for an in-depth interview. Potter looked a little uncomfortable, obviously not being treated like this, probably flattered. But he didn't know that Rita Skeeter was not actually praising him. Early the next morning, Rita Skeeter's article about the Triwizard Tournament appeared in the Daily Prophet. It's not so much an introduction to the game as it is a promotion of Augustus, and a poignant portrayal of Harry's personal life. The two took up a huge amount of space, and several articles were devoted to introducing Augustus' strength and talent. Honors, deeds, etc., many of which even Augustus forgot but were revealed by Rita. As for Harry, the article described him as a child who was fragile and only knew how to cry, purely for vanity, just stumbled into the ranks of the warriors. As for the other two warriors, Fleur was duly praised, while Crumb was mocked for being a Quidditch-only Bulgarian. Slytherin's little snakes can now find the best weapon to attack Harry. A group of students represented by Draco will quote the words in the article and attack him whenever they see Harry. Cynical. "Want a handkerchief, Potter, so you don't cry 670 in Transfiguration, and oh yes, and wipe your wand. When did you become the top student at the school, Potter? Maybe you and Ron Weasley started this school together." Harry could hear things like that for a while, and he just felt like his head was going to explode. "Hey, Potter." Potter finally found a place where no one was there and wanted to be quiet, but was stopped again. Unable to bear it, he shouted and turned sharply in the corridor. "Yeah, that's right. I just cried for my dead mother, and now I'm going to cry again." But just halfway through, he stopped as if someone had strangled his throat. "No, I just said your quill fell off." It turned out to be Q, and the girl was looking at him in surprise. Harry felt his face turn red. "Oh, okay, sorry," he murmured, taking the quill. Q couldn't help frowning. She regretted that she shouldn't kindly remind Potter and felt that the other party, something was wrong. Q walked over frowning, but her beautiful face still looked particularly attractive in the sunlight. It made Harry feel dazed. His mind went blank. He has been looking at this beautiful girl secretly for a long time, but he has never been able to summon the courage to speak to her. Today is the first time he has spoken. This encounter made Harry's mood a lot better, and even Draco's malicious taunt became a lot more lovely in his eyes. How could he know that Q had already defined him as a stupid fool in his mind just now? On the Saturday before the first program, the school gave permission for students from Year 3 and up to visit the village of Hogsmeade. The twins told Harry that it would be better for him to relax outside the castle, but Harry was eager to go out and relax without the twins' persuasion. Lately, he's been very upset about Ron and the game. Not wanting to meet Ron, Harry donned his invisibility cloak. This invisibility cloak was given to him by the old Empress Deng. Although it is not as good as the original Deathly Hallows, the effect is not bad. Anyway, Potter is really just holding the invisibility cloak for the purpose of invisibility. Basically, there is no difference. He felt particularly at ease under the invisibility cloak. As he entered the village, he watched other classmates pass by them, most of them wearing badges of support for Augustus on their chests, but no nasty remarks or quotes from the stupid article. Due to the closeness of the game, the number of people in Hogsmeade has increased significantly, and many wizards in different clothes have appeared here. Harry decided to go to 3 broomsticks for a butter beer. It was a little cold, and it was too easy to bump into people in the street in an invisibility cloak. The 3 Broomsticks Tavern was full of people, mainly Hogwarts students, enjoying the freedom of the afternoon. Harry leaned on his side and moved slowly towards an empty table in the corner. Harry saw Loeb Sai-Yoon as he was walking through the tavern, sitting with Seamus, Neville, and Lee Jordan. Harry looked away, not wanting to look at Ron again, and snatched a butterbeer from a table and tucked it under the invisibility cloak. He drank his butterbeer and looked at the people in the tavern. They all seemed light-hearted and cheerful. Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott were exchanging cards from the Chocolate Frogs with the table next door, and they both wore badges of support for Augustus on their robes. Just by the door, he saw Q chatting with a few Ravenclaw girls. She's not wearing a badge of support for Augustus, which makes Harry a little happier. He didn't know Q actually wanted to wear it, but Augustus thought it was too ugly and childish, so he didn't let her wear it. The tavern door opened, and Harry was surprised to see Augustus walk in, who came alone. The beautiful proprietress Mrs. Rosemerta smiled and greeted him to sit in front of the bar and served him a drink without asking. It seemed that Augustus was a regular here. Although he didn't know what Hagrid was up to, Harry decided to see him at night. Harry, who was full of thoughts, turned his head just to find that the girl he had a crush on was hurriedly walking out the door by himself. Harry couldn't contain his curiosity and followed up furtively. Harry, who was hiding in the corner, puzzled to find that Q seemed to have changed a bit at this time, and his conversation with friends also became inconsistent, obviously a little absent-minded. But before he could think of anything, he saw Professor Moody and Hagrid walking towards him. Hagrid smiled down at Harry too. Harry knew Hagrid couldn't see him, but Moody had apparently told Hagrid he was here. Hagrid leaned down, pretending to be looking for something, and said in a low voice that only Harry could hear, "Harry, come to my cabin today at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, wearing an invisibility cloak." As they approached, Moody whispered, "The invisibility cloak is awesome, Potter, 35. Harry was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Moody to see him. In fact, if it was his original Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak, even if Moody had magic eyes, he would not be able to see it, but now not only Moody, but wizards above the professor level can easily detect him. Before Harry could answer, Hagrid straightened up and went out with Moody. Of course, Augustus sensed Potter's breath, but he didn't bother to look at it. He wasn't here to pay attention to the poor bee *****D. Augustus sips a warm butter beer while joking with Mrs. Rosemerta. What better way to pass the time than a good wine and a pretty little widow proprietress? If there's anything he doesn't like, it's here there are too many people. Hagrid, who was on the side, took up all 3 of them, and Moody was there, but he was drinking from the curved wine bottle he carried with him. There was an empty space around the 2 before anyone sat down. Harry wrapped in an invisibility cloak and hung carefully behind Q. Although there were a lot of people on the road, the girl didn't know why she stopped and walked. Harry followed her out of the village without much effort and came to a small lake beside the village. There was a hint of coolness by the lake in late autumn, and when Harry saw the girl who often appeared in his dreams, who was slowly walking towards a boy leaning under an oak tree by the lake, a hint of coolness was unknowingly felt. It penetrated into his heart. Harry resisted and rushed forward to find out who the lucky bee *****D was, and he kept telling himself in his heart, "Don't be stupid, she has nothing to do with you, doesn't she? Who does she like, should I tell you?" But every time he thought about it, his mood became a little worse. Seeing the boy under the oak tree, Q's footsteps became much lighter. Harry's twin Tui followed him before he could react. "I'm just curious, not mean," Harry told himself, and the thought made him feel better. As the distance got closer, Harry was able to gradually see the face of the other party. At that moment, he could hardly believe his own eyes. How could it be him? Doesn't he have a girlfriend? And his relationship with Hermione is also very close. Why with Q? Harry's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he couldn't tell whether it was due to anger or excitement. Seeing Q approaching, Augustus smiled slightly. He came to Hogsmeade to date Q. Q was very considerate. In order not to let others know about their relationship, he specially chose the date place at the small lake in Hogsmeade. It's more secret here. Of course, Augustus noticed Potter not far away, but he didn't pay attention to it. Since this poor B **** D is looking for excitement and unhappiness, then let him go. Augustus snapped his fingers, and the golden leaves beneath him gradually turned into a soft carpet. Then he pulled Q closer to his arms. Immediately afterwards, Augustus waved his hand again, and immediately the surrounding scene was completely blocked. Harry only felt that his eyes were dark, and when he came back to his senses, he had appeared at the exit of Hogsmeade. Harry didn't know how he got back to the dormitory. His head was a mess, and he had completely forgotten about games and Ron and all. He collapsed on the bed and fell asleep until Neville woke him at night. At night, Harry sneaked off to Hagrid's place. Hagrid let him sneak into the Forbidden Forest behind him and Madame Maxime. It was there that Harry met his opponent in his first competition, the Fire Dragon. When he was leaving, he accidentally bumped into Karkaroff, who also followed and peeked. Fortunately, the other party didn't notice him. Potter thought maliciously, among all the warriors, Augustus should be the only one who still doesn't know the content of the game. When he thought that Augustus would face a fierce fire dragon unprepared, Potter felt a sense of revenge in his heart. In his opinion, no matter how strong Augustus is, can he still be stronger than Fire Dragon? The next morning, when Harry woke up, he hurried out to find Hermione, and finally found her at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall. Harry wanted to tell Hermione about seeing the fire dragon last night and let her help him think of a way. But he suddenly thought that the relationship between Hermione and Augustus was so close, and he would definitely tell Augustus afterwards, and he couldn't help thinking of the date Augustus and Q had yesterday. For some reason, the original fire dragon thing was swallowed back, and he said to Hermione, "I saw Augustus with other girls, just yesterday." Hearing Potter's words, Hermione was stunned for a moment, then frowned tightly, looking a little unhappy. "What do you mean by telling me this?" Feeling Hermione's anger, Potter explained again and again, "No. No, I just wanted to remind you, because I see you and Augustus have such a good relationship. Enough, I think you have this time to think about what you should do instead of caring about other people's affairs." Hermione angrily dropped a word and walked away. Potter's clumsy provocation annoyed her. Of course, Hermione knew that Augustus had an affair with other girls, and Potter didn't need to remind him of that. On the other side, Augustus is playing around with little lowly Gabriel. After tossing for a whole day before parting, Gabriel sneaked up to Augustus' ear and said mysteriously, "Sister, let me tell you, the opponent in the first match is the Fire Dragon." "Well, I see," Augustus smiled and rubbed little Loli's head. Fleur should now be receiving pre-match guidance from Mrs. Maxime, and had Gabrielle come over to tell him after a while. ****. On the day of the first competition, the atmosphere in the school was very tense and exciting. Classes were suspended at noon so that all the students in the school had time to go to the venue below the circle. Of course, they didn't know what they were going to see there. August, wait for the warriors to go to the field below. All you need now is to prepare, come with me. Professor McGonagall walked over and said. Yeah, Augustus replied calmly without feeling nervous at all. Professor McGonagall looked at Augustus with great relief. What else could she be dissatisfied with that Hogwarts could have such outstanding students? She accompanies Augustus down the steps to a sheep-gut path. It's a cold November afternoon. Professor McGonagall led him around the edge of the Forbidden Forest and walked towards the place where the Fire Dragon was. When they walked into the original location of the Fire Dragon, they found that there was a gray-white magic tent in front of the field, blocking the Fire Dragon, and the entrance of the tent was facing them. Point 0. You'll have to go in by yourself later. Maybe because of the weather, Professor McGonagall looked a little hurried. Waiting for your turn, Augustus. Mr. Barty is also inside. He will tell you the steps one by one. Good luck. Points 3/5. Thank you very much, Professor McGonagall. Augustus nodded. Professor McGonagall led him to the entrance of the tent, and Augustus entered. Fleur was sitting on a low wooden bench in the corner. She didn't look as calm as usual at all. Her face was very pale. She looked very nervous. She was hesitant, and she smelled like a sick beauty, but she didn't have a charm. Although Furong has outstanding strength after his training, she will face a dragon after all, so it is impossible not to worry about it. Of course, Furong didn't know yet, but the jade necklace hanging around her neck contained the powerful half-moon patronus charm. Even if the low-level dragons were sprayed with fire all day, there would be no harm. Crumb was more silent than usual, and the simple-minded, well-rounded fellow was now reminiscing about the method Karkaroff had taught him, lest he accidentally forget it and be grilled on a kebab. When Augustus came in, Harry was pacing back and forth, and when he saw him coming in, he smiled stiffly. Augustus just nodded and walked towards Fleur to work. Augustus walked over to Fleur. Why did you come? Furong said softly, but her tone was not as cheerful as usual. It seems that this game has put a lot of pressure on her. What a Bobaton School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, what the Delacker family. What a Triwizard Tournament, F*** Kayet. At this moment there was only Augustus in her eyes, she couldn't help but threw herself into Augustus' arms and hugged her beloved tightly. Due to the romantic comfort of Augustus 673, the tension in Furong's heart gradually dissipated and only sweetness remained. On the other side, Potter and Crumb, who had been caught in Augustus' illusion at some point, did not see the romantic scene just now. With a snap of Augustus' fingers, the two came back to their senses, looking a little puzzled. At this moment, the tent curtain was suddenly opened. Dumbledore walked in a dark purple robe covered with silver stars, followed by Barty Crouch, head of the Ministry of Magic's Department of International Exchange and Cooperation, with a small dark purple bag in his hand. "Hello, warriors, please come here. You have waited for a long time and kept guessing. The moment to reveal the answer has finally arrived. This moment is only the four of you, so you will cherish it." Dumbledore walked in, said to the four of Augustus. "Barty, tell me." Dumbledore turned to Barty next to him. Old Barty Crouch's short gray hair was neatly combed, he was wearing a gray suit, his expression was slightly tired and serious, and he was carrying a dark purple silk bag in his right hand as he walked to the center of the tent. "Please stand in a circle around me," Old Batty said. "Okay, now everyone's here, it's time to introduce you to the situation," Barty said meticulously. Barty raised the dark purple silk bag in his hand and shook it at them. "You're going to pick out of this bag the little models that face that thing. You've got different kinds. I have one more thing to tell you. Your mission is to capture the golden egg behind the monster." Barty looked around and continued, "Wait until the audience is in and start drawing." Augustus looked around. Furong nodded, indicating that she understood what Barty said, and her expression was much lighter than before. Crumb's expression was more gloomy than before, and Harry didn't react at all, probably because he thought he would vomit in panic when he opened his mouth. In the blink of an eye, I heard the sound of hundreds of feet walking through the tent, and the owners of the feet were chatting and laughing excitedly. Then after the audience sat down, in the blink of an eye, Batty had turned on the dark purple silk bag. "Ladies first," he said, and handed the bag to Fleur. Fleur looked at the purple silk bag without hesitation, put her hand into the bag and took out a small and exquisite dragon model, a Welsh green dragon with a metal plaque on its neck which said no. Augustus couldn't help but nodded when he saw that Fleur had drawn the Welsh green dragon. After all, among the four dragon species, the Welsh green dragon was relatively the least aggressive. Next was Crumb, who reached into the bag and pulled out a bright red celestial fireball dragon with the number 3 tied around his neck. Harry also stepped up, put his hand into his pocket, and pulled out the silver-blue Swedish short-nosed dragon with a number 1 on its neck. In the end, only Augustus was left. He knew what he had left for himself. He walked up to 2.8, put his hand into the silk bag and took out the Hungarian horntail from it. Augustus looked down at the most dangerous dragon among the 4 dragon species. The Hungarian wasp in the palm of the hand spread its wings and turned its neck to Augustus to look at him, revealing small fangs, but because of its small size it looked a little cute. To be honest, Augustus still prefers to draw the celestial fireball dragon, even though he has already killed one in Romania before. "Okay, you all got it," Bagman said. "You have all drawn the fire dragon you are about to face, and the number on its neck is the order in which you will deal with the fire dragon, understand? I'm leaving for now. Come on, because I'm going to explain to the audience. Harry, you're the first to walk into that field as soon as you hear the whistle, you know." Potter's face paled and nodded. His mind was blank now, and he didn't know what he should do to deal with a powerful fire dragon. Although he barely had such a vague idea, even he felt a little bit about this method. Ridiculous. Soon the whistle sounded, and Potter walked out with trembling legs. After Potter left, only Augustus, Fleur, and Crumb were left in the tent. Clum was sitting in the corner, eyes closed, trying to be at his best, and he could tell he was nervous. Augustus said to Fleur, "Want to see the game?" "Huh, is it possible?" Furong was a little surprised. "Of course." Augustus chuckled lightly, a hazy light flashed across his hand and a black crow appeared. "Close your eyes, don't resist." Augustus' hand stroked Furong's eyes and the other hand lightly touched the phantom crow on his shoulder. Chakra connected the sight of the two together, and then he added his own part. The phantom crow flapped its wings and flew out of the tent, landing on the high platform built overnight behind the tent, overlooking the competition venue. When Furong opened her eyes again, she was surprised to find that she was in 2 different places at the same time and could see completely different scenery at the same time, which made Furong a little uncomfortable for her first experience. She deliberately avoided the scene in the tent and focused on the stadium surrounded by the audience. The number 1 Swedish short-nosed dragon was already there. It was a silver-blue fire dragon with a particularly striking appearance. It lay on the ground and spewed dazzling blue flames from its nostrils from time to time. Just like in the original book, Potter seemed a little overwhelmed after playing. He didn't even know how to cast a magic trick. He was chased around by the Swedish short-nosed dragon like a duck. If it wasn't for luck, it is estimated that it's been roasted long ago. In less than 2 minutes, Potter was driven behind a boulder by the Swedish short-nosed dragon with nowhere to run. As long as a few seconds later, when the boulder is burned and cracked, Potter will definitely be dead without a corpse. In desperation, Potter finally cast the first spell since the opening. Fire and lightning fly. The audience thought it would be some kind of powerful spell, but it turned out to be a flying spell from TMD. However, this weak chicken's flying spell saved Potter's life. Soon, a flying swept away flew over from a distance. Before the boulder was broken, our savior flew into the sky. Potter took a deep breath and seemed to want to capture the golden egg like a snitch, but was swept back by the Swedish short-nosed dragon's tail. Don't underestimate the persistence of a fire dragon to guard the dragon's eggs, especially a female dragon. This Swedish short-nosed dragon was obviously completely angered by Potter's actions. A weak reptile wants to steal its dragon egg. A burst of overwhelming blue flame breath rushed towards Potter. Potter fled in flames and sweeps. The enraged fire dragon is no fun. The Swedish short-nosed dragon broke free from the chain and chased after it, flapping its wings. After knocking down a piece of the audience, Potter disappeared into the sky with the Swedish short-nosed dragon. In this regard, both Augustus and Fleur were speechless. Is this really not illegal? Can you fly directly out of the arena? This dramatic scene also stunned the audience. They stared blankly at the direction in which Potter and the fire dragon disappeared, and some of them couldn't return to their senses. You do this, what are we looking at? A lot of people think this way. So at the beginning of the first game, there was a funny scene. Tens of thousands of spectators stared at an empty venue with big eyes. About 20 minutes later, under the impatient waiting of the audience, Potter finally came back in ragged clothes and scorched black, riding a flying sky and sweeping back, and behind him, the Swedish short-nosed dragon had disappeared. The corners of Augustus' mouth twitched. The Swedish short-nosed dragon must have been stunned. Then, as in the original book, Potter got the golden egg when the dragon disappeared. There was a cold scene on the audience stage, and then there was a sparse applause which was obviously a bit perfunctory. This kind of capture method is simply too tricky, or it's shit luck. After Potter succeeded, Augustus cut off the vision of the phantom crow, and Fleur came back to his senses. About to play, Furong suddenly didn't know what to say, and her beautiful little mouth hesitated. Soon the second whistle sounded. Furong took a deep breath, couldn't help hugging Augustus, and was about to turn around to go out but was pulled back by Augustus. Believe in yourself, the so-called fire dragon is actually nothing more than that. 99 Augustus looked at Furong's azure blue eyes and said softly. What she didn't notice was that the moment she turned around, the pattern of a large windmill flashed in Augustus' eyes. So far, only Augustus and Crumb were left in the tent. This Bulgarian Wang Xiahao even forgot to provoke Augustus. Even though Karkarov had taught him how to deal with it, he was still a little guilty. With loved ones behind her back, Fleur felt a lot more confident. The Welsh green dragon, the second opponent, was lying there lazily, and the golden egg was right under its right paw. It was very conspicuous, but how to get it was a problem. A pupil power inadvertently merged into Furong's wand. Fleur nodded and smiled at Augustus. Under the attention of all the audience, Hibiscus's beautiful figure began to act. At this time, Hibiscus had already passed through the passage and appeared in the sight of a illusory crow. Augustus didn't bother to pay any attention to Crumb and focused on watching the game. Furong stood far away from the green dragon, and the other party didn't seem to have any plans to get close to her. The green dragon was very lazy, and the organizer of the Triwizard tournament couldn't possibly take a few. Hungry dragons come to race, that's just murder. Under the watchful eyes of all the audience, Fleur took a smart dance step and approached the Welsh green dragon. She held a magic wand in her right hand and waved her arm gently, and the magic wand also drew a wonderful trajectory in the air. Along with the moving dance steps, Furong sang a psychedelic song. The voice was so ethereal. Although no one present understood the meaning of the lyrics, it did not prevent this wonderful singing from directly bringing the listener into a dream. The world of songs. Everyone's eyes were drawn to Furong's body, and even the fire dragon raised its neck slightly and looked towards this side. At this moment, it seemed that nothing else in the world was as important as this dance. Some wizards and wizards in the audience who were not firm enough had stood up unknowingly and made two walk towards Furong, but they were immediately tripped over by the person in front and fell to the ground. The resistance of the witches is slightly better, but even so, they unconsciously and without reason developed a little favor towards Fleur. Several referees on the summit platform looked at each other and found the surprise in each other's eyes. The smile on Madame Maxime's face was even more invisible. What a clever little girl. Dumbledore smiled and admired Madame Maxime. To be able to use the power in her blood so flexibly, at her age, it is already amazing. Humph Karkaroff snorted in disbelief. It's just a trick. Madame Maxime ignored Karkaroff's words at all. She smiled proudly and said, "Our Beauxbatons are determined to win this year's competition." Not to mention the open and secret struggle between several principals on the summit stage, Furong has already taken action. The previous dance steps and singing were just to reduce the vigilance of the Welsh Green Dragon, which was Vila's innate ability. Now, she's finally in a position where she can hit the Welsh Tilda Green Dragon 100%. At the top of the mahogany wand, a dazzling orange-red light shot out, and the Welsh Green Dragon, who had no time to dodge, was struck straight. This silly green dragon never thought that the little girl who was full of goodwill just now suddenly launched an attack. An enhanced version of fainting, and with some Vila abilities attached, basically no wizard can stay awake after being hit. The fire dragon, which was the direct target, was already drowsy at this time. Its long neck swayed weakly, and after swaying back and forth several times, it finally landed weakly on the ground together with its huge body, apparently falling asleep. Seeing this, Augustus slightly raised the corner of his mouth. The effect of Furong's blow is so remarkable, of course, he has his credit. You must know that the fire dragon's magic resistance is so strong that it is abnormal. The magic spell of Furong just now can't make the Welsh Green Dragon completely sleepy. The kaleidoscope pupil power he injected into the Furong wand is the key. At this time, the crowd in the audience was also fascinated by Furong's charm, so not many people cheered. Seeing that the green dragon was completely lethargic, Furong breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the golden egg with a fast pace. When the fire dragon fell just now, the golden egg rolled from its front paws to a farther place, glistening in the sunlight. Hibiscus passed through the sleeping fire dragon, only a few steps away from her victory. At this moment, a sudden change occurred, and the fire dragon, who had fallen asleep behind him, suddenly shrugged his nostrils, snored, and a violent flame was sprayed out, and the landing point happened to be in the direction of Hibiscus. The still awake audience couldn't help exclaiming, "This girl doesn't have eyes behind her back." Furong really did not expect such a change, until a burst of heat made her heart throb. When I turned around, the flames were already coming. It's too late to dodge. At this thrilling moment, a blue translucent barrier suddenly appeared in front of Furong, completely separating the flames without hurting Furong in the slightest. The audience was amazed. It turned out to be an alchemy item. Looking at this powerful effect, it is at least a master level, otherwise how could it not even shake the breath of the fire dragon? Karkaroff looked at Madame Maxime with hatred. I didn't expect Beauxbatons to have such a treasure. Madame Maxime also looked at the field in amazement, ignoring Karkaroff at all. She really didn't know that her disciple even had such a powerful tool. Is it the collection of the Delacour family? Dumbledore didn't know if it was exclamation or what, and looked at the shimmering jade necklace around Furong's neck with a thoughtful expression. As the client, Furong, of course, was the most surprised. She thought this hook jade necklace was just a simple token of love, but she did not expect it to be an extremely precious alchemy item. Furong held the hook jade necklace in one hand and was moved inwardly. But she also knew that now was not the time to be sentimental. The flame was separated by a blue barrier, and the golden egg was already in sight. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no movement from the fire dragon at this time, Furong quickly stepped forward and picked up the golden egg, holding it high in her hand. "Oh my God, she made it!" Bagman roared loudly. "It's amazing, 99. FLOWERS Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol." Seeing this, Augustus in the tent was relieved. Although he was fully prepared, he still felt a little uneasy about letting his woman do such a dangerous thing. Soon, Crumb also walked out of the tent under the whistle. Before leading away, he glanced at Augustus with some confusion. He didn't understand why Augustus looked nervous at all. When Crumb just came out of the other end of the passage, the nervous expression had disappeared from his face, and it had to be said that the Bulgarian was still a bit level. He quickly dodged behind a huge rock, trying to hide from the fire dragon's sight. On the other hand, the fire dragon didn't seem to notice this tiny reptile and was still lying lazily on the spot. "Very bold," shouted Bagman. "He's shown great courage. Ah yes, he's got the golden egg." The poor Swedish short-nosed dragon let out a shrill roar, stood up suddenly, and swept its outstretched wings and sturdy tail indiscriminately. The surrounding boulders splattered with the stone chips that were hit. The pain of being hit in the eyes made the fire dragon lose its mind, and large groups of flames spewed out from the nostrils to the surroundings. indiscriminately attacking the enemy who did not know where they were. Crumb let the fire dragon wreak havoc for more than 10 minutes before he cautiously flashed out from behind the boulder, moved to the position of the golden egg under the cover of the field, grabbed the golden egg and held it up high. Even with protective magic, the crowd in the audience involuntarily lowered their bodies, as if trying to avoid the scorching flames. I curse! A gray beam of light flew out from the wand, and before the dragon could react, it focused its eyes with great accuracy. The fire dragon has been so crazy for a long time, and then gradually slowed down. At this moment, its position is far away from the place where it started. It's just that the dragon eggs under the original fire dragon's feet have been smashed a lot by it unconsciously, and the audience can't help but let out a sigh, which is afraid of deducting points. Crumb shrank tightly behind the boulder, not daring to move. The dragon breath swept across the rock behind him, so powerful that it even destroyed the upper part of the rock. Crumb moved his body slowly, stretched out his wand from the side of the rock, and carefully aimed at the giant dragon, his hands constantly adjusting with the fire dragon's movements. After a long time, he finally used magic. Soon after the cheers for Crumb ended, the whistle sounded again. Hearing the whistle, Augustus couldn't help laughing. He knew that when it was time for him to perform, it was time for work. The overwhelming applause shattered the winter air like shattering glass. The first 3 warriors have completed their mission, so the audience will know who will play next. Next, I invite the warriors of Hogwarts, Augustus, to play. A loud voice came from the field. The figure of Augustus gradually disappeared in the tent, and in the next second his figure appeared in the field in a splendid flame. The audience was stunned for a moment, and then waves of cheers instantly drowned the entire arena. As a home player, Augustus is their most anticipated warrior. A chic way to play, said Bagman, with an extraordinary smile on his face. What appeared in front of Augustus was like a vividly colored dream. Hundreds of faces watched him from the stands above, and at the other end of the field stood the Hungarian horntail. It crouched low, guarding the golden egg, its wings half-folded, its wicked yellow eyes fixed on Augustus. This is an extremely large lizard-like reptile covered in scales. It twisted its spiky tail violently, leaving a few meters of potholes on the hard ground. Augustus stood on the ground, Zu-17's tall and straight figure like a beautiful landscape. Soon the whistle sounded. Then the game begins. Augustus slightly raised his lips, but before the game starts, should you bow to me in a friendly way, maybe I'll be merciful for this. Hungarian hornets, Augustus chuckled. The Hungarian horntail on the opposite side snorted disdainfully, completely ignoring Augustus' words. I said bow. Augustus raised his eyebrows, pointed his wand lightly, and an invisible giant hand pressed the head of the Hungarian horntail, and a strong force forced the dragon's head down. Roar, a humiliating roar burst out, and a red dragon breath was spit out from the slightly opened mouth of the horntail dragon. Augustus' body gradually became transparent, and the dragon's breath passed directly through his body. It's rude, Augustus sighed slightly. In his sigh full of laughter, above the sky, a blue thunder suddenly appeared and fell directly on his wand. The original silver magic wand, under the flash of thunder, gradually turned into a magic sword with a cold light. Holding a sword in one hand, Augustus stood in front of the 20-meter-long Hungarian horntail. Although he seemed thin, he had the might of a mighty army. Let you see what is the correct way to kill a dragon. Augustus's magnetic voice echoed in the arena. In the next second, a blue shimmer appeared under his feet, and a figure flashed across the terrain in an instant. At an altitude of 40 meters above, the golden sunlight circulated on the slender body, together with the sword body flickering with cold light, as if it was plated with a gorgeous coat of gold and jade. The audience narrowed their eyes, and under the attention of all the people, a translucent sharp sword light appeared on the long sword, and then it was cut out of thin air. The huge dragon's huge wings gathered and covered it, and with a loud bang, the body of the Hungarian wasp was slashed into the arena. The giant pit appears in the center of the field. As Augustus stood with the sword in hand, there was no wavering in his deep eyes. After a long time, the smoke and dust dissipated, a shrill roar went straight to the sky, and the giant dragon fluttered its wings. The crowd was like water. Augustus was dressed in gorgeous clothes, and the sky was shining on him, as if he was on the grand stage of the Colosseum in ancient Rome. What did I see? Bagman's face was a bit dull. A wizard with a long sword completely suppressed the Hungarian wasp. How is this possible? 35. Suffering a heavy blow in an instant, the Hungarian wasp roared angrily, shook its dizzy head, and soared up, its golden vertical eyes filled with coldness and anger. The deep wounds were dripping with blood. The fire dragon, which was on the verge of rage, paused slightly in midair, and a pressure gradually filled the arena. The next moment, the huge dragon body charged towards Augustus with a howling wind. Killing this humble bug was the only thought of the Hungarian wasp at the moment. The audience sucked in a breath of cold air. As the most aggressive Hungarian tree front of the four fire dragons, he exploded with all his strength at this moment, revealing the true ferocity and majesty belonging to the dragon race. The air burst and the huge wind pressure forced many viewers to narrow their eyes, and a pair of colorful oil paintings appeared in front of everyone. In the huge arena, a handsome young man holding a sharp long sword above the sky is a behemoth that covers the sun, a violent dragon like a tank that crushes everything with an unstoppable momentum oncoming. Furong covered her mouth and faced a Hungarian wasp who was completely in a state. Even her teacher could only avoid it for a while, let alone a wizard who abandoned his wand and used a sword to fight the dragon. Even though she knew that Augustus' strength was bottomless, Furong couldn't help but worry to the extreme. Not only Furong, but also the other girls in the stands, their hearts were tangled tightly and their eyes were all on Augustus. The long sword, which was flickering with cold light, did not have a hint of fireworks, and in an instant it slashed an icy arc and slashed at the top of the dragon wing. One person, one dragon, and one long sword were frozen at this moment for 673 hours. Leto stood up in a panic with a serious look and raised his wand. Ask for some flowers and a reward. Roar. The Hungarian horntail gave a terrified cry, as if walking towards him, a demon hidden in a human body. Under the mysterious and beautiful background music, Augustus walked gracefully towards the giant dragon on the side of the arena, as if taking a leisurely stroll. In the next second, a violent and powerful storm burst out from the point where the long sword and the dragon wing touched, and the ground of the arena seemed to have suffered a severe blow. Violent sand. Augustus still stood there, not backing away, as if the collision just now was just a lovely warm-up. The corners of Augustus' mouth rose slightly. The bright sunlight shone on his gorgeous robe. He waved his sword flower, and a beautiful, generous, and moving sad song could not help sounding in the field. The lyrics were completely incomprehensible language, although from the I have never heard of this language, but in the hearts of many audiences, the words of such a strange melody seem to have a soul-stirring power. Just listening to it, there is a feeling of prayer. The robes fluttered, Augustus' handsome face was still calm. In the pupils, the giant dragon was getting closer and closer, and the huge body gradually occupied the whole world. The next moment, the dragon wings were like killing a fly amid the exclamations of everyone. Generally, it comes with a collision speed and rushes down. The dragon wing on the side of the Hungarian horntail was completely bent into a twisted angle. The giant dragon let out a hoarse cry, and the huge body retreated to the side of the arena. In the arena, a low exotic song reverberated. Augustus, holding a long sword with a casual pace, gradually walked towards the giant dragon. The Hungarian hornets seemed to sense something, and they retreated again and again until they reached the very edge of the field. However, the nightmarish human in front of them was still walking towards it unhurriedly. The ballad seemed to have reached its final melody, and a sad rhythm was over. The long sword in Augustus's hand had already flashed a dangerous cold light. The sword was attached with a powerful armor-piercing spell, and the dragon's body was strong. Hard scales, indistinguishable from dead wood. The Hungarian horntail seemed to have already known its fate, with a hint of panic in its golden pupils. The collision just now made it completely lose its ability to resist. Augustus showed no mercy, a low-level animal named after a dragon, not worthy of his mercy at all. The 673 ballad was still the same. Augustus' figure flew up, like a dazzling lightning, a Ling-Lai stunning sword light passed by. A moment later, Augustus landed gracefully without a trace of blood on his sword, and behind him, a huge dragon head of the Hungarian horntail had already flown into the sky and then landed heavily on the arena. With this colleague, the touching exotic song also drew the last note in generosity and sorrow. The arena was silent for a moment, and then a terrifying cheer resounded throughout the venue. Countless spectators shouted and screamed, and the sound was deafening. Only Dumbledore, who was sitting on the referee's bench, sighed deeply. Augustus picked up the golden egg behind the dragon and raised his hand to the cheering audience. "What a splendid game," cried Bagman, "and this is the honor of Hogwarts, the first warrior to get the golden egg, the warrior to slaughter the dragon. There is no doubt that Mr. Augustus' used action proves to everyone what is the real warrior's way." The students at Hogwarts burst into cheers again, and even the fans of the other two schools began to burst out. It was scoring time, Madame Maxime raising her wand in the air. A long silver ribbon spewed out of the wand, twisting to form a large 10. In the past few days, she has also seen that her most beloved disciple is obviously fascinated by the most talented student at Hogwarts. In addition, Augustus's performance is indeed perfect, so she gave a 10 without hesitation. Next is Mr. Crouch. He spewed a 10 into the air. There was applause everywhere. Then there was Dumbledore. He gave 9 points. I don't know if it was intentional or just to avoid suspicion, this old guy didn't score full marks. Ludo Bagman 10 points. The cheers from the audience grew louder, then Karkaroff raised his wand. He paused for a moment, then his wand also spewed a number 10. Although Karkaroff is a sinister and cunning old fox, he is also a supporter of black magic. In the world of black magic, respecting the strong is an eternal law. Under the amazing performance of Augustus Kaka, Love finally put aside his prejudice and hit a 10. At this point, the game came to an end, and Augustus' score at this time was completely ahead. In fact, both Fleur's performance and Crumb's performance were remarkable before, but after the epic dragon-slaying feat of Augustus, they were all bland. The term warrior can only be truly deserved if it is crowned on Augustus. After returning to the tent, "You all did a good job," said Ludo Bagman, and he walked into the tent happily with a look of joy as if he himself had successfully killed a fire dragon just now. "Okay, I only have a few words to say." Old Barty Crouch was more composed. "The second project will start at 9:30 a.m. on 24th February next year, and until then you can take a long break, but we'll leave some questions for you to consider. You look down at those golden eggs you hold in your hands and you see they can be opened. See the seam there? Get ready, is it all clear? If there is no problem, you can go back." Augustus still looked so calm that he couldn't see that he had just slaughtered a Hungarian wasp. He took Furong's hand and walked out of the tent. After leaving the arena, the sweetness and admiration in Furong's eyes could no longer be concealed. After the two had a tryst in the quiet mountain forest for a while, Furong said curiously, "By the way, what was the last tune you hummed? Although I've never heard it before, it's really nice." Augustus chuckled lightly. "It's a really good ballad. I read it in an ancient book. It's called The Dragon Elegy. Time is like water, although the first project flies by, but the impact it brings is no longer as simple as a simple competition. Warriors, what is a warrior?" Before the game started, many people were very vague about this concept. Inheriting the destiny, following the honor, fighting for the school, standing for themselves, everyone has their own concept of warriors. But I have to say that the way Potters competed in front of them all disappointed the supporters a little. Flying broomsticks, fainting, eye curses, all of them were tricks. Using tricks to get around the dragon to get the golden egg, there is nothing wrong with this, but it is by no means what the audience really expects. Until the long sword that cut through the sky and the handsome figure appeared. I still remember that in the huge arena, one person, one sword, an exotic song, and a thin figure, the most ferocious dragon among the 4 fire dragons could not lift his head with one hand, a fire, a beam of light, burning in the hearts of countless audiences. What is a warrior? This is a warrior. No matter whether you are a dragon or a dementor, I will destroy it by myself. For these wizards who have lived in peaceful times since childhood, they have not burned such hot blood for a long time, as long as they are men who doesn't have the pride of the 19 continents. Who doesn't have the bloody spirit of Zilai to slaughter the dragon. It is true that wizards need to be calm and rational, but when the real battle comes, this kind of momentum and pride that I face alone against thousands of troops is what everyone yearns for the most. That piercing sword light redefines the concept of a warrior in people's minds. Augustus inspired the hearts of countless audiences with his actions. This night, I don't know how many wizards dreamed that he was in the spotlight like that person, sword fighting and dragon, blood on the battlefield. The power of idols is indeed infinite, and since that day, many young wizards have begun to forge their own magic swords. This also led to the birth of the profession of melee wizard a few years later. Because of his dragon slaughter, wizards are no longer limited to long-range combat, which Augustus did not expect. That night, Snape provided a large amount of food and drink for the Slytherin students, and Draco even asked Snape for fire whiskey. In the Slytherin common room, cheers and noise erupted again and again. There were hills of cakes on the tables and chairs and jugs of pumpkin juice and butterbeer. Someone set off some laborious fireworks and many stars and sparks flickered in the air. Horn hung up several striking new banners, most of them depicting Augustus beheading the Hungarian horntail. After celebrating for a long time, Marcus took the golden egg that Augustus placed on the table, weighed it with both hands and said, "Come on, open it up and let's see what's inside." This was the highlight of the whole party. Everyone gathered together and Crabbe and Goyle lifted his 673 steadily. "I really want to see what's inside," the little snakes responded one after another. "Do you really want to open it?" Augustus asked with a smile. "Want to see it?" Draco said impatiently. He seemed to be looking forward to it more than anyone else. Augustus smiled mysteriously and said to his little cousin, "Then you can open it." With Augustus' approval, Draco excitedly took the golden egg. Using his fingernails, he dug into a groove in the golden egg and pried it open. It was empty, but the moment Draco opened it, a terrifying high-pitched scream filled the room. "Close it," Alice cried, covering her ears with her hands. Seeing the little snakes couldn't take it anymore, Augustus laughed sigh and locked the golden egg. "What's that?" Alice asked, staring at the golden egg like the cry of a female ghost. The crowd had a heated discussion, and no one could convince anyone. Seeing their heated discussion, Augustus shook his head and walked out quietly. He also wants to accompany the girl who has been worrying about him all day. Hermione sat alone in the room of requirement, her hands folded in front of her chest. Occasionally, the wood in the stove cracked, and she stared at the stove with a blurred gaze. Her mind is now full of Augustus's dreamlike performance during the day, slaying the dragon with one sword, just like the hero in the epic. But while the girl was proud, she was also a little disappointed, because, from the end of the game to the present, she hadn't been able to say a word to Augustus. She saw Augustus with Fleur with Penello, but didn't come to her. Thinking of this, Hermione couldn't help feeling a little sad if only the senior belonged to her. Just when Hermione was dreaming and melancholy, a pair of warm hands suddenly hugged her from behind. What? In Thursday's Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall always had a thoughtful look, and she didn't announce the matter until the end of the class. "I have a few words for you all." As the students watched, Professor McGonagall said, "The Christmas ball is coming up, a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament and a great opportunity for us to socialize with foreign guests. Well, the ball is only open to 4th graders and up, but if you like, a junior student could be invited." Hearing Professor McGonagall's announcement, the girls' eyes suddenly lit up. They looked at the boys around them, and in the end they all set their eyes on the expressionless Augustus with some dreamy anticipation in their eyes. No matter in terms of strength, appearance, background, or temperament, there is no one in the school better than His Royal Highness the Slytherin Prince. For these ordinary girls, Augustus is simply the perfect dream lover. Although many girls have not even been able to summon the courage to go up and talk to Augustus for so long. But now, as a warrior to participate in the dance, Augustus must have a female companion, although the odds may be 1 in 10,000, but after all, there is still a chance. If he can be selected, he will not only be able to stand out in front of all the girls in the school, but if he can develop, I am afraid that in the future, it will be as dazzling as an ugly duckling transformed into a swan. This fairy tale temptation touched the girls' hearts like poppies. "Put on your gowns," Professor McGonagall continued. "The ball will be in the Great Hall at 8 o'clock on Christmas night and end at 12 o'clock at midnight." "Listen." Professor McGonagall wanted to add something, but was embarrassed to find that almost all the girls in the classroom didn't pay attention to her anymore. The girls' eyes were all turned to Augustus, who was sitting in the center with a calm expression. "Brothers, ask for some flowers and a monthly pass." As the saying goes, beauties love heroes no matter what country they are in. This is the same truth, not to mention that a hero is a dazzling male god with a prominent family background and flawless perfection. Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly. Which girl is not pregnant if she is so young? I am afraid that the Prince Charming in her heart is no different from it. Forget it, let them go. The Christmas ball definitely gave us the opportunity to loosen our hair and relax, Professor McGonagall said to the girls. The girls all laughed, obviously looking forward to the next Christmas ball. If it wasn't for class time, they might have gone up to surround Augustus long ago. Alice's beautiful pupils were full of anticipation. She quietly held her chin and looked at Augustus, who was as deep as ever. Dance partner, who would he choose? To be honest, she was completely disdainful of all the girls in the classroom who turned their attention to Augustus. Among these people, except Penello, who would dare to ignore his halo and take the initiative to contact him. Sparrows are sparrows after all, and opportunities are always given to those who are well prepared. Even if the person selected in the end is not me, I am afraid it will never be your turn. Thinking of this, Alice couldn't help sighing slightly, but how could it be my turn? In the girl's mind, the picture of Penello's sweet smile suddenly flashed, and then the bright and moving look of Furong flashed. Yes, how could there be less beautiful girls around him? For the countless girls who loved to dream in the 3 schools, the gorgeous ball, the handsome prince, the elegant dance, everything is like Cinderella who is about to put on the crystal slipper, full of romance and anticipation. The handsome and tall figure of Augustus is their deepest desire. Facing the crowds of young girls, Augustus was really helpless. As soon as the news of the dance party came out, the girls from the 3 schools, like cats smelling honey, haunted the countless paths that Augustus traveled. Since a beautiful girl in the 3rd grade took the first step bravely with the encouragement of her peers, the trend has been out of control since then. It is hard to imagine that the usually reserved and self-reliant girls from various colleges, on the eve of the upcoming dance, are like filling up a bowl of chocolates for Augustus, and they are bound to win it in one fell swoop. In order to avoid being too conspicuous, Augustus has been completely alone after class. and he is worried that the too warm atmosphere around him will affect Penelo. It's a pity that he underestimated the well-prepared witty girls who tracked clocks, scented candies, marker paints, and various magic props, and at this moment they showed their magical powers. Who knows when the wizarding world has become so insecure? Naturally, for these girls, in addition to looking for a place with beautiful and unique scenery to pretend to be casual encounters, plus casually asking if there is a dance partner, would I be a dance partner? The method of performing a very high level of skill. When asking a question, the facial expression must be innocent, with a hint of shyness in the eyes, and the most important thing is to show your own characteristics. I tried my best. For Augustus, how to politely refuse and pretend to be helpless to issue a good card is also extremely technical. First of all, you need to try your best to express regret. After all, someone else invited you actively, so even if you are 1 or 2 years older than you or 4 or 5 years younger than you, also need to show the demeanor of a gentleman, gentle rejection. For a young girl, to take the risk of being looked down upon by everyone and summon up the courage to take the initiative to invite. As a man, it would be too much to refuse directly without showing mercy. For girls, Augustus still shows some extra tolerance. On weekdays, Augustus, who usually goes in and out with Penelo, suddenly found out that Hogwarts had accommodated so many girls after he was alone for a few days. Or even Slytherin, many girls who seem to have never met before are like a gorgeous fantasy scenery, and the crowds are passing by suddenly. Not to mention the sadness of those girls who were rejected by Augustus. To be honest, Augustus is indeed a little distressed now. Because as one of the warriors of the Triwizard Tournament, he must choose a dance partner. And the same is true of Fleur, who is also a warrior, and the Christmas ball needs them to dance. If it was an ordinary dance, Augustus would definitely choose Penelo, because the girl had the deepest relationship with him. But now, Fleur must also need a dance partner, there is no doubt about that. If he goes with Penelo, Fleur will definitely be alone. Of course, Augustus couldn't stand Fleur dancing with the other boys, not even at random, so in Augustus's expectation, his dance partner was Fleur. So, what about Penelo, Hermione, Cho, and even Angelina and Katie Bell? Can't let the girls not go to the dance or just go there alone. Just when Augustus felt a little headache, not far away, Angelina and Katie happened to appear in his sight. The two girls seemed to be discussing something and they laughed happily. The boys around them were stunned by their bright appearance. Many people went up to invite them, but they were all rejected. Looking at Angelina and Katie not far away, Augustus's eyes suddenly lit up. He knew how to solve the problem of the dance partner. In the Gryffindor lounge, Ron shrunk down in his seat. Harry, it's time for you to act as a warrior. It would be too humiliating to have no dance partner at that time. After Porter passed the first game, the two reconciled at some point. Harry sighed, a demure and gentle figure flashed through his green pupils, and he murmured slightly. I don't know if she has been invited, but now I might have no chance to go. Does Augustus have a dance partner? Harry muttered, his chin off in frustration. Hermione frowned slightly but said nothing. Harry, you are different from us. You are a warrior. What kind of girl has you invited? It's better for you to take the initiative, otherwise the good girl will really be picked. Began to count down Harry. A trace of frustration and jealousy flashed on Ron's face, and he said sullenly, with his current reputation, even Crumb among the 3 schools is completely incomparable to him. How could he lack a dance partner? You are too naive. 35. Hearing the conversation between the two, Hermione's beautiful eyes flashed with anticipation and melancholy. Will the senior come to invite me? What are you talking about? Ron asked curiously. I mean, Arya is actually pretty good. I should think about inviting her. Harry pretended to be mature. Come on, 35. Hermione curled her lips dismissively. She had been taken away by Fred. What? Ron's face changed slightly and then he was exhausted again. Even his compatriot has a dance partner at 2.8. It seems that he is a completely forgotten tragic supporting role. What's the matter? Potter asked. He just invited Fleur de Lacquer to the dance with him, said Ginny. She seemed to be trying desperately to hold back her laughter, but still patted Ron's arm sympathetically. I don't know how I would do such a thing, said Ron, desperate and annoyed. I feel like a fool. It's full of people, I'm dizzy everyone. Watching, I met her as I walked down the hall. She was standing there talking to Augustus, surrounded by the Beauxbatons girls, and I suddenly couldn't help myself, went up and asked her. She looked at me like I was a sea cucumber or something. She didn't bother to answer at all. Then, I don't know, I suddenly came back to my senses and ran away. She's partly Vila, Potter said sympathetically. You were right, her grandmother was a Vila. It's not your fault, I bet she was doing that magic on Augustus, and you just happened to pass by and was hit one by one. The two sat face to face with a sigh like a pair of brothers and sisters. After encouraging each other, they quickly returned to the dormitory. Snow fell on the castle and grounds on Christmas morning. Beauxbaton's light blue wagon looked like a frosted pumpkin in winter, and the little icing gingerbread house next to it was Hagrid's cabin. On the side of Durmstrang's ship a layer of ice had formed, and it became smooth and translucent, and the rigging was dyed with a layer of hoarfrost. After waking up from their sleep, Slytherin's little snakes spent the morning exchanging gifts and gleefully opening them. Then they went back to the auditorium for a sumptuous lunch consisting of at least 100 turkeys and a huge pile of Christmas puddings and a mountain of Crepecci wizard biscuits. In the afternoon, they came to the field outside. The snow was so white that almost no one had stepped on it, except for a deep footprint made by Durmstrang and Beauxbaton's students when they returned to the castle. No one hates snowball fights in snowy weather, at least you can build a snowman or something. The students tossed until the evening, until it was getting dark and it was not easy to aim at the target. And then they returned to the lounge to prepare for the dance that started at 8 o'clock. At about 7:30, Augustus changed into his evening dress for the evening, walked out of the bedroom and came to the common room. The Slytherin students in the common room were all stunned, and the boys all showed their faces. Envy and the girls have peach blossoms in their eyes. I saw Augustus wearing a silk gown made of black velvet. Although it looks simple if you look closely, you will find that every stitch and every thread is just right, and the crisp tailoring makes the whole dress look strong. Neat and stylish, it further brings out the handsome temperament of Augustus. This was specially customized at Mrs. Mawkins not long ago. It doesn't seem to be too gorgeous, but the materials of the clothes are all of the highest quality. The price of an evening dress has reached 500 gold galleons, which is already it is completely beyond what ordinary students can imagine. Similar to Augustus's clothes, it is his younger cousin. The clothes of the two were made together in Mrs. Malkin's shop, and they were all black velvet fabrics. The difference is that Augustus' dress should be more brief and lively, and it looks more clean and neat. Malfoy is known as the White Peacock family, and it has always been a selling point for luxury. Draco's dress is decorated with various gems, and the colors are very dazzling. If he is not at Hogwarts at the moment but walking in London in the alley, I am afraid that I will be robbed immediately. On Augustus' robe, there was simply a circle of silver runes on the neckline and cuffs. Although it didn't look as conspicuous as Draco, it added a touch of mystery. At least, with Draco's poor knowledge of ancient runes, he didn't even understand a single symbol. Augustus remembered that this kid seemed to have told him before that he was inviting Astoria's older sister or younger sister. It should be called Daphne. Although she was not very beautiful, she was definitely more beautiful than Pansy in the original book. Going down the stairs to the auditorium floor through the stone windows in the castle wall, Augustus saw that a lawn in front of the castle had been turned into a grotto, and it was shimmering with fairy lights, which meant that there were several hundreds of living fairies, either sitting in a rose bush conjured by magic or flapping their wings on a statue. Those statues appear to be Santa and his reindeer. After arriving in the hall, Augustus met his dance partner. I saw Furong standing there waiting for him, her long silver hair like seaweed slipping down her chest in front of her. She was wearing a black evening dress with an off-the-shoulder high fork. Her skin was like snow, and it looked like a blooming white lotus under the faint light, and she was white and charming. The pair of one legs blooms silent temptation under the long skirt in black. The Vila bloodline has a unique charm bonus. Just standing there, Furong has a soul-stirring charm. At this moment, everyone knows what it means to be overwhelming. Augustus also felt a burst of surprise. He didn't expect Furong to be so charming after wearing a gorgeous evening dress. After being stunned for a moment, Augustus gracefully stepped forward, took Furong's white and tender jade hand, kissed her, and said, "Tonight you are the most beautiful." Just when everyone present was amazed by the pair of immortal-like dance partners, another person came to the hall. After seeing who was coming, the students exclaimed again. It was Hermione who appeared. I saw the girl wearing a long dress made of elegant light purple-blue fabric, with a purple belt embroidered with butterflies, and her waist became more and more slender. Her hair was no longer messy, but soft and shiny. Now pulled up in an elegant bun at the back of her head, all in all, she looked very beautiful. And somehow her temperament was different, perhaps just because she had taken off the two things she usually carried around her body. More than 10 thick books. It wasn't the most surprising thing. The most surprising was the man holding Hermione's hand, asking for flowers. A very beautiful, handsome boy with red hair. He looked a little shy. He was holding Hermione's hand and walking down the stairs step by step. All the people present didn't know this handsome boy who seemed to appear out of thin air. Only the Weasley twins and Ron frowned in confusion. This boy gave them a familiar feeling. Crumb looked at the boy with a bit of astonishment and jealousy. He had invited Hermione before, but was rejected by the girl without hesitation. Seeing the beautiful Hermione and the good-looking boy beside her, Augustus couldn't help but smile. Of course he knew this boy, wasn't it his little maid Ginny? That's right, of course this guy can't stand his woman dancing with other people, so he came up with this solution. A little illusion coupled with some simple makeup brought the current scene. Just when everyone was surprised who the boy beside Hermione was, Q appeared. I saw Q wearing a pure white off-the-shoulder long dress, her beautiful collarbone looming, and the dress material was as white as transparent, slightly reflective but not exposed at all, looking like an elf who fell into the mundane world. The hem of the skirt is an arc from high to low, and it is slightly puffed up gracefully, revealing the girl's pair of jade-like white and slender legs, and the skirt corners are full. Diamonds dotted with diamonds are like countless beautiful morning dew. Holding Q's hand, it was a tall, handsome man with shoulder-length hair, with a unique temperament that complemented Q's. It was Penello who also relied on illusions and makeup to appear. As soon as these two dance partners appeared, all the light in the hall focused on them. Augustus's illusion technique was the pinnacle, and no one could tell that the two strange and handsome boys were actually girls pretending to be. The chattering crowd made way for them to pass. Professor McGonagall wore a red tartan robe with an ugly wreath of thistles around the brim. She told them to wait by the door and let the others in first. After the students were all seated, they lined up to enter the auditorium, and Augustus stood there like a noble prince. In short, these three pairs of dance partners were enviable. Whether it is Furong, Hermione, or Q, they are all the most beautiful girls in the field, and other girls have lost their luster when compared with them. At this time, Professor McGonagall's voice sounded, "Please come here, warriors." Looking at Q and Penello's uncontrollable smiles, Augustus could see that the two girls seemed to be having a good time. To be honest, you can also use shadow clones, but I always feel a little twisted. So I thought of this method. I personally think there should be no problem. If you don't like it, don't spray it. Work. Indeed, it was the first time that Penello had disguised herself as a man, and on such occasions, this novel perspective made girls find it very interesting. Under the instructions of Professor McGonagall, the students quickly took their seats in a hustle and bustle. After sitting down, their eyes turned to the four warriors. Obviously, everyone knew that they were the protagonists of the night. The little hand held by Augustus walked in the front. He and Fleur are both warriors in the Triwizard Tournament, and the combination of the two is obviously the most eye-catching. Of course, it wasn't just their warrior status that caught the eye. Augustus is the most outstanding boy in the three schools. No matter in appearance, temperament, or strength, just a slight smile on the corner of his mouth can make all the girls in the room bump into each other. That handsome and tall figure is the dance partner of many girls' dreams. And Furong, after putting on a gorgeous and charming evening dress, completely showed her charm of all beings. Her beautiful face and graceful figure are enough to make any male intoxicated. The combination of the two is truly a match made in heaven. Augustus took Furong's hand and walked at the front. The students only felt that all the light in the hall was concentrated on the two of them. The aesthetic feeling was as perfect as a painting created by God himself. The girls below looked at Furong with envy, so why didn't they want to be Augustus' dance partner? Compared with Augustus and Fleur, the latter two warriors are obviously much inferior. Crumb is okay. The dance partner he is holding is a shy girl from Hufflepuff. She looks sweet, but her temperament is not outstanding. Overall, it is not bad. And Potter, his dance partner, surprised everyone. It turned out to be a black girl, although this girl's skin is not as black as coal, but it is also darker than bronze, wearing a long pink dress no matter how it looks. It is basically certain that this girl is all the boy picked the rest, and was invited by Potter. The Indian sisters, who were supposed to accept the invitation of Potter and Ron, fell in love with Augustus at first sight a few years ago. Although they failed to get their wish this time, their vision has also improved a lot. Naturally, they did not accept these two fools. Invitation. That black girl should be a fringe figure in Gryffindor. She seems to be called Akira, and being watched by so many people, Akira suddenly felt a little embarrassed and her face was blushing, although no one could see the redness. Yes, but the black girl did look shy. Immediately, the Gryffindor students covered their faces. It's too embarrassing for you, a warrior, to find such a person as a dance partner, and in front of the students of the other two schools, don't you think it's too disgraceful to Hogwarts? Not only the students were ashamed, but Professor McGonagall also had a livid face. If she knew that Potter's taste was so unique, she would have appointed him a dance partner so that she would not be ashamed and thrown abroad now. But now that the boat is done, Potter has walked over holding the black girl's hand. Professor McGonagall, who was greatly at a loss, could only sigh deeply when he saw this. If only August were a student of Gryffindor. In fact, Potter himself felt ashamed for a while and wanted to find a hole to crawl in. He suddenly felt how unnecessary this Christmas ball was. Potter was really too cowardly, and he was no different from Ron's cowardice. After being rejected by Q, he never dared to take the initiative to ask girls out. Finally, when he realized that the deadline for the prom was approaching, and only when he had to dance as a warrior did he bite the bullet and start looking for a partner. However, where can he find a dance partner at this time? Most of the girls have accepted the invitations of others, and there are only a few girls who have no dance partners. Among them, this black girl Akira is already very beautiful. In the end, in order not to become the only warrior without a dance partner in the history of the competition, Potter could only groan in pain and hold the black girl's hand. Under the watchful eyes of all the students in the three schools, Potter could only feel his face burning hot, as if every step he took, someone had used all his strength to slap him in the face. Embarrassed, he walked towards the middle of the hall. Halfway through, Potter's eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure among the students. It's Autumn. Looking at Q, who was dressed in a white dress and embellished with diamonds and stars, Potter was stunned. What a nice view, Q Ping is very beautiful. After wearing the evening dress specially customized by Augustus, she looks like a fairy. The unique charm of Oriental beauty blooms perfectly under the background of the clothes, which makes Potter unable to take his eyes away. In the absence of attention, Potter accidentally stumbled on something and threw himself on the black girl Akira beside him. In order to keep his balance and not fall, Potter put all his strength on Akira, the black girl. To outsiders it was like a loving hug. As for Potter, he first saw the suffocating Autumn and then saw Akira, the shy black beauty in 677's arms. He almost spit out his lunch, his face was pale, and he quickly retracted his movements and continued stiffly. Go forward. Finally, the four warriors finally walked the red carpet under the leadership of Professor McGonagall. Potter couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, but there was still a lingering expression on his face. The hug just now was like a nightmare. He couldn't get it out of his mind, his expression was stiff now, and he didn't dare to look at the dance partner beside him. But after this action, whether it was a boy or a girl, the eyes that looked at him were a little weird. Several black girls looked at Potter with a little more eagerness to try. Immediately, there was an uproar in the audience, and many boys couldn't help but turn their heads. The picture was too beautiful to look directly at. It turns out that Potter's taste is so heavy. The only ones whose eyes became happy were the few black girls at Hogwarts. Oh my god, it turns out that Potter likes our skin color. Why doesn't he say anything? Oh, what a shy boy. Augustus also caught a glimpse of Potter embracing Akira, the black girl, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Hogwarts' face was completely lost by this guy. After this short walk, the students applauded enthusiastically. The walls of the auditorium were covered with gleaming silver frost. The ceiling was a starry night, and there were hundreds of garlands of mistletoe sprigs and ivy. The 4 academy tables were gone, replaced by 100 small lanternlit tables, with a dozen or so people seated at each table. The warriors came to the front of the guest seat. Dumbledore smiled happily, Karkaroff saw Krum getting closer and closer, and nodded with satisfaction. Bagman was wearing a bright purple robe with big yellow stars printed on it tonight, and he slapped his hands with the same enthusiasm as his classmates. Madame Maxime stripped off her usual black satin uniform and wore a flowing robe of lilac. However, Mr. Crouch did not come. In the 5th seat next to the table is Percy Weasley, who just graduated from Hogwarts last year, and he can climb fast enough, Augustus thought contemptuously. The warriors and their dance partners walked to the table. Augustus took Fleur's little hand and sat down together, and the two smiled at each other. I've been promoted, Percy said before Harry could speak in his tone. You'd think he'd just been elected supreme ruler of the universe. I'm now Mr. Crouch's personal assistant. I am here on his behalf, 35s. Hearing this idiot's triumphant words, Augustus didn't even look at him at all. It won't take long for this dreadful Weasley to have a shit-eating expression. And he doesn't even bother to clean up such a guy. There was no food on the shiny golden plates yet, but there was a small menu in front of everyone. Augustus glanced at it casually, and it was quite rich. Dumbledore looked at his menu carefully, then pointed to his plate and said very clearly, pork chops. The pork chops came right out. The others at the table suddenly realized that they followed suit and ordered their favorite food on the plate. Fleur was clearly interested in this way of ordering and ordered several French favorites, as well as a few for Augustus. Krum was chatting with her dance partner, but her eyes were always on Hermione in the student seat. We also have a castle, not as big as this one, he said to his dance partner, who didn't seem to listen to Krum much and kept looking at Krum with a rosy face. Obviously not interested in his own, the dance partner is very satisfied. In this girl's opinion, although Krum is not as good as Augustus, she is already very good compared to other boys. I believe that after this dance she will be envied by everyone for a long time. Our venue it's more spacious than here but the days are short in winter, and in summer we're flying outside every day over lakes, over mountains. Crumb was still talking indifferently. Okay, Victor, Karkaroff said and laughed, but there was no smile in his cold eyes. Tell her your national team's expedition is very exciting, is not it? The old fox felt that Crumb had revealed too many secrets. Augustus felt a little bored, so he chatted with Fleur the whole time. The girl was beautiful today, and sitting next to him made him feel good. Fleur clearly prefers Bubaston to the heavier Hogwarts. The girl looked at the starlit walls around the auditorium and said to Augustus, "At Beauxbaton's castle, our auditorium is filled with ice sculptures at Christmas. Of course, they don't melt like giant diamonds. Statues gleaming in the auditorium. Food is top-notch. We also have a choir of mountain fairies who serenaded us while we ate. We don't have any of these armors on our walls, and if any prank student breaks in, enter Beauxbatons and you'll be kicked out like that," Fleur said, looking at Peeves, who was hiding in the armor. Augustus squeezed Fleur's nose with a smile. "If you like, I will take you to my castle this holiday, which is much more beautiful than Hogwarts and can be arranged as you wish." "Dear, do you have a castle too?" Hearing Augustus' indulgent words, Fleur opened her mouth in surprise. Augustus hadn't told her about Ice Lake Castle before. There's no girl who doesn't want to live in a beautiful castle. Of course, the beautiful princess must live in the castle. Augustus looked at Furong's azure blue eyes and said with a smile. Hearing Augustus' words, Furong smiled sweetly, and her charming face became even more charming under the illumination of the lights. Then Furong happily asked about Ice Lake Castle, and the two chatted happily while enjoying a delicious dinner. After about half an hour, when everything was finished, Dumbledore stood up and told his classmates to stand up too. Then he waved his wand and flew some of the tables to the wall, leaving an open space in the middle. He turned into a high stage again, attached to the right wall with a drum set, a few guitars, a lute, a cello, and some organs on it. At this time, the eccentric sisters rushed onto the stage together, and the audience burst into thunderous applause. They looked a little non-mainstream, wearing black robes that were deliberately torn. They took up their instruments, the lanterns at the other tables went out, and the other warriors and their dance partners stood up. The weird sisters play a slow, sad tune. Professor McGonagall gestured towards the Augustus group. Obviously, it was time for them to dance. Augustus smiled, bowed his body gracefully, and said to Furong, "Beautiful Miss Furong, do you intend to dance?" Looking at the handsome and charming Augustus, Fleur smiled slightly, nodded, and entered the dance floor with Augustus. The two Wang Jiajiao, one was handsome and the other was charming, and as soon as they entered the venue, they grabbed all attention. Augustus's dance steps are perfect. His aristocratic cultivation has been cultivated from the Naruto world, and now every movement reveals nobility and elegance, but in the dance steps he is like a noble prince. And Fleur, who grew up in a romantic country like France, is naturally very familiar with dance. And with her almost perfect body and face, every movement reveals a captivating beauty. A waltz danced to the beautiful tune of Augustus' eccentric sisters. The dance steps of the two were extremely smooth and pleasing to the eye, and the surrounding students and professors were all stunned. It was not until the two finished the dance that everyone came back to their senses. What a nice view. When Augustus held Furong's hand and gestured to everyone, the people present were amazed in their hearts. Early the next morning, Augustus arrived at the venue, sunny but still cold. The seats that surrounded the Fire Dragon Field last November are now lined up in layers on the other side of the lake, reflecting their reflections in the lake below. I don't know when a high platform was built on the shore, and a long plank road stretched out in the direction of the lake. It looked like an enlarged diving platform. Because it was built on the lake, the plank road was filled with a layer of misty water vapor. There are also golden tables and chairs on the high platform, which are estimated to be prepared for the referees. To be honest, Augustus didn't like taking a trip to Black Lake in this weather. As time passed, more and more people were in the stands until the seats were full. Dumbledore and other referees also stepped onto the high platform one after another and sat on the golden chairs specially prepared for them. Soon, Fleur also came to the high platform accompanied by Madame Maxime. Crumb was wearing only one pair of swimming trunks all over his body, revealing his strong muscles, which caused many girls to scream. Furong was wearing a tight-fitting diving suit. Although there was no part of her body exposed, her graceful and concave figure outlined by the tights attracted a lot of whistling from the stands. The French girl, who was absolutely confident in her own charm, was not affected at all. But fortunately she threw a wink at Augustus openly, making Augustus unable to laugh or cry. Augustus wasn't wearing diving-friendly clothes, and to be honest, he didn't intend to get himself in the water. which is definitely not a pleasant experience to soak in the cold lake water in this weather. Before the last warrior Potter arrived, Augustus looked in the direction of the stands, and after scanning back and forth twice, he found that Gabriel was not there either. It seemed that little Loli was indeed what Fleur needed to rescue. After a while, under everyone's attention, Potter ran over from afar and shouted out of breath, I'm here. He slipped in the mud and stopped, splashing Crumb's panties. Crumb gave Potter a gloomy look, almost not having a seizure. "Where have you been?" said Percy Weasley resentfully, temporarily replacing the absent Mr. Crouch. "The game is about to begin." All right, Percy," Bagman said lightly, "let him catch his breath." After Potter took a few breaths, Bagman came among the warriors and ordered them to line up on the plank 10 feet apart. He pointed his wand to his throat as he did at the World Cup and said, "The voice is loud," and his voice, like thunder, swept across the dark lake to the stands. "Listen, our warriors are in their places. As soon as I whistle, the second project begins. They have a full hour to take back what was stolen from them. I count to 3 ==. High-pitched whistles echoed in the cold, still air. There was a burst of cheers and applause from the stands. Crumb took the lead. He tapped his forehead lightly with his wand and jumped from the high platform into the water. His head began to deform in midair, transforming into the head of a shark before falling into the water. Crumb's swimming skills have obviously been strictly trained, and the audience in the stands saw him fiddle with his hands and feet a few times, and then quickly swam to the bottom of the lake. Augustus shook his head in disdain. He was really half-baked, and even transfiguration could only make him a half-idiot. Crumb is deformed in this way, except that he can use shark gills to breathe in the water. He has no use. He needs to use his legs to swim, and the speed is too slow. Oh, maybe he can scare people with that ridiculous shark head. Potter also jumped after feeding himself a dollop of dark green stuff, but looked visibly lacking in confidence. Hibiscus followed, waved her wand, and a circular air bubble appeared on the girl's head, wrapping her head tightly. The girl was about to jump off to say hello to Augustus when she was pulled back. Furong looked at her darling in confusion, not knowing what Augustus wanted to do. "It's too cold in the water, come with me." Augustus smiled and said only one sentence. Furong's beautiful face has a more puzzled look. Isn't this a competition in the water? However, without waiting for Fleur to ask again, Augustus made his move. I saw Augustus stepping into the void and walking to the passing through the algae area. A new vista emerges suddenly from the darkness ahead. A jungle of undulating, tangled black weeds, wide flat sands strewn with gleaming pebbles. At this time, it was close to the middle of the Black Lake. Augustus's eyes penetrated through the gray and treacherous lake water and looked at the dark shadow in the distance. Jump out immediately in the next second. In Augustus's vision, he saw a green water plant not far ahead, 2 feet deep, like a very lush lawn. At this moment, a monster with a witch's face, long green hair, green skin, sharp green teeth, and a bloody mouth is crouching in the grass, ready to catch the passing warriors at any time, and brutally tortured him. "Are you there?" Augustus thought silently. All kinds of fish swam lightly along the road, and after feeling the breath of the ice lake lizard dragon, they all fled like colorful darts. The mermaid's song echoed in the lake. "Only an hour's time to find and recapture what we took." Augustus saw a large rock appear in the turbid lake ahead, painted with many mermen, 17 with spears in their hands, chasing what looked like giant squid. Augustus made the ice lake lizard swim in pursuit of the mermaid's song. "Don't delay any longer, time is passing. Lest what you're looking for rot here." As the singing became clearer and clearer, many rough stone dwellings appeared in all directions, with algae on them. Augustus saw faces in those dark windows, faces so different from mermaids, an angel and a monster. The merman's skin was iron gray, and the dark green hair was long and disheveled. Their eyes are yellow, their teeth are broken, and they wear pebbles strung with thick ropes around their necks. Ice lake lizards swam from above, casting a shadow. The daring mermaid also ran out of the cave, holding a spear in his hand, slapping the lake with a strong and powerful silver tail. But when they saw clearly what was above their heads, they were so frightened that they hurried back to the stone dwelling and never dared to come out again. Augustus and Fleur stood on the backs of the ice lake lizard and looked around. Soon there were more and more stone dwellings, and some dwellings had gardens around them. Augustus saw a little green lady chained to a door. After the mermaid felt the terrifying breath of the ice lake lizard dragon, it emerged from all directions, showing a terrified look. When they realized that this terrifying water overlord was rushing towards them, they all fled. After about 10 seconds, a very familiar scene appeared in front of him. Augustus had seen the general scene in the original book. This place appears to be the square of a small village of mermen, surrounded by houses with a large group of mermen floating in front of them. There is a group of mermaids in the middle that seem to be the watchers. Behind them stood a crude statue, a giant mermaid carved from a boulder. On the tail of the mermaid statue, 4 people are firmly bound. Many of the merfolk around the hostages had spears in their hands, and one, a 7-foot-tall merman with a long green beard and a choker of shark teeth, stood out. It's not accurate to say it's tied up, because only 2 of the 4 are tied up. One is Ron Weasley, Potter's beloved treasure, or Professor McGonagall can't find Potter's other treasures now. He can only be used. The other is Crumb's baby, the sweet Hufflepuff girl at the ball. Their hair was floating up in the lake, their faces were swollen and pale, and they looked ugly and weird. Next to them are Penelo and Gabriel. The 2 beauties, one big and one small, did not look like hostages at all. They were surrounded by a blue barrier, which not only separated the cold lake water, but also separated the threat of these ugly mermaids. Obviously, Augustus' Half-Moon Patronus charm has a powerful protective ability that is insurmountable. Penelo and Gabriel were just asleep, with a barrier created by the Half-Moon Patronus charm, and they had a different kind of beauty, which was significantly different from the 2 hostages next to them, like water ghosts. Seeing Penelo and Gabrielle, Fleur and Augustus's arms suddenly burst into excitement. "My dear, found it, 99. Fleur gently shook Augustus' arm and said happily. Excited, Fleur couldn't help wrapping her arms around Augustus' neck and kissing him. "So should you and Penelo really thank me tonight?" Augustus squeezed the hand around Furong's waist, raised his eyebrows and said, "Say more tonight." She smiled and avoided Augustus' scorching gaze, and Furong looked at Gabrielle in the azure blue barrier. Obviously, the girl was very concerned about her sister. At this time, the shadow of the ice lake lizard had completely shrouded this mermaid settlement. Under Augustus' instructions, the terrifying pressure of the ice lake lizard unabashedly radiated downwards. The mermaids who had been guarding the hostages, by pretending to be vicious, all hid behind the stone statue in fright. If they didn't know that there was a guardian mission, they would have escaped like other creatures. Augustus didn't even bother to pay attention to these ugly and terrifying low-level creatures, and waved directly to Penelo and Gabriel, who were sleeping. Suddenly, the 2 girls floated over. Seeing this, the mermaid hiding behind the stone finally showed a look other than panic. Among them, the 7-foot-tall mermaid who looked like a leader plucked up his courage, pointed the harpoon in the direction of Augustus and said tremblingly, "No, you can only take ones." Under his leadership, several mermaids stood up. Augustus didn't want to pay attention to these stupid lowly creatures, but now these fools dare to point harpoons at him. 677. Really looking for death. Augustus was full of distaste for these ugly merfolk, not only for their ugly appearance but for another reason. The little mermaid Anna once told him that when the mermaid family was still in the Black Lake, the most important enemies were these savage mermaids. If these merfolk meet, then Augustus isn't going to do it either, but for now. Looking at the mermaid leader who pointed at him with a harpoon and wanted to stop Penelo, Augustus' eyes turned cold. Feeling Augustus' unhappiness, the ice lake lizard dragon's grinding disc-like eyes stared at the mermaid. I don't know what fluctuations happened in the lake water. I saw the ice lake lizard just opened its mouth, and suddenly a cold and biting breath spread out. A blue light filled the past in an instant, but it was well controlled, only rushing towards the tall mermaid leader and the mermaid behind it. In an instant, these ugly mermaids, with their terrified or angry expressions turned into ice cubes and were sealed in place. The directional version of Ice Lake Breath, in order not to hurt the other 2 hostages, the power has been weakened several times, but it still instantly killed dozens of mermaids. These frozen mermaids will be turned into thousands of years of ice, permanently covered in dust under the Black Lake, and will never see the light of day. They will gradually thicken with the silt and be buried at the bottom of the lake until they become fossils after 10,000 years. After cleaning up these ugly mermen, Augustus recruited Penelo and Gabriel back. The 2 girls were released from the sleeping charm by Augustus after they entered the barrier on the back of the ice lake lizard. Opening his eyes and seeing Augustus, Penelo smiled sweetly and fell into his boyfriend's arms. It was the same with Gabrielle. After hugging Hibiscus happily, she did not forget to lean over and kiss Augustus. The speed of the return trip was much faster than the search, and soon the ice lake lizard dragon dragged the 4 of Augustus to the surface of the lake. As several people showed their bodies, suddenly there was a strong cheer from the stands. While cheering and applauding, people glanced at the shocking body of the ice lake lizard with awe. Such a powerful magical creature, no matter how many times you look at it, it is so shocking. 680. Augustus nodded to the ice lake lizard dragon after landing, and immediately the ice lake lizard roared, disappearing into the mist in the huge waves. "Oh God. Unbelievable, I can't believe my eyes," exclaimed Bagman, his voice a little out of tune with excitement, but no one cared. Hogwarts warrior young Mr. Augustus and Miss Delacour of Bubaston have come back first. It's, for Merlin's sake, it's less than 10 minutes. I dare say it's definitely 3 the fastest speed ever in the contest. They are amazing. Dumbledore looked at Augustus, who didn't even wet the corners of his clothes, and sighed deeply. He knew that after losing the Elder Wand, he was no longer an opponent of Augustus, and even the Ice Lake Lizard Dragon that Augustus had just summoned, he was not fully sure of surrendering. It is conceivable that if Augustus chooses to follow the path of Voldemort, there will be no one who can stop him in the entire British wizarding world. The only thing that makes Dumbledore happy is that Augustus has yet to show such a tendency. To put it bluntly, he can only pin his hopes on Augustus' mood now. Honey, are we the first? Holding Augustus' arm, Penelo said happily. Certainly. Augustus carried the girl to the stands. Furong also led Gabriel to the stands. Soon, Madame Maxime came over excitedly and wrapped Fleur's body with a flannel blanket. Well, it's not really necessary, because Hibiscus, like Augustus, didn't touch the cold lake water at all. The game continued, and the audience nervously looked at the seemingly calm lake, looking forward to the next warrior to appear. Augustus took Penelo to the lounge area and was cheered by all the students at Hogwarts. After almost half an hour, Krum took the Hufflepuff girl and rushed to the surface. The dude's stupid shark head morphed back in a twist, a poor transfiguration anyway. After landing, the Hufflepuff girl hugged Krum excitedly. Not long after Krum came up, Potter rushed out of the water shivering with his beloved baby Ron. At this point, the second game is almost finished, and the only thing left is to score. From time to time, the Hogwarts crest rose from the sky, probably from magical fireworks fired by Snape, because they were sometimes the school crest and the Slytherin house symbol. You all come here, Madame Pomfrey said. She grabbed Potter, pulled him away, and wrapped a blanket tightly around him. Madame Pomfrey also forcibly poured a fiery potion into his mouth, and heat burst out of his ears. Krum was treated the same way, but the Bulgarian was in significantly better shape than Potter. Dumbledore sent a signal to the Black Lake, crouched by the water and waited for a while, then an ugly Murloc who looked terrified hesitantly swam over, and after talking to him, he quickly swam over. Dive back, Dumbledore then shook his head helplessly again. Dozens of mermen died. He could almost guess the result, and now he has almost felt his temper towards Augustus. Several referees got together and discussed for a few minutes. Ludo Bagman's magically amplified voice suddenly sounded in their ears, startling them and making the audience in the stands quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally made a decision. Mermaid Mercus told us exactly what happened under the lake, and we decided to give the warriors are rated as follows. Harry Potter used Gilwort with amazing results. But he was the last to land, so we give him 35 points. Hearing Ludo Buckman's words, the audience applauded politely, but it seemed a little sparse and obviously not in high interest. Victor Krum used Transfiguration, incomplete but still effective. He was the third to return with a hostage, and returned within the allotted time. We gave him 40 points. 99s. There was a round of applause from the stands. No matter what, the shark head was easy to leave an image. The third and final project will take place on the evening of June 24, Bagman continued. The Warriors will be informed about the specifics of the project a month in advance. Thank you for your support to the Warriors. Immediately, the cheers from the stands rose to a higher level, passing like waves of ocean waves. Although they couldn't see what was going on at the bottom of the lake, the Ice Lake Lizard just now had already let them go. Shocked. This is the warrior they are looking forward to, genius. In the stands, I remembered the warm cheers, but it was obvious that most of them were male. And Augustus asked little lowly Gabriel and Madame Maxime to go back first, and then took Penelo and Fleur to discuss some personal matters. Ludo pondered for a while, and obviously the audience was also looking forward to what he said next, and all pricked up their ears and concentrated their attention. The audience seemed undiminished, still cheering, as Madame Pomfrey began to escort the warriors and hostages back to the castle to change into dry clothes. Miss Fleur de Lacquer rescued the hostage in the shortest time we decided to give her, 45 points. Karkaroff slapped his hands very vigorously and looked triumphant, but he seemed a little dissatisfied with the third place. As for Augustus Black, he used a powerful summoning technique to rescue the hostages in the shortest possible time through a powerful magic pet. His performance was perfect, so we decided to give him 2.8. 50 points. After the second project, one thing that everyone was eager to know was what was going on under the lake, which meant that for the first time in his life, Ron was as much a subject of attention as Potter. Ron Weasley goes to great lengths to tell the story over and over, slightly different each time. At first, what he said was quite true, much the same as what the Hufflepuff girls had said. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore used magic to hypnotize the hostages, first reassuring them that they were absolutely in no danger and wake up as soon as you get out of the water. A week later, however, Ron told a thrilling kidnapping story of how he fought with his bare hands 50 heavily armed mermen who had to force him into submission before tying him up. Of course, only a few idiots would believe his words, and most of the students just listened to his nonsense with the mentality of watching a clown. After entering March, the weather became a little clearer, but every time they came to the outside field, the cold wind still blew the students' hands and faces aches and pains. Even the owls couldn't deliver the letter in time because the strong winds kept blowing them off target. On Friday, Augustus was hired by Snape to be a teaching assistant. As soon as he arrived at the door of the potions classroom, he saw Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle standing at the door of the classroom, along with many other Slytherin students. They all got together to watch something, and they all giggled happily. "Why are you so happy?" Augustus raised his eyebrows and said. "Oh, cousin." Draco leaned over with a smile on his face, a magazine in his hand, just a magazine for recreation. Although this kid said that, he should not laugh too flatly. Obviously, there are contents in the magazine that make him happy. Augustus took the magazine and looked at it. The event photo on the cover is of a curly-haired teenage witch, grinning and showing her neat white teeth, pointing her wand at a large sponge cake. This is a gossip magazine that many wizards like to read, Wizard Weekly. "Tell me," Augustus asked casually, "what is it?" Okay, look here." Draco smiled cheerfully, helping Augustus turn to the page of the article the little snakes were reading just now, Harry Potter's Secret Love Story. Here's another report by Rita Skeeter. This woman's principle is to write as much as she can to attract attention, so although the reputation is not very good, she does have a large number of loyal readers. This article. Well, even Augustus couldn't help but smile when he saw it. The article describes in detail Potter's secret love history and writes the story of how Potter and his dark-skinned girlfriend Akira split and reunited, where the two dated, how they fell in love, etc., and also attached a photo. It was a photo of Potter hugging Akira at the Christmas ball that day. The corner of Augustus's mouth twitched. Rita Skeeter was a natural paparazzi. She could capture such wonderful moments so accurately. It must be said that she was born to do this. Augustus couldn't help nodding his head. This photo was taken from a really good angle. It perfectly shows the love between Potter and the black girl. Later, Rita Skeeter took another turn, criticizing how Porter was heartless and got rid of the beautiful black girl Akira. Sometime before the second game, Potter found that his real interest was not actually girls, so he developed a secret relationship with his roommate, Ron Weasley. During the second game, Luo N. Weasley, as Harry Potter's beloved baby, acts as a hostage in the Black Lake. At this time, Harry Potter has already forgotten his ex-girlfriend Akira. Rita Skeeter then mercilessly satirized Potter's heartlessness and twist with a photo of Potter hugging as he came out of the water after rescuing Ron. After reading this article, Augustus's expression is very wonderful. He now finally knows why those stars in previous lives hated paparazzi so much. "Cousin, how is it wonderful? This woman is a genius," Draco said with a smile. Indeed, very talented." Augustus was also a little speechless, partly because of Rita Gist's talent and partly because of his little cousin. "I feel that as long as there is negative news about Potter, this kid Draco can always get it right away." The door to the classroom opened, and Augustus went in and found a seat and sat down. He was in charge of making the model potion, which, in Snape's words, was frustrating for the students. When Draco came in after a while, the magazine in his hand was gone. While Snape was writing down the potion ingredients needed for the day on the blackboard, Potter and Ron Weasley hid behind the backmost desk and whispered about the magazine Draco had just thrown to them. Content on. They were so focused that they didn't notice Snape drifting silently beside them. "Potter, despite your rich social life," Snape's icy voice startled them both, "but I must warn you not to whisper in my class." Grant Fender deducted 10 points. The whole class turned to look at them. Draco seized this opportunity and pointed Potter's badge of stinking at Harry from across the classroom, twinkling. "Huh. Still reading magazines under the table?" Snape said again, grabbing the Witcher Weekly. Gryffindor deducts another 10 points, but of course. Snape's eyes fell on Rita Skeeter's article, and there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. "You're collecting newspaper clippings. Wang Kyans." The Slytherins roared with laughter in the basement, and Snape's thin lips twitched, revealing a malicious smile, and read the article aloud. Harry Potter's Secret Love Story. "Oh my gosh, Potter, what's wrong with you? He might be a different boy, Valley." Snape paused after each sentence to make the Slytherins laugh enough. People who have good wishes for Harry Potter hope that the next time he dedicates his true love, He must choose a better one. A worthy candidate. How moving, said Snape sarcastically, rolling up the magazine amid the wild laughter of the Slytherins. Well, I think it's better to keep the two of you separate so you can focus on making the potion, instead of just thinking about all these rambling romances. Weasley, you sit here still. Potter, to go to the table in front of my podium. All right, let's get going. Snape's request, Potter and Ron had no choice but to comply. Potter was so angry that he threw the ingredients and bag into the cauldron and carried the cauldron to the empty table at the front of the classroom. Snape followed and sat at his lectern, watching Potter remove the contents of the cauldron one by one. Potter made up his mind not to look at Snape and started pounding his scarabs, fantasizing that each one had a Snape face. You've become the center of media attention, and it seems to swell your inadvertent head, Potter. Snape said, his voice very loud, after the other students in the classroom had quietly started making potions. Light, if it weren't for the fact that Augustus was so close, I'm afraid I wouldn't have heard anything. You probably take it for granted that the entire wizarding world is amazed at you, Snape continued, but I don't care about your pictures. How many times in the papers? In my eyes, Potter, you're just a nasty little boy who thinks you can ignore all the rules and regulations. Potter poured the powdered beetle into a crucible and began cutting ginger roots. His hands trembled slightly with anger, but he kept his eyes down, as if he couldn't hear what Snape was saying to him. So I'm going to give you a good warning, Potter, said Snape in a softer, lower voice, despite your little fame if I find you breaking into my office. I've never been near your office, Potter said angrily, throwing his deafness aside. Don't lie to me, Snape said in a low voice, his unfathomable black eyes glaring into Potter's eyes. African tree snake bark gilgrass, these are my personal possessions, I know who stole it. Potter stared at Snape uncompromisingly, never blinking or appearing guilty. Only Augustus on the side knew that these two things were not stolen by Potter. Because they are all important raw materials for making compound decoctions, if anyone in Hogwarts needs them the most right now, it can only be Barty Crouch, who transformed into Moody's. Barty Crouch Jr. had to take a sip of the compound every once in a while to keep Moody looking, which is why he carried that curved bottle with him. You weren't in your bed the night someone broke into my office, hissed Snape. No way, Potter. Yes, Mad-Eye Moody was probably in your Star Club too, but I will never tolerate your behavior again. If you sneak into my office at midnight again, Potter, just wait and see. Okay, Potter bowed his head and chopped his ginger root. I'll keep that in mind in case I want to go there on a whim. Snape pulled out a small crystal vial containing a clear and transparent potion. Do you know what this is, Potter? Kikyang, just 3 drops can make you reveal your inner secrets and make all your classmates listen. Of course, the Ministry of Magic has very strict regulations to control the use of this potion. But you must be extra careful, otherwise I'll miss. He shook the crystal bottle slightly. In your pumpkin juice for dinner. Then Potter, then we'll find out if you've been to my office. Potter flinched. He had too many secrets to share in public, and he had no doubt that Snape would. At this time, someone knocked on the door outside the classroom. Come in, Snape said in his usual voice. The door opened and the whole class turned to look. Karkaroff came in and everyone watched him walking towards Snape's podium. He looked restless as he rolled his goatee with his fingers. We need to talk, Karkaroff said abruptly as soon as he approached Snape. He seemed determined not to let anyone hear what he said, so his lips barely moved as if he were a very lame ventriloquist. I'll talk to you after class, Karkaroff, Snape whispered, but Karkaroff interrupted him. I want to talk now while you can't get away, Severus. You've been avoiding me. Let's talk after class, Snape said sternly. Karkaroff paced up and down the classroom anxiously, making all the students unable to concentrate on making potions. There were several more explosions in the classroom today than usual. When the get out of class was finally over, the students packed up and left the classroom. Augustus noticed that Potter had deliberately knocked over the bottle of armadillo bile and crouched behind the table with a rag in his hand, as if to eavesdrop on Karkaroff's conversation with Snape. He couldn't help but smile and walked outside the classroom. When passing Snape's desk, Augustus casually touched a small box on the table with his index finger, and the power of magic stripped part of his senses from his body and transferred it to the small box. For flowers, after leaving the classroom, Augustus focused a little, and the images and sounds around the little box he had enchanted seemed to be around him. What's so urgent? He heard Snape whisper to Karkaroff. Look, said Karkaroff, lifting the left sleeve of his robe to show Snape something on his forearm. How? Karkaroff said, still struggling to keep his lips moved. See. It's never been so obvious since the World Cup. Hide, Snape said fiercely, his dark eyes scanning the classroom. It was almost time to deliver Potter to Voldemort. The reason why he has not killed Barty Crouch Jr. is because part of his plan is consistent with Barty Crouch Jr. That is, to send Potter to Voldemort and bring Voldemort back to life. Karkaroff turned around and strode out of the classroom. He looked worried and annoyed. But you must have noticed, Karkaroff said anxiously. It's beating, his strength is coming back. Of course, the purpose of resurrecting Voldemort is different or the opposite. We'll talk later, Karkaroff, snapped Snape Potter. What are you doing? Wipe up the armpit bile I've spilled, Professor, Potter said with feigned innocence, straightening up and showing Snape the wet rag in his hand. Augustus glanced back at Potter, who hurried out and smiled coldly. After listening to the conversation between the two, the corners of Augustus' mouth twitched slightly. It seems that Voldemort is recovering well, otherwise Karkaroff would not be so anxious and fearful. It seems that his plan will not be long before it can be implemented. Maybe now there is only an opportunity. After Easter, the Warriors will face the final event of the Triwizard Tournament. After 8 o'clock in the evening, Augustus walked out of the castle after playing a game of chess with Draco in the common room. Ludo Buckman seemed to have something to inform them. When they came to Bubaston's carriage, they happened to meet Fleur. Dear, what do you think it will be? As the two walked down the stone steps together and melted into the cloudy night, Fleur asked Augustus's arm and raised her beautiful little head. I heard that the teacher always speaking of underground tunnels. She thinks we're looking for treasure. That's not bad, maybe we can take a sniff, Augustus said with a smile. Beauxbatons always wanted to know the competition in advance, and Mrs. Maxime was probably misled by Hagrid. Although Hagrid has a subtle affection for Madame Maxime, who also has giant blood, it is clear that his loyalty to Dumbledore takes precedence over this feeling. The two walked down the pitch-black lawn towards the Quidditch pitch, then entered the pitch through a gap between the stands. Quidditch pitches are no longer flat and smooth. It seems that someone has built countless long, low walls here, and these low walls are intricately stretched out in all directions. It's a wall, it looks like it might be a labyrinth. 17, Furong said, looking down at the low wall closest to the two of them. Hello, shouted a cheerful voice. Ludo Bagman was in the center of the court next to Crumb and Porter. Augustus and Fleur stepped over the low walls and walked towards them. What do you think? Bagman asked cheerfully as Augustus and Fleur climbed over the last low wall. It's going well, isn't it? Hagrid will make them 20 feet tall in another month. Don't worry, he said with a smile, seeing Potter's unpleasantness. As soon as the tournament is over, your Quidditch pitches will be back as they were. Well, I think you can probably guess what we're doing here. Bar. No one spoke for a while and then. Maze, Crumb said with a frown. Yes, Bagman said, it's a maze. The third item is very simple and clear. The Triwizard Tournament Cup is placed in the center of the maze, and whoever touches it first will get full marks. We just have to go through the maze, Fleur said. There's going to be a lot of obstacles, Bagman said cheerfully. Hagrid provides a whole bunch of animals and some spells to break and that sort of thing, you know. Also, the warriors who lead the scoring go into the maze first. Bagman smiled at Augustus and Fleur. Then Mr. Crumb goes in Potter at the end, but you all have to fight to succeed, depending on your ability to traverse obstacles. It should be fun, yes. Fine, if you're all right, let's go back to the castle, okay? It's a little cold in here. Bagman hurried past Potter as they all stepped over the growing low wall. It looked like he wanted to talk to Potter alone, but at that moment Crumb tapped Potter on the shoulder. Can I have a word with you? Okay, no problem, Potter said, slightly surprised. Come with me, okay? Okay, Potter said curiously. Augustus ignored Crumb's hostile look, turned and walked away. He didn't spend the night in peace. Before he went to bed, he received a letter from Lucius, a phoenix's tail feather. Crouch appeared in the Forbidden Forest, but when Dumbledore arrived, he disappeared again. I think little Crouch should have put him to death. Sound. That's good, he didn't leave a clue, did he? No, it's very clean. Fine, you keep staring. The next day, Augustus received news that the Ministry of Magic was looking for Crouch, and his personal assistant, Percy Weasley, was also suspended from duty. Augustus was right, and when Percy was brought back to the Ministry of Magic for review, the expression on his face was as ugly as he had eaten feces. Fudge is trying his best to keep the news out, and if the outside world knows that important officials from the Ministry of Magic are missing, the impact of the World Cup incident he finally settled will be brought up again. Fudge is now like a bricklayer mending a broken house, struggling to deal with all kinds of emergencies, but soon he will find that some cracks are too big for him to repair. And sooner or later his position as Minister of Magic will be lost. It's just a matter of time. The next day, Draco waited for the little snake to go to the north building for a divination class. The dazzling golden sunlight cast wide bands of light through the tall windows in the corridor, and the blue sky outside the windows was as bright as if it had just been glazed. When they arrived, the dim classroom was unbearably hot. The scent of incense is stronger than usual. My dear, Professor Trelawney sat in her winged armchair, scanning them with her surprisingly large eyes. We are almost done with planetary divination. But today is a great time to study the role of Mars. Timing, because it's in a very interesting position at the moment. Please look this way, I'll turn off the lights. She waved her wand and all the lights went out. The fire became the only light source. Professor Trelawney bent down and took out from under his chair a small model of the solar system in a round glass dome. This model is very beautiful, with the burning sun, the 9 planets and their moons suspended in a glass dome, gleaming in their respective positions. Professor Trelawney began to explain the wonderful angle formed by Mars and Neptune. Just when most of the people who were talking about were drowsy, Potter suddenly rolled to the ground and shouted as if he was possessed by something. Everyone immediately avoided him, and 1 or 2 girls screamed in fright, and the scene was chaotic for a while. "Harry, Harry!" Ron rushed to his knees, trying to hold him down, calling his name incessantly. Potter opened his eyes. He was lying on the floor of the classroom, covering his face with his hands. The whole class stood around, and Ron knelt beside him, looking terrified. "Are you all right?" 35, Ron said. "Of course he's busy." Professor Trelawney looked excited. Her large eyes were fixed on Potter, approaching him darkly. "What's the matter, Potter? An omen, an apparition? What did you see?" Potter looked up at her. "I'll go first," Potter whispered to Ron. He picked up his bag and walked towards the trapdoor, ignoring Professor Trelawney. She looked depressed, as if she had been deprived of a rich feast. "You held your scar just now," said Professor Trelawney. "You rolled on the floor holding your scar. Come on, Potter, I have experience with these things." "I just want to see a cure for a headache," Potter said. "Honey, you're clearly affected by the peculiar visual vibrations in my classroom," said Professor Trelawney. "If you walk away now, you won't see what you've never seen." "I think I need to go to the hospital," he said, with a terrible headache. When Draco came back to tell Augustus about this, Augustus smiled slightly and didn't say anything, but the light in his eyes became deeper and deeper. He stood up, and the whole class retreated, all with uneasy expressions on their faces. "Nothing," Potter sat up, shaking. He couldn't help looking around, peeping carefully at the shadows behind him. Entering June, the atmosphere in the castle became tense and exciting again. Everyone is looking forward to the 3rd race, which will be held a week before the holiday. Augustus did nothing to prepare, reading and dating as usual. Others will have to focus on their upcoming final exams. On the day of the match, the Slytherin breakfast table was very lively. When the owl delivering the letter arrived, Draco couldn't wait to take down the newspaper, glanced at the headline and smiled contentedly. "What's wrong?" Alice asked. "Look at this." Draco handed the newspaper to them with the headline, "Harry Potter Upset Dangerous." Guest reporter Rita Skeeter reports, "The boy who defeated you-know-who was emotionally unstable and could be quite dangerous." The recent revelations of Potter's bizarre behavior have raised doubts about his suitability for competition as high as the Triwizard Tournament, or even for school at Hogwarts. The Daily Prophet exclusively revealed that Potter was often sick at school and told people that the scar on his forehead. The scar was the mark left by the poisonous curse that you-know-who tried to kill him. During last Monday's divination class, a Daily Prophet reporter witnessed Potter rushing out of the classroom, saying that the scars were so painful that he couldn't continue the class. A senior specialist at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injury said Potter's brain may have been affected by Mysterio's magic, and he insisted that the scars were still painful, indicating that he was quite mentally confused. "He may also be pretending," said one expert, "perhaps to attract attention." 99. But the Daily Prophet also uncovered something disturbing about Potter, which Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, has been careful to cover up. He also made friends with werewolves and giants. "We thought he would do anything for power." People who associate with evil things like werewolves and giants are usually violent. Albus Dumbledore should consider whether it is appropriate to allow such a boy to compete in the Triwizard Tournament. There are fears that Potter will use dark magic because of his desire to win. The 3rd competition event will be held tonight. Before everyone could say anything, Draco screamed with another newspaper in his hand and ran to the Gryffindor table. "Hey, Potter, how's your head? Are you all right? Won't you go crazy at us?" he said, G, his fingers on the forehead, making a lunatic look and spitting like a snake tongue. The Slytherin student snickered, turning to see Potter's reaction. After a while, Professor Snape made a rare appearance at the Slytherin table. "August, the warriors gathered in the conference room next to the auditorium after breakfast," he said. "Well, I get it, Professor," said Augustus. "Relatives of the warriors who were brought in to watch the finals, where they could meet with the warriors before the game for encouragement and support." Augustus finished his breakfast in the auditorium, which had gradually cooled down. Fleur rose from the Ravenclaw table and walked into the conference room, After a while, Crumb also entered. Augustus wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, stood up and walked over. He walked across the hall and pushed the door into the conference room. The Weasleys were waiting for Potter at the door. In a corner of the house, Victor Clum spoke quick Bulgarian to his dark-haired parents, who had inherited his father's hooked nose. On the other side, Fleur was talking happily to Madame de Lacquer in French. Madame de Lacquer saw Augustus come in and pursed her lips and smiled at Augustus. Then I saw Narcissa standing by the fireplace, looking at him with a smile on her face. Augustus and Narcissa chatted for a while, but Narcissa didn't see her nephew for almost a semester, and she missed her too much. The two chatted a lot. Of course, most cared about his words. As for Draco, Narcissa would have a good chat with him during dinner. Back in the auditorium for dinner, Ludo Bagman and Cornelius Fudge were already seated at the staff table. Bagman looked very happy, but Cornelius Fudge, who was sitting beside Madame Maxime, had a sullen face and said nothing. Dinner was bigger than usual, and the warriors didn't eat as much as they usually do because they might face a tough battle later. When the enchanted ceiling turned from blue to dark purple twilight, Dumbledore stood up at the staff table and the crowd fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes, I will invite you all to the Quidditch pitch to watch the final event of the Triwizard Tournament. Now please go to the field with Mr. Bagman and the warriors. We'll be patrolling the outside of the labyrinth, Professor McGonagall said to the warriors. If you encounter difficulties and want to be rescued, shoot red sparks into the sky and we'll have someone to help you. Do you understand, Ghoul? How are you feeling, Potter? Bagman asked as they descended the stone steps. Are you confident? It's good, Potter said, but obviously reluctantly, knowing that he was the bottom of the first two projects. With all kinds of hints and assistance from Barty Crouch Jr., he is still the last, and it has to be said that he also needs some strength. 5 minutes later, people Wang Kyans began to enter the stands. Hundreds of students filed into their seats, and the air was filled with excited voices and cluttered footsteps. The sky is now a clear dark blue, and the stars are beginning to appear. Hagrid, Moody, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick entered the field and walked towards Bagman and the warriors. All of them had big, shining red stars on their hats, except Hagrid, whose red star was on the back of his terry vest. The warriors nodded together. Augustus glanced secretly at Snape, who nodded slightly. Okay, let's go, Bagman said happily to the 4 patrolmen. Snape, McGonagall, Moody, and Flitwick went to their respective patrol areas. If Augustus guesses correctly, Barty Crouch Jr. must have put a number of obstacles in the maze to make sure Porter hits the trophy before the other warriors. Augustus stood up, and the Slytherin students applauded him. He walked out of the auditorium with Potter, Fleur, and Victor. They walked into the Quidditch pitch, which had become completely unrecognizable. A 20-foot-high hedge surrounded the edge of the field. There was a gap in front of them, and that was the entrance to this big labyrinth. The passage inside was dark and a little scary. Good luck, Potter, whispered Hagrid. The 4 walked away in different directions and spread out around the maze. Then Bagman pointed his wand to his throat and said loud, and his magically amplified voice echoed in the stands. Ladies and gentlemen, the final game of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Let me report the current score. Augustus Black 100 points, first place, Hogwarts School. Applause and the cheers startled the birds of the Forbidden Forest into the darkening night sky. Fleur de Lacquer 90 points, second place, Bubaston School. Victor Crumb 80 points, third place, Durmstrang Academy, another burst applause. Harry Potter 75 points, fourth place, Hogwarts. Now 1680, Augustus, listen to my whistle. Bagman said 3-2. With a short whistle, Augustus entered the maze. The tall hedges cast dark shadows on the path. Whether it was because the hedges were tall and dense, or because of magic, the audience was silent as soon as Augustus entered the labyrinth. The air in the labyrinth is cold and humid, and the light is extremely dim, creating an unknown and eerie atmosphere. Without much hesitation, Augustus took the road to the left. Soon, Augustus heard Bagman's whistle blow again. Apparently, it was Fleur's turn to enter the labyrinth. Augustus told Furong before the game that he would immediately send out a distress signal if he encountered any danger. After all, this game involved a lot of things, and Augustus didn't want Furong to have any accident. The half-moon Patronus charm is very powerful. But it's not everything. At this moment, a gray animal that looked like a rhino suddenly appeared in front of Augustus' eyes. It looked at Augustus vigilantly, lowered its body slightly, and made a charging action before attacking. Augustus also recognized the animal in front of him as a poisonous horned beast. It's strange that they don't usually take the initiative to attack people. Augustus thought for a while and planned to clean up this creature blocking the road. Who knows if Potter will be killed by this poisonous horned beast? The horns, tail, and explosive venom of venomous beasts are all dangerous. Suddenly it came running wildly, but it couldn't pose any danger to Augustus yet. Augustus waved his wand at will and an invisible wall lay across the road. After the poison horn collided, it made a muffled sound, a flash of blue light flashed and then passed out. Of course, it wasn't that it was stunned, but the wall was full of thunder attribute energy and the unicorn was stunned. After solving this little trouble, Augustus quickened his pace. The movement just now would definitely cause more trouble. He turned to the right and walked forward. A third vague whistle from Bagman came in the distance and Crumb entered. Augustus judged from the whistle that he had entered the maze. Every minute in the labyrinth was darkening and the sky above turned dark blue. He came to the second fork in the road. "Show me the way." The silver wand in Augustus's hand suddenly shot out a white light pointing out a direction. The road ahead was still empty, and at a right turn Augustus turned in, and oncoming him was a Dementor 12 feet tall with a hood covering his face and his rotting, scabbed hands outstretched. It came closer without eyes and felt it towards Augustus. "Long time no see, though you're an imposter." Augustus smiled slightly, tapped his wand. "Funny." The Dementors floating in the air exploded into a volatile black mist and then drifted to the other's place. Obviously this is a boggart. Dumbledore would not have allowed a real Dementor in the labyrinth, nor would Karkaroff and Madame Maxim allow it. Suddenly, Augustus heard movement behind him, so he threw out a powerful purple-black magic spell. I saw Crumb running out from a path on the right. He flashed awkwardly but was wiped by Augustus' spell, and his entire right leg was covered with a purple liquid. Avada Suo. Seeing Augustus, Crumb raised his hand and it was a death curse. Unfortunately, with this level of attack, Augustus had 10,000 ways to escape. Just a sideways turn, Avadasuo's tragic green light disappeared. Augustus stunned Crumb with a stun spell. You don't have to look to know that this idiot is under the Imperious Curse. As for who cast the Imperious Curse, I still have to think about it. It must be Barty Crouch Jr. Turn left, turn right, turn left, turn again with the help of the guiding charm. The labyrinth is like a backyard. Shadows flickered over the hedge, and soon Augustus bumped into the blowtail snail. It had to be said that Hagrid took great care of them. Those short guys back then had now become 10-foot monsters that looked like a giant scorpion. Its long stinging needles curled up on its back, and its thick armor gleamed in the yellow moonlight. When the fried-tail snail saw someone rushing in, it let out a sharp roar, and a huge stinger suddenly stabbed straight out. Augustus waved his wand impatiently, and an icy blue light instantly hit the terrifying-looking exploding snail. This dangerous magical creature was turned into a huge ice sculpture by Augustus before he could make a trick. Lost the breath of life. Augustus' single body is absolutely zero, and its power is no worse than that of Huo Dun. Just as Augustus was moving in the direction of the trophy, a sudden scream broke the silence around him. It's Hibiscus, and it looks like she's in trouble. Soon, a red spark rose from the direction of Fleur's exclamation. Obviously, Girl 2.8 obeyed Augustus' advice and resolutely withdrew from the competition. With the Half-Moon Patron Saint spell on the hook jade necklace, Augustus wasn't worried about what would happen to Furong. At the half-assist level of Barty Crouch Jr., he wouldn't even think about breaking through the defense of the Half-Moon Patronus charm for 10 minutes. Obviously, this is no longer an ordinary game. Augustus turned left again, and what appeared in front of him was a strange golden mist floating. Augustus stopped, frowned, opened the writing wheel. The scarlet windmill began to turn, vision, upside-down void. Several different attributes appeared. Obviously, this golden mist is a simple illusion array. Augustus didn't want to waste time in front of this golden mist. The wand pointed at the fog and a pure black flame floated out, sticking on the edge of the fog like a swallowing flame attached to it. The next second, the tiny flame gradually grew stronger, eroding up from the edge of the fog little by little. Less than for a moment, the mist occupying a space was completely swallowed by the black flame. The flame of destruction burns everything, even if it is an energy-type fog with no fixed form. The increasing darkness convinced Augustus that he was approaching the center of the maze. Then, as he was walking down a long, straight path, he noticed movement again, and the light of his wand shone on an incomparably bizarre monster that Augustus had seen in the Book of Magical Creatures. It's the Sphinx. Its body resembles that of a terrifyingly large lion, huge claws, a long yellow tail, and a tuft of hairs at the tip of the tail. But it has the head of a woman. Of course, Augustus didn't have time to guess riddles with it, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel flashed a cold light and his pupils were fully opened. Although the Sphinx is very strong, under the powerful kaleidoscope pupil power, there is still no resistance, and its eyes quickly become the shape of a wheel-shaped eye, which means that it has been controlled by Augustus. With just a glance, this Sphinx has already been controlled, and the power of the kaleidoscope is gradually revealed in this wizarding world. Augustus ignored the Sphinx and walked straight over. There is a fork in the road ahead. The white arrow of the guiding charm points to a path to the right. Augustus walked along the road and saw the light ahead. The trophy of the Triwizard Tournament gleamed alluringly on the pedestal 100 meters away. Moody paced back and forth anxiously, the magic eye passing through the obstacles, staring at Augustus to solve the obstacles he laid down one by one. Damn, Crumb was stunned, and there was nothing nearby to stop him. The mission was about to fail, and for the first time in a year, Little Crouch felt that failure was so close to him. The only good thing is that Potter is coming soon with help. Have you had fun? An icy voice sounded from behind. Moody responded immediately, but he was still knocked out. Snape stepped forward, flipped Crouch over with his feet, and slammed it out. Magic Eye. The magic eye is suspended on the tip of the wand, spinning rapidly. He found Augustus through the magic eye, and Potter was almost there. All the best. Snape breathed a sigh of relief and hid Little Crouch's body. A year ago, Snape had been persuaded by Lucius to stand on Augustus' side. Three-faced spies, Snape's infernal affairs has already been played, and it is estimated that Dumbledore did not expect it. Augustus walked over to the trophy and reached out to touch it. In an instant, the identification spell that came with the trophy recorded his name, which was used to determine who was the first to get the trophy in the last match. That is to say, from this moment on, Augustus was already in the Triwizard Tournament. The champion. At the same time, the effect of the door key of the trophy came into play, and Augustus felt a strong suction force towards him, and the trophy was about to carry him through the space forcibly. If it was an ordinary wizard, now he would definitely only passively let the door key do the trick, but Augustus was different. The mysterious space fluctuations spread out, and under the suppression of powerful magic, the space fluctuations generated by the door key were just suppressed. Immediately, Augustus withdrew his hand. Although he withdrew his hand, he had already planted the Flying Thunder God mark on the trophy. At this moment, Potter came out of nowhere, and he desperately rushed towards the trophy, trying to get the trophy one step ahead of Augustus. Potter, there's something wrong with the trophy, Augustus said with the corners of his mouth twitching as he looked at Potter rushing towards him with a frenzy on his face. Potter's eyes moved to the trophy. In the light of the trophy, he was in a trance for a moment, as if he saw himself walking out of the maze holding it. He held the top 3 cup aloft, the crowd cheered. He saw Kyo's face glowing with admiration, clearer than ever. He simply ignored Augustus' words. Is there a problem? The ghosts believe that after today, Q will know that I am the real warrior of Hogwarts, the so-called nobles all die. At the last minute, Potter even flew over and stretched out his hand to hold the Triwizard Tournament trophy tightly. However, the moment he touched the trophy, Potter only felt as if the back of his navel had been pulled. His legs were off the ground, but he couldn't let go of the hand that held the Triwizard Cup, which dragged him forward amid the whistling wind and swirling colors. The Portkeys effect was roughly the same as Apparate, and Potter was teleported away almost instantly. The flying Thor mark Augustus left on the trophy tells him where Potter is now. The corners of Augustus' mouth twitched slightly, and he knew that a good show was about to be staged. And the plan he had been waiting for almost a year could be implemented. Augustus first took a lot of time to release an Earth escape, rock color concealment technique for himself, and then cast an improved version of the illusory body charm before disappearing in place in a burst of blue light. As long as there is a Flying Thunder God mark, he can teleport at will. In just a split second, Augustus appeared beside the trophy. Seeing this, Augustus couldn't help but smile. Voldemort and Harry Potter were really interesting scenes. It was not the time for him to appear. Augustus was leaning against a tree beside him, jokingly watching the next good show. The man stopped in front of a towering marble tombstone just 6 feet from Harry, and they looked at each other. Suddenly, Harry's scar was in severe pain. He had never felt such severe pain in his life. The wand slid to the ground, he covered his face with his hands, and his legs fell to the ground. Potter was not far from Augustus, and he was looking around nervously, wondering why the trophy had become a portkey, why he was brought here. Is this also part of the game? Augustus found himself standing on a dark, overgrown cemetery, with the black outline of a chapel behind a tall yew tree to the right. On the left is a hill. He could make out a fine old house on the hillside. In the darkness, a figure walked towards them step by step between the graves. Potter could not see the man's face, but from the gait of Wang Qian's and the posture of his arms, the man seemed to be holding something. He was small in stature and wore a hooded cloak that covered his face. Taking a few steps closer, the distance between them was shrinking. Potter saw that the man was holding something like a baby or just a bag of clothes. Potter pulled out his wand and held it in front of his chest. The atmosphere here was really weird. Because of Augustus' invisibility ahead of time, no one in the cemetery discovered his existence. It was apparently completely out of Hogwarts territory, obviously miles over, maybe hundreds of miles, because even the ring around the castle was gone. Quickly imprisoned, the man in the cloak used magic to conjure up a rope and tied Potter tightly to the tombstone from neck to ankle. Potter heard rapid, light breathing from inside the hood. He struggled and the man hit him. A finger was missing from the hand that hit him. Potter knew who was inside the hood. It was Wormtail. "It's you," he exclaimed. There had never been such a moment when Harry was tormented by endless remorse. 1 second ago, if he could have calmed down and listened to Augustus' reminder, things would not have evolved to this point. Wanting to defeat Augustus head-on in the Triwizard hegemony, the desire to prove to Qiu Zhang is so strong that he is even blinded by the correct perception in his heart. Tonight, Furong was inexplicably out of the game, followed by Crumb's series of unreasonable actions. Potter also saw it. But unfortunately, sometimes, for human beings, desire is like the coquettish Manjashahua on the edge of a cliff, who knows how to step on it. One wrong step is the abyss, but I still can't help but try. Potter struggled desperately, but his frail strength was simply not enough to break free from the shackles of grown-up wizard magic. Augustus saw the remorseful expression on Potter's face, and his mouth was full of a mocking smile. He did remind Potter at the time, but he said it when he knew that Potter would not listen to him. Yes, it's not bad to let this little bug feel the taste of remorse, isn't it? Wormtail raised his wand and pushed a huge cauldron under the grave with difficulty. The cauldron seemed to be filled with water, enough to hold an adult sitting in it. Flame 680 is roaring. Wormtail's wand was a little bit, and a crackling flame burst from under the cauldron. The liquid in the crucible seemed to heat up very quickly. Not only did the surface begin to boil, but sparks erupted as if on fire. The steam became thicker and thicker, and the figure of Wormtail, who was watching the flames, became blurred. "It's burnt, Master," Wormtail said cautiously. The whole surface of the water was now sparkling with sparks, as if studded with diamonds. "Quick, now," said a grim voice. Wormtail ripped apart the bundles on the ground, revealing a slimy, ugly, eyeless thing that looked like a crouched baby, hairless, scales on its body, dark red skin, as if suffering from pain. Injured, tender meat. Its arms and legs were slender and soft, and its face, no living child had such a face, was a flat snake face with gleaming red eyes. Wormtail held it in his hands. Then Wormtail's hood fell off, and Potter saw a look of disgust on his pale, feeble face in the firelight. Wormtail carried the thing to the edge of the cauldron, and for a split second Potter saw the throbbing spray on the surface of the potion illuminate the evil flat face. Wormtail put the thing into the cauldron with a hissing sound. It sank. Potter heard the soft sound of its limp body hitting the bottom of the cauldron. Augustus frowned for a while. Voldemort was fighting for his resurrection, and the taste of being in a frying pan would definitely not be good. Wormtail was talking, his voice trembling as if he was going crazy with fright. He raised his wand, closed his eyes, and said to the night sky, "Father's bones, donated inadvertently, may regenerate your son." The grave under Potter's feet cracked open, and Potter was horrified to see a small wisp of dust rising into the air at Wormtail's call, falling gently into the cauldron. The diamond-like liquid surface cracked, hissed, sparks splattered, and the liquid turned a bright red-blue, poisonous at a glance. Wormtail whimpered. From his cloak he drew a long, thin, silvery dagger. His voice turned into a sob of utter terror. "The flesh of the servant donated voluntarily may regenerate your master." He stretched out his right hand, the one with a missing finger, and held the dagger tightly in his left hand, swinging it toward his right. With a scream that penetrated the night sky, his right hand fell into the pot and the potion turned fiery red. Wormtail gasped and groaned in pain. The blood of the foe is forced to give. To revive your foe. He stabbed the dagger into Potter's body with trembling hands. Arms, blood dripped down the torn sleeves. Wormtail, who was still panting in pain, shivered and took out a small glass bottle from his pocket and placed it next to Potter's wound, and a small amount of blood flowed into the bottle. He staggered towards the cauldron with Potter's blood and poured it into it. The liquid in the crucible immediately turned dazzling white. Wormtail completed the task, knelt beside the cauldron, slumped on the ground, and gasped and sobbed while holding his bloody severed arm. Seeing this, Augustus had to say that the level of Voldemort's training of his subordinates was still very high, including Quirrell in the front, Barty Crouch Jr., and Wormtail in the back. Beside the cauldron was about to boil, and diamond-like sparks flew out, so bright and dazzling that everything around them was black velvet. Suddenly, the spark on the crucible went out. A black vapor rose from the crucible, and then intertwined and transformed in midair, gradually forming the black figure of a man tall and thin like a skeleton. Looking at this figure, the light in Augustus' eyes grew brighter and brighter. "Voldemort, I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Cloth me," said the grim voice from behind the steam. Wormtail whimpered and groaned, still protecting his stump arm, and hurriedly grabbed the black robe that was wrapped in the bundle from the ground, stood up, and wrapped it over his master's head with one hand. The thin man stepped out of the cauldron. His face was paler than a skeleton, his big eyes were red, his nose was as flat as a snake's nose, and his nostrils were two slits. Voldemort is resurrected. Voldemort looked away from Potter and began to examine his body. His hands were like big pale spiders, and his long, pale fingers stroked his chest, arms, and face. The red eyes were brighter in the dark, and the pupils were two slits like the eyes of a cat. He raised his hands, moved his fingers, and looked ecstatic. He was beheaded twice in a row by Augustus, and his vitality was severely damaged. For today's resurrection, he did not know how hard he had to pay, but it was all worth it because he finally returned with a complete body. Suddenly, a huge snake swam over and hissed around Potter. Voldemort put his strangely long fingers into a deep pocket and drew out a wand. He stroked his wand lightly, too, then pointed it at Wormtail, lifted him from the ground, and threw him onto the gravestone to which Potter was bound. "Master, I beg you, I beg you." The dark clouds in the sky gradually turned into the shape of the dark mark. "Oh, Master, thank you, Master." Voldemort bent down, pulled Wormtail's left arm, and rolled his sleeve over his elbow. Potter saw something on that skin that looked like a bright red tattoo, a skull spewing a snake out of its mouth. The same pattern that had appeared at the Quidditch World Cup, the dark mark. Voldemort studied it carefully, completely ignoring Wormtail's uncontrollable sobbing. He stretched out his bloody broken arm, but Voldemort sneered again, "Not this one, Wormtail." "Stretch out your arm," said Voldemort lazily. "It's back 39, he said softly, "and they'll all notice it. Now we'll see, we'll know." "Master," Wormtail choked, "Master, you promised, you promised." He pressed his long, pale index finger to Wormtail's arm, and the imprint turned pitch black. Voldemort straightened up, raised his head, and scanned the dark graveyard. "How many people have the guts to come back after feeling it?" he murmured, glowing red eyes staring at the stars, "and how many people would be foolish not to come?" After a few seconds, the air was suddenly filled with the sound of cloaks dying. Between the tombs and behind the cedar trees, in every shadowy place there were apparitions of wizards. They all wore hoods and covered their faces. They came one by one, slowly and cautiously, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Voldemort stood there in silence, waiting. A Death Eater fell to his knees, climbed up to Voldemort, and kissed the hem of his black robe. "Master, Master," he whispered. The other Death Eaters climbed up to Voldemort, kissed his robes, then stepped aside, stood up, and formed a silent circle around him. But there are still some gaps in the circle, as if waiting for others to join. Yet Voldemort seemed to no longer expect anyone to come. He looked around at the faces wearing masks of 680. Although there was no wind, there seemed to be a faint rustling sound in the circle, as if the circle was shivering. "Welcome, Death Eaters," said Voldemort calmly. 13 years. It's been 13 years since our last meeting, but you are still answering my call like yesterday. That is, we are still united, under the dark mark." "Is it?" There was a little commotion in the circle around him, but they didn't dare to show it. The pale moonlight shone on this gloomy cemetery, and Augustus leaned against a tree not far away, watching Voldemort's unforgettable re-education to his subordinates. His invisibility is so mysterious that no one has discovered his existence, not even Voldemort. Voldemort chastised a Death Eater as an example of killing a chicken and a monkey, and eventually forgave the rest and attached the severed arm to his servant Wormtail. After all, he still needs these people. At Lucius' request, Voldemort briefly described what had happened over the years and how he had recovered his body. As he spoke, the Death Eaters shivered and begged his forgiveness. When Voldemort said that his most loyal servant sneaked into Hogwarts for him and completed his plan, with his efforts, our little friend will come here tonight. A circle of people's eyes met, throwing at Potter. "Yes," Voldemort smiled cruelly, "Harry Potter is coming to my rebirth party. We might even call him my special guest. The boy you all think is my nemesis." Voldemort stepped forward slowly, turned to Harry, raised his wand, gouged out. The incomparable pain suddenly woke Harry from his deep sleep. He felt that all the bones in his body were burning, his head must be split along the scar. Hope to pass out, die. Gouging out the bone, it was nothing compared to Uedu. Augustus shook his head disdainfully, but that was enough for Potter to endure. The torture ended abruptly. Potter hung limply on the ropes that bound him to Voldemort's father's gravestone, looking up at the glowing red eyes through a layer of mist. The laughter of Death Eaters echoed in the night sky. "I think you've seen how stupid it is to think this boy is better than me," said Voldemort with a sneer, "but I'm going to get rid of everyone's misunderstandings. Harry Potter escaped me completely. It was a fluke. Now I'm going to kill him to prove my strength right here, in front of you. There's no Dumbledore here to protect him, no one to sacrifice for him. I'll give he has a chance and he can fight me so you don't wonder who's stronger. You wait a minute, Nagini, he whispered, and the serpent swam across the grass to where the Death Eaters were standing. At Voldemort's orders, Wormtail untied Harry's leash, returned his wand to him, and returned to the Death Eater's circle without looking at him. Potter numbly held the wand in his hand, trembling uncontrollably all over his body. He thought about running away, but there were Death Eaters all around him. What can he do? Can he really beat Voldemort, the one who killed his parents? Have you learned to duel, Harry Potter? Voldemort asked softly, his red eyes shining in the darkness. Let's bow to each other, Harry, said Voldemort, bowing. Come on, courtesy, it is to be obeyed. Dumbledore must have wanted you to behave with grace. Bow down to death, Harry. The Death Eaters laughed again. Harry didn't bend down. He didn't want Voldemort to play with him before he killed him. But with the flick of Voldemort's wand, Harry felt his spine bend, as if a large invisible hand was pressing his back ruthlessly forward. The Death Eaters laughed even harder. Potter knew that he was probably finished. Dumbledore was not here. No one was here. There is only him, only him. He is not Voldemort's opponent, but he does not want to die in such a humiliating way. He wants to pay to his like his father. He bravely faced Voldemort. This thought transcended fear and reason. Potter clenched the wand in his hand tightly, stood up abruptly, and shouted, "Accept your weapons." At the same time, Voldemort also shouted, "Avada Su." A green light shot from Voldemort's wand, while a red light spurted from Harry's wand. The two rays of light met in the air, and a thin beam of light instantly connected the two magic wands, neither red nor green but dazzling gold. Their wands began to vibrate desperately, and their hands seemed to be firmly stuck, unable to let go. Then, completely caught off guard, both Potter and Voldemort rose into the air, and the golden wire connecting Harry and Voldemort suddenly split, but the two magic 2.8 rods were still tightly connected, and thousands of lights appeared above Potter and Voldemort. The arcs of light intertwine around them and finally form a dome of gold, a cage of light. Augustus squinted at this magical scene. It seemed that he still didn't fully understand the magic system of this world. At least he didn't understand the principle of the flashback spell in front of him. Maybe it was the twin wands, or maybe Potter had Voldemort's soul fragment. Augustus shook his head and didn't want to think about it too much. Why? How could this be? Voldemort roared loudly in his heart. Shouldn't this be just a simple flashback spell? How could this be? The Death Eaters shouted loudly, asking for Voldemort's instructions. Many people took out their wands, and the magic hit the light cage one by one, but it only caused ripples and could not penetrate at all. "Don't use magic on it," cried Voldemort to the Death Eaters. "This is the flashback charm out of control. You are adding to my burden." Voldemort struggled to break the splintered filament connecting the two wands, and Harry grabbed the wand tightly with both hands, desperately trying to connect them together. The wand's trembling grew so loud that it made a terrifying hum. As a phoenix song rang out in the air, a huge bead of light gradually appeared and slid between the two of them along the filament of light. Voldemort cheered up all of a sudden, increasing the output of magic power, and the beads of light began to slowly slide towards Harry. As the bead of light approached the tip of Harry's wand, the wand in his hand became so hot that he almost feared it would burn. The closer the beads of light came, the more Harry's wand vibrated. Although he had no idea what was going on, Harry knew that once the beam of light entered his wand, he was doomed. Desperate emotions filled his head, dazed as if by a ghost, and his left hand let go of his wand and grabbed towards the beam of light, as if trying to push it away with his hand. Before Voldemort could laugh at his opponent, he found in disbelief that the moment Harry's hand touched the beam of light, the beam of light trembled and turned around and flew towards him at an astonishing speed. He roared, and the magic power surged out of his body, and even the surrounding air made a crackling sound. However, everything was in vain, and the beam of light ignored his obstruction and got into the wand in his hand. Suddenly, there was a scream of pain from Voldemort's wand, echoing endlessly. And then, the human hand, formed only of smoke, flew out of the tip of the wand and disappeared. It was the broken piece he had made for Wormtail. The hand, another scream of pain. A larger object emerges from the tip of Voldemort's wand, a large gray thing as if made of the densest smoke. A head first, then the chest and arms. An old man with a cane floated out. Another head appeared, like a smoky gray head. This was a woman. She fell to the ground, straightened up and looked at. The two ghosts began to float rapidly along the inner wall of the golden net, and several loyal Death Eaters were chasing them nervously outside and running around the golden net, and most of the others were stunned. Another head emerges from the tip of Voldemort's wand. The ghost of a long-haired woman falls to the ground, straightening up to stare at Harry. Then a tall man with tousled hair. They are all the same size as Harry, very similar. Suddenly, Harry nodded at the ghost in front of him and lifted his wand forcefully upwards. The golden thread was broken, the light net disappeared, and the phoenix's song disappeared. But the ghosts who died at Voldemort's hands did not disappear. They surrounded Voldemort and prevented him from seeing Harry. Harry ran with all his might, knocking the two stunned Death Eaters aside. He walked around using tombstones as cover. Several spells flew in his direction, but they all hit the tombstone. "Stun him," Voldemort shouted loudly. Harry hurriedly dodged behind a marble angel sculpture, avoiding the red light behind him, only to see the tips of the angel's wings shattered by the spell. He clenched his wand and rushed out from behind the angel, pointing his wand at the Triwizard Cup and shouting, "The trophy is flying." The trophy flew towards him. Harry grabbed the handle of the cup and felt a tug under his belly button. The door key worked. He was swept away by a whirlwind of color, and he thought he was out of danger. However, just as the space vortex was about to disappear, Augustus moved. The flying Thor mark on the trophy fluctuated for a while, and then Potter, who was supposed to be teleported to Hogwarts, suddenly fell into an unknown space and passed out at the same time. And with his move, Voldemort was suddenly angry and vigilant. Who is it? Voldemort was inexplicably horrified. He had just felt a powerful wave of magic right under that tree. There must be someone there. In other words, someone stood there for so long and he didn't notice at all. This made Voldemort feel a little bit of fear. Even Dumbledore could not achieve this level of invisibility. Seeing Voldemort's surprised look, the corners of Augustus' mouth twitched, revealing his figure. "Dear Lord, Dark Lord, long time no see." As Augustus' graceful figure appeared, Voldemort's eyes suddenly showed surprise, disbelief, and icy killing intent. "It's you." Voldemort's expression now was as rich as Potter had seen him just now. Also, in the previous two collisions, Augustus 683 left a profound image on him. August. "Black, you dare to appear in front of me. Very well, I'm going to ask you to settle the previous account." Suppressing the shock in his heart, Voldemort's eyes with cold, killing intent bloomed. What Augustus had done before, but he had hurt him badly. "Oh, you don't think I'm here to avenge you, right?" Seeing the expression on Voldemort's face that he was going to kill him, Augustus said amusedly. Hearing Augustus' words, Voldemort's pupils shrank. Yes, with his godson character, would he come over to die for no reason? Does he have help? Suddenly, Voldemort's mind popped up such a thought. He never thought that Augustus' self-confidence came from his own powerful strength. In Voldemort's view, the two previous defeats to Augustus were because he was too weak. And now in front of him, who has been fully resurrected, Augustus is a bug that can be pinched to death. "I want to see if you can hold out until the reinforcements arrive." "HMPH, I want to see if you can hold out until the reinforcements arrive." Augustus was so fearless, he must have informed Dumbledore as long as he was pinched to death before Dumbledore came. Voldemort thought so. 6635. Hearing Voldemort's words, Augustus was a little speechless. It seemed that the other party misunderstood what he meant. But before he could taunt him again, Voldemort had already made his move. On the one hand, Voldemort is afraid of Dumbledore's arrival. After all, he has just been resurrected, and his strength has not yet returned to its peak. On the other hand, his killing intent towards Augustus can no longer be suppressed. Avada Suo, 99. As soon as Voldemort came up, it was a tragic green life-threatening curse the size of a bucket. With the breath of death, Avada dashed fiercely towards Augustus. The power of the death curse alone shows how much Voldemort wanted to kill Augustus. Although the surrounding Death Eaters couldn't understand the situation, they watched Augustus with such a powerful death curse, and they all had one thought, that this genius was dead. Only Lucius' expression didn't change. He knew that Augustus' strength was not as simple as it appeared. Almost in an instant, the death curse had come to Augustus. Under Voldemort's expectant gaze, the green light drowned out Augustus. 683 Haha, damn Blake. This is what happens if you dare to betray me. Voldemort laughed heartily. Since he was beheaded by Augustus and fell into the state of wandering spirits again, he has imagined the current scene countless times, and now, his wish has finally come true. However, just when he was laughing wildly, the scene in front of him stopped his laughter abruptly. Augustus, who was hit by the green light, was pale, his eyes were blank, and his body was about to collapse. However, the figure that made him grit his teeth gradually shattered, turning into countless black crows scattered. Although I don't know why this happened, I don't know what spell it was, but Voldemort knew. Augustus alive. Clab clab clab. Behind the tree not far away, Alpsigusi clapped his hands and showed his figure. As expected of the Dark Lord, his smile is indeed imposing, Augustus said with a smile. His phantom crow had molested many people when he was in the Naruto world, and now it was the turn of Voldemort in this world. The taunting of Augustus instantly reminded Voldemort that he had been taunted and killed by him before, and his anger suddenly surged, and the killing intent burned in his heart like boiling water. Death to me. Unprecedented terrifying magic power erupted from Voldemort's body, and the surrounding Death Eaters were blown away in an instant. turning into a dozen black mists to hide away. Under the control of Voldemort's huge magic power, all the gravel in the cemetery rose into the air in an instant, and then turned into countless bullet-like meteors and shot towards Augustus. Because of the speed, these gravel even rubbed against the air. Sparks looked like dense cannonballs. There seemed to be countless meteorite fragments in the sky falling towards Augustus. Seeing Voldemort's angry blow, Augustus smiled disdainfully. Although the magic spell system in this world has many unique features, when it comes to the means of fighting, Naruto has completely exploded 100 streets in this world. Although Voldemort is the first villain in front of him who has experienced countless life and death battles, he is like a child. Voldemort's blow, which looked mighty, was actually like a tickling. There were 10,000 ways for Augustus to dodge it. However, he didn't want to hide. If you want to play, you can play head-to-head, right? Whoever persuades and who is stupid. The gravel meteor fell, and Augustus waved his wand in an instant. Frost's Eye, a magic spell with a range, was released in an instant. An icy blue mist formed in front of Augustus and spread to a large area in front of him in a short period of time, completely blocking the trajectory of the rubble meteor. One piece, two pieces. Countless rubble with sparks were packed into the icy blue mist, like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no sound. Voldemort's face was ugly for a while as he looked at the frosty fog with a cold breath. This fog was like a moat, completely blocking his attack. Those menacing stones, just entering the range of the ice fog, formed a thick layer of frost and then fell. The first collision, Voldemort was defeated. After the frost completely covered the gravel, it still did not stop, and continued to spread towards Voldemort. It is conceivable that once surrounded by these ice mists, Voldemort would be frozen into a fool like those gravel. Damn it, under the circumstance that his strength has completely recovered, he was forced to be so passive by Augustus. Voldemort is really angry. Call. In an instant, a crimson flame rose from the front of Voldemort, and in less than a second, a monstrous fire wave rolled up. And in the fire wave, a huge figure gradually formed. Scales, body, fangs, a 20-meter-long flaming giant snake, the bearer's fiery breath greeted the frost mist. As expected of Voldemort's full-strength strike, after his strength was fully recovered, Li Huo's power became more than 1 point stronger, which was completely different from the power he displayed in the half-disabled state. Even Augustus had to nod secretly. This Li Huo was alright, and its power was no worse than that of Amaterasu. The frost mist was scorched by the hot flames, and most of it dissipated immediately. The power is good, but playing with fire in front of me, are you sure you are not killing yourself? When the Death Eaters in the distance saw this scene, they all showed a look of horror. Fortunately, they ran fast, otherwise they would have been burned to death by this move. Seeing the flame snake roaring and rushing towards him, Augustus snorted coldly. Under the light of the fire, Augustus' eyes flashed a kaleidoscope of scarlet, and his hands flew at the same time. Lucius looked solemn. Although Augustus was very strong, it was still unknown whether he could really defeat Voldemort with full firepower. At least he had no idea. Fire escape, the art of Longyan singing. Under the moonlight in the red sea of fire, a rich black rose. It is not a simple S-level fire escape. With the blessing of the kaleidoscope, the flame has turned into pure black, and the flame of destruction version of the dragon flame sings. Now we can only see the final result. Under the moonlight in the red sea of fire, a rich black rose. The Death Eaters in the distance couldn't see what it was, but the aura that annihilated everything had already reached their hearts, and they suddenly felt a shudder. They had heard of Augustus' name, but they didn't expect it to be so strong. Facing the Dark Lord without losing the slightest, this is no longer a title that can be summed up by a genius. The flaming giant snake rushed forward, and in front of it an equally huge figure gradually took shape. A black fire dragon. Compared with the flaming serpent summoned by Voldemort, Augustus' fire dragon of destruction is more lifelike. If he hadn't seen its flames take shape with his own eyes, everyone would have thought it was a real fire dragon. 683. Under the pressure of the powerful level, the flame snake couldn't help trembling. Although the level of Li Hu is high, under the flame of destruction that combines the fire of Amaterasu and the flame of the soul, it is still like a noble encountering the emperor, and there is no chance of winning. The flaming serpent hesitated in fear, but not the black fire dragon summoned by Augustus. In an instant, the black flame and the red flame collided together. In the sea of fire, for a while, only two wild beasts were seen entangled together. The Death Eaters thought they were evenly matched, and only Voldemort and Augustus knew what was going on. The corner of Augustus's mouth was smiling, and Voldemort's face had completely sunk. His fiery giant snake was being swallowed up. I saw the black fire dragon constantly biting on the flame giant snake, tearing off a large piece of lava flame each time, and then swallowing it. In just 10 seconds, the black fire dragon has grown in size again, and the red flaming giant snake has been sluggish, shrinking more than one circle. The defeat is here. As a top wizard, Voldemort did not take any luck. The second collision, he was defeated again. It wasn't until this moment that Voldemort realized where the confidence of his godson came from. It turned out, has it grown to such a point? Voldemort felt an inexplicable emotion rising in his heart, something he had never experienced in his decades of life. And since he had awakened his magic power, it had never arisen again. The name of this emotion is fear. What are you afraid? Looking at Voldemort with an uncertain face across the sea of flames, Augustus said with a smile. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Voldemort's ears. Suddenly, a wave of anger mixed with madness rushed into Voldemort's heart, new hatred and old hatred, and today must be settled. It has to be said that Augustus' grasp of people's hearts and emotions has reached the point of perfection. If Voldemort was calm enough, after seeing the strength of Augustus, he should have chosen to flee. After all, he has just been resurrected, and he is not fully prepared yet, so he is not afraid of running out of firewood. However, after dividing the soul into so many Horcruxes, Voldemort lost his calmness. His mind has been twisted. Coupled with the successive provocations of Augustus, as well as the illusion of the Wheel Eye, he is already on the verge of madness. Listening to Augustus's sarcastic words, Voldemort suddenly remembered the humiliation he had suffered before and the dark wandering state after being beheaded. At this moment, bloodshots rose in his eyes. Kill him is Voldemort's only thought now, coax 1 by 159. Under the fury, Voldemort burst out with stronger magic. Under his blessing, the flaming giant snake, which was already about to die, cheered up again, and the red fiery flames began to condense, wrapping around the body of the flaming giant snake. The flame began to change towards purple. Have you gone mad? Looking at Voldemort's desperate attack, Augustus sneered. That's exactly what he wanted to see because he didn't intend to let Voldemort go. The game is almost over, let's get serious. Firelight, heat waves, and scorch marks interweave the picture of death. In the cemetery, Augustus looked at the vague figure of Voldemort on the opposite side and said lightly. In the black sea of fire, a huge crimson figure gradually emerged. The opposite Voldemort only heard a vague voice and was shocked by a majestic momentum. Susanoo. In an instant, Voldemort remembered the last time, the huge figure in the sea of fire. A deep fear flooded his heart. The flames separated, and he could clearly see what the huge figure was. A giant like a legendary god, dressed in armor and holding a giant shield, translucent, Augustus stood under the giant's package. As soon as the giant appeared, Voldemort felt a sense of unease in his heart. As if he would die at the hands of this giant. No, it's impossible. I went through untold hardships to be resurrected from that cold edge of death. How can I die in your hands again? Overwhelmed by the fear in his head, Voldemort roared, as if he was trying to relieve the fear and anxiety in his heart like this. Suzushida, Augustus smiled coldly, it's not up to you. As if he wasn't very satisfied with 2.8 in such a state, Augustus said with a hooked corner of his mouth. In order for you to understand the gap between you and me, let's make your death more heroic. 39. The kaleidoscope turned frantically, Suza's body in the flames rose again. Susanoo, the third stage. This is the first time that Augustus has performed a full-body Suza since he left Naruto world. The cemetery trembled at this moment, and everything around it began to become insignificant, and the line of sight passed through the hills and saw a very far place. Under the firelight, a huge figure with a height of 100 meters appeared in the sea of fire. Compared with the only one, the flame snake was like a toy, and there was no shock at all. The Death Eaters raised their heads and looked at the figure that looked like a god. All of them opened their mouths and fell into silence. The Death Eaters raised their heads and looked at the figure that looked like a god. All of them opened their mouths and fell into silence. At this moment, an idea traveled in their minds. Is this really something a wizard can do? Lucius only felt his heart beat fiercely. Although he knew that Augustus was strong, he never thought that it would be so strong. Voldemort's expression was not much better than that of the Death Eaters, and his mentality changed again and again in a short period of time. From disdain at the beginning to fear later to now, panic, whether it was Grindelwald or Dumbledore, he asked himself that he was not his opponent. He used to feel that he was the strongest wizard in the world for a long time, but at this moment he knew that he was wrong and he was wrong. Is outrageous. Augustus told Voldemort what true invincibility is with his full-body Souza. Satisfied with Voldemort's expression now, Augustus smiled dismissively. Where did the arrogance just now go? Not wanting to waste any more time with this guy who repeatedly killed himself, Augustus controlled the complete body Souza, and in his hand appeared the hilt of the Ten-Fist sword Wine Gourd. The speed of the Ten-Fist sword was extremely fast. And even the Orochimaru in the state of 8 differences and Nagato in the reincarnation of the dirty earth could not escape, let alone Voldemort. In just an instant, the Scarlet Red Spirit Body 10-Fist Sword had penetrated Voldemort's body. There was no sign at this moment Voldemort was even thinking about how to escape, but this terrifying spirit sword had already passed through his chest without any sloppiness. A trance struck, Voldemort felt an inexplicable force pulling at his soul and immediately lost consciousness. The 10-Fist Sword seals all souls. A transparent phantom was sucked into the wine gourd, and immediately Voldemort's body fell down. There is no too gorgeous final showdown, just a sword light Voldemort has already subdued. He's already used up his full body Sousa. Wouldn't it be shameful to let Voldemort struggle again? Augustus thought. Killing is the perfect ending. After doing all this, Augustus showed a satisfied look. At this point, the plan has been half successful. With Sousa dispersing his whole body, Augustus came to Voldemort's corpse. What a pity, Voldemort dead again. In less than an hour after resurrection, he returned to the wandering soul state again, which is also miserable. Looking at the sluggish Death Eaters in the distance, the windmill in Augustus' eyes turned again, and all of a sudden these Death Eaters looked dazed and then collapsed to the ground. Of course, Augustus didn't kill them because it was still useful to keep them. The Death Eaters were dealt with, and Augustus's hand was sealed again. A dazzling light flashed in his eyes, and the next step was an important step in his plan. Ninja Elephant Turning Technique. Chakra surged on Augustus's 5 fingers and suddenly pressed on Voldemort's corpse. Suddenly, a faint light flashed. Voldemort's body twitched and then he opened his eyes. Voldemort struggled to stand up and twisted his body. Although his appearance did not change at all, the light in his eyes was different. In other words, the current Voldemort is already a figure-turned puppet manipulated by Augustus. An improved version of the image-turning technique. Able to exert 40% of the strength of the main body and can use all the abilities of Augustus, including the kaleidoscope, the strength is basically similar to that of Voldemort. So far, what Augustus wants to do is obvious. Turn an elephant into a puppet Voldemort, integrate the forces of darkness and clear obstacles. Voldemort turned and nodded to Augustus, turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared in place, taking the unconscious Death Eaters with him as he left. Their memories have been altered by Augustus. No one knew that the mighty Dark Lord had become a puppet manipulated by Augustus. It's not a clone, it's a puppet. Specifically, it can be Beidou, the image-turning technique in Naruto. In fact, Voldemort did not really die. With the Horcrux, he still has a chance to resurrect. However, Augustus didn't care much about it. Voldemort, who spent countless efforts to resurrect, was slaughtered by his sword again. Even if he was resurrected again, his strength would definitely be weakened more than one step. Moreover, the diary, Ravenclaw's crown, and the resurrection stone ring were all destroyed by Augustus. And the serpent Nagini was also beheaded by him just now, and Voldemort's was weakened to a certain extent, and he couldn't make any waves at all. It will take at least 10 years to be resurrected again. And even if he is resurrected, he is still a castrated version of Voldemort. Besides, what about resurrection? The big deal is to kill again. So Voldemort is no different from true death. And this avatar-turned-puppet under the manipulation of Augustus will carry out the next plan. There are some things he can't handle, but Voldemort is different. Who would have thought that the cruel and powerful Voldemort would be an elephant-turned-puppet controlled by Augustus? Glancing at the cemetery that had completely turned into ruins, Augustus evoked a cold arc and disappeared in place. With a wave of Augustus' wand, Potter was released from the space of the magic suitcase. Potter, who was confused by the illusion, thought he had just been sent back through the door key trophy. Potter felt himself being thrown flat to the ground, his face buried in the grass. The smell of the grass filled his nose, and Potter had closed his eyes as the wave carried him, and he still remains. Without opening his eyes or moving his body, the surrounding breath seemed to make him drowsy, and he was so dizzy that he felt that the ground beneath him shook like the deck of a ship. In order to maintain his balance, Potter tightened his grip on what he had been holding, the smooth, cold handle of the trophy. If he let this thing out of his hand, he felt that the endless darkness on the edge of his mind would engulf him, and the fear and exhaustion made him lie on the ground, breathing the breath of grass, waiting for someone to come, waiting with a miracle. And at that moment, the scar on his forehead ached again. For some reason, Potter remembered Augustus' inexplicable smile at first. Augustus was so close to the trophy, but he didn't move as if he knew it was a trap. Suddenly, Potter's heart jumped. Yes, Augustus could get the trophy, but he deliberately let him get it first. Could it be that Augustus did it on purpose, or that Augustus sent himself to Voldemort? At this moment, Potter suddenly figured out all this. It must be Augustus. He framed himself, and he brought Voldemort back to life. Potter, Potter, a soft voice called. It was Professor McGonagall. Then a pair of hands hugged him tightly and turned him around. Potter, Bo Wang Kian how special, Potter was awakened. He saw the bright starry sky. Dumbledore was squatting beside him. A group of people slowly leaned up and more people seemed to be cheering in the distance. He no longer felt comatose and he could see the crowd around him and the bright starry sky above them. He's back, he's back. Potter grabbed Dumbledore and said desperately, August is a traitor, he sent me to Voldemort, he wanted my blood, he. There was a sound of footsteps, and it seemed that someone was walking towards this side, and the noise around them became louder, as if someone from a distance was leaning over. Professor Dumbledore, Augustus he Potter took Dumbledore's hand and wanted to say something, but then a voice that made him stiff came. Potter, I'm just lending you the trophy, you don't have to hold it so close. By starlight, Potter could see the face of the person who came. It was Augustus. That elephant turning technique is an improved version. The hottest days of summer were drawing to a close, and a sleepy serenity enveloped the large square house on Privet Drive. Dusty cars gleamed on the yellow lawns that were once emerald green and now scorched, because rubber hoses were no longer allowed to water. Deprived of their usual pastimes of washing cars and mowing the lawn, the inhabitants of Privet Drive returned to their shady houses, windows open for a hopeless breeze. Only one 14 or 15-year-old boy remained outside, and he was lying outside the flowered terrace at number 4 Privet Road. Potter has been looking very bad recently, with dark circles on his eyes and a haggard look. A few weeks ago, he had seen Voldemort come back to life, a man who can't even be named. Harry knew that his first target was himself, but when Harry tried his best to escape from Voldemort and a group of Death Eaters, he found that no one believed him. The Academy won the Triwizard Tournament. It was only then that Potter realized that he was being played like a fool by Augustus' applause. It's impossible, it was me who got the trophy first. Harry shouted angrily among the crowd, pointing frantically at Augustus. He's a Death Eater, he colluded with Voldemort and Voldemort is resurrected. Harry tried desperately to prove what he had seen but to no avail. Everyone looked at him like a madman. Hi, Harry, I know you'd love to get the trophy, but it was indeed Augustus who won. That trophy was enchanted and the name of the first person you met would be engraved on it. It was indeed Augustus. I know you're disappointed, but George tried to console him but was pushed away by Harry. He threw the trophy he got at Augustus. You be *****D, what the hell have you done? You lied to everyone. Harry took out his wand and was about to cast a spell on Augustus, but unfortunately one hand was tight grabbed him. It was Dumbledore. His eyes flickered and he finally shook his head. Harry calmed down as if a basin of cold water had been poured on his head. He found that the audience was quiet at some point and everyone pointed at him. He really knows how to make up. What mysterious person has been resurrected? For fames, he really can do anything. Is he still able to win against His Royal Highness? It's impossible. Countless discussions poured into Harry's ears and he could hardly remember how he had left with Dumbledore. August. Black, one day you will pay the price. Dumbledore still believes in me. He will catch you. Potter clenched his fist tightly and waved it down. Crash! The sound of fists hitting the window was heard all over the street. What the hell are you doing, boy? Cried Uncle Fennon, his voice trembling with anger. I didn't mean to, Harry said coldly. Since the past few years, he has become more and more intolerable to the stupidity and abuse of the Dursleys. They are a bunch of idiots and they don't know anything. It is obvious that Voldemort has been resurrected. They were still trying to figure out who broke the glass. Seemingly irritated by Harry's contemptuous attitude, Uncle Vernon twitched the corners of his mouth and growled, Go away. Go as far as you can. Harry, who was kicked out of the house, had to wander the streets alone. On the way, he also met his cousin Dolly, who was discussing with their group of big men to teach some disobedient guys a lesson, and went through a series of after the incident. Potter was far colder than the original, and he didn't care who Dolly wanted to bully. Instead, he walked in a different direction, thinking as he walked. Dumbledore still believed in him and began to contact people almost after he heard the truth and told Fudge who had come to attend the closing ceremony. Unfortunately, with Augustus there, Fudge didn't believe his words at all, and the two even quarreled violently. Fudge advised Dumbledore to take Harry to the hospital for a checkup. Voldemort's attack may have had a very bad influence on him. Dumbledore accused Fudge that if this continued, Voldemort would rise again, and the efforts of everyone for more than 10 years would be in vain, and the two eventually broke up. He asked for flowers. While the rest of his friends reacted strangely, Ron believed him almost immediately, but when it came to the mention of Augustus being a Death Eater, Ron hesitantly persuaded him instead. Harry, I know you hate Augustus, but don't say it right now. After all, he just won the Goblet of Fire for Hogwarts. You say that will. At the same time, in Augustus Castle, Augustus looked at the faces in the fire and asked softly, Did that idiot in Umbridge do it? This is Feeling this familiar feeling, Harry's eyes shrank, and at some point in the street in the distance, two tall figures in cloaks suddenly appeared, Dementors. There was a sound of cracking coals in the fireplace, and Augustus' pupils flickered in the firelight. Something seemed to have happened to the night sky, and the stars that filled the indigo sky were suddenly painted black and lost their radiance. The stars, the moon, the dim streetlights on either side of the alley, the rumble of cars and the murmur of trees disappeared. The mild night suddenly turned into a stinging cold. They were completely surrounded by an impermeable, silent darkness, as if a huge hand completely covered the whole alley with a thick cloak. "Well," replied the head, "almost as soon as we got the news to her, she started to act. That stupid woman really seemed to think that Dumbledore was going to fight Fudge for power. In order to defend her rights, she is now, but you can do anything." The fire flashed, reflecting the face in the fire. It was Lucius. He said with some self-deprecation, "Thanks to your reminder, I also considered whether to absorb her. But now it seems that thanks to not doing so, or else this crazy woman will drag everyone down." Harry felt a sudden small voice in his head, a man's cry and a woman's pleading. Ron's meaning is obvious, that is, if you want to be jealous, let's say it privately, or you will be isolated by everyone. Why, Harry thought bitterly, Augustus gave me to Voldemort and told me to trust him, and you won't believe until he kills me. Let the old woman Umbridge discussed Potter and Dumbledore, just a small episode. The transformation of the wizarding world is about to begin. After Augustus briefly discussed the next plan with Lucius, he let him go back. The holiday is coming to an end, and the harvest of Augustus in this holiday cannot be described as a lot. The space law Xia Cheng has fully met the requirements of opening up the space for writing wheel eyes. The fusion of magic power and chakra has reached the final stage, and it can be merged into a new and powerful energy just a little bit. The same is true for writing wheel eyes. The faint throbbing feeling in the past few days let Augustus know that the opportunity to be promoted to the eternal kaleidoscope is coming soon. The following academic year will be Augustus' 7th year at Hogwarts, which means he will graduate in just one more year. In 7 years, from a cautious step at the beginning to the current big boss behind the scenes, Augustus has completed a gorgeous turn. Dumbledore never thought that the young boy from the Black family who made people's eyes shine would grow to such a degree. Voldemort did not expect that the young man who humiliated him by relying on his remnant soul's weakness would kill him after he was fully resurrected in a few years. In short, Augustus has proved with everything he has now that he is the king who stands on the top of the mountain and overlooks all beings. No, maybe you can stand higher. Standing up from the soft sofa, Augustus looked out the window at the silent and bright night sky, and suddenly disappeared in front of the fireplace. Under the moonlight, Loch Ness looks sparkling, calm, and beautiful, and the Ice Lake Castle is like a castle in a fairy tale under the reflection of the lake and moonlight. Yet Augustus wasn't immersed in this wonderful sight, his eyes closed. Just now he felt the throbbing of magic and chakra in his body. At a time like this, what could be the reason for such a feeling? It's just time for a breakthrough. From the initial idea 7 years ago to the subsequent improvement one by one to the current practice, Augustus finally waited for the time to fully integrate the two energies. The waves on the lake's surface began to surge. The bright moon in the lake gradually shattered, and the surrounding lake water slowly rotated under the influence of some mysterious force, and finally formed a mysterious vortex that looked like a yin and yang tai kai. Around Augustus, blue and red rays of light bloomed. Magic and chakra are originally a bit like complementary energies. It can be seen from the fact that they have existed in the body of Augustus Psi for so many years, but there has never been a conflict. The possibility of fusion. Now Augustus' vision has finally come to the moment of final verification. Coax. Under the interference of two kinds of energies, the lake water suddenly rose up, surrounding Augustus, forming a water ball that was constantly tumbling and spinning. And the chakra and magic power that had been entangled in Augustus began to be injected into the water polo, and then rotated and merged according to some mysterious trajectory. Tai Chi has always been a symbol of yin and yang harmony and inclusiveness. Of course, Augustus will not choose a blunt fusion. This way of balancing Tai Chi is the most secure. Under the control of Augustus, the two energies perfectly fit together. Red and blue, like ice and fire, bloomed with magnificent colors. After an unknown amount of time, a mysterious aura suddenly radiated out above the lake. At this moment, Augustus's eyes suddenly opened, and the scarlet windmill was turning frantically. The ability to see through the flow of energy, coupled with powerful dynamic vision, gives Augustus control over every detail of the fusion process. Accumulated and meticulous, the fusion of magic and chakra is finally completed today, 7 years later. In Augustus' surprised eyes, a trace of cyan energy slowly appeared in the water polo where the two energies meet and merge. Success. At this moment, even if he was as calm as Augustus, he couldn't help showing a look of surprise. He finally took this step. Just thinking about it, you know that the power of this energy, including the energy of magic and chakra, is definitely not weaker than the yin-yang escape of the Naruto world or even stronger. From that cyan energy, Augustus felt an extremely mysterious and powerful aura, as if he could set off a huge storm with just a slight movement. As time went by where magic and chakra merged, the cyan energy became more and finally slowly returned to Augustus' body. The moment the cyan energy returned to his body, Augustus' body shook. This was a power he had never felt before. It seemed that with a single wave of his hand, the entire lake could be evaporated, or it could be shattered with a single finger. Space, of course, this is a bit exaggerated, but it is enough to reflect the strength of the new energy after fusion. Just a rough feeling, Augustus discovered the power of cyan energy. For the increase of the body, it is comparable to Yang Dun. The influence on the external elements is comparable to the fairy chakra. And it also has a strong spatial affinity, as well as spell casting compatibility, etc. In short, it is a perfect combination of chakra and magic. Advantage. It stands to reason that Augustus should take a moment to feel the power of cyan energy, but he didn't because, with the filling of cyan energy in his body, some changes have taken place in his writing wheel eye. Originally due to the reason of traveling through time and space, his eternal kaleidoscope pupil power was almost exhausted. But with the supplement of cyan energy, the eternal kaleidoscope pupil power recovered at a terrifying speed, as if cyan energy was the best eternal kaleidoscope pupil power. Tonic in general, finally, the kaleidoscope has returned to its eternal state. At this moment, Augustus finally felt the feeling that his pupil power was constantly flowing. As long as a writing wheel eye space similar to Shenwei is opened up, then his strength will steadily enter the super shadow level, and even reach the peak of the super shadow level. Soon the originally large windmills in Augustus's eyes were connected. A round of mysterious hexagrams slowly emerged under the windmill. Feeling that the world in his eyes was clearer again, and the feeling that he could destroy the world with a wave of his hand, Augustus felt incomparably smooth. His strength not only returned to the peak, but also made great progress. How could he not be happy? Although his heart was surging, Augustus was not in a hurry to vent the joy of his strength promotion. Since breakthroughs have been made one after another, it is better to take this opportunity to open up a space for writing round eyes. It took Augustus 7 years to regain a trace of eternal kaleidoscope pupil power, surpassed in mere seconds. Eternal kaleidoscope complete, Augustus has never been a procrastinator. At this time, his thoughts are well informed and his state is excellent. It is the best time to open up a space for writing round eyes, and there is nothing to hesitate. The chakra and magic power in the water polo had been completely transformed into cyan energy and returned to Augustus' body. After the complete fusion, Augustus just waved his hand, a trace of cyan energy emanated, and suddenly the water ball turned into countless water vapors and evaporated out of thin air. The surrounding moonlight appears more hazy under the refraction of the water vapor. Augustus's comprehension of space art started from the Naruto world and later came to the wizarding world by accident, and it never stopped. After absorbing Ravenclaw's knowledge and comprehending the space mysteries on the magic suitcase, his understanding of the laws of space has reached a deep 687 level. At least in terms of understanding of space, whether it is the Naruto world or the wizarding world, Augustus dares to say that no one can match him. It is not difficult for wizards to open up space, but it is very difficult to open up a space that can accommodate life, is wide enough, and is very stable. The Shenwei space with soil has to be said to be the magical embodiment of the kaleidoscope. The space opened up by the magic suitcase through the space extension spell gave Augustus a lot of inspiration. But such a space is not what Augustus really pursued, because the space in the magic suitcase is maintained by many complicated stable spells. Itself is not stable. What Augustus wanted to do was to combine the advantages of the magic suitcase space with the divine power space with soil, and create a space for writing wheel eyes that belong to him alone or a prototype of a small world. If it is said that the space is opened, Augustus can actually do it long ago, but he has not acted until today. What he is waiting for is that the writing wheel will return to the eternal kaleidoscope state. With the newly merged energy, the space is torn apart to form a prototype. Then the space extension spell and the space folding spell expand, and finally the space is fixed with the eternal kaleidoscope pupil force to make it constant. Augustus' vision is to expand as much as you can. A Sharingan space similar to Shenwei space is just Augustus' initial goal, and his ultimate ambition is to expand it into a real world. At that time, he will become a creation similar to the existence of God. Of course, this goal was too far away from him, so far away that it seemed like an unrealistic dream. Shaking off those thoughts in his mind, Augustus settled his expression and began to open up the space as expected. Cyan energy emerged from Augustus's body. Although he was not familiar with the newly merged energy, the cyan energy seemed to have a unique bonus to space. Augustus didn't have much effort, so he easily took the first step, breaking the space. Where the cyan energy spread, the space was cracked inch by inch, like lightning in the dark night, cracking open one after another. If a wizard like Dumbledore was here, he would be surprised to get carried away. Broken space, even if it is only temporary, is not a simple matter, and Augustus, it is more than relaxed. After shattering the space with a radius of no more than 5 meters, Augustus did not continue to wreak havoc. This kind of thing can't be overdone, otherwise it will cause the space to collapse. If it does happen, it is estimated that he will be like in Naruto world before, once again. Banished. He who has suffered losses is very clear about this, so he just uses the cyan energy to play a role in opening up, which is equivalent to knocking an egg open. Seeing that the first step has been completed, a silver wand appeared in Augustus's hand at some point, and with the sycamore wood wand in his hand, he would be more adept at controlling energy and magic spells. With a wheel-shaped eye and a wand, Augustus control over the subtleties of magic spells. Even Dumbledore, an old wizard who has also been immersed in magic for hundreds of years, is probably beyond his reach. Augustus stepped forward and stepped into the empty space alone. If other wizards saw it, they must have thought he was committing suicide. Stepping into an unstable space crack with a physical body is indeed no different from suicide in the eyes of wizards. I saw that the space that had been torn apart by the cyan energy began to recover gradually under the action of the law. Within 5 seconds of Augustus stepping in, the shattered cracks had completely healed. The moon above the lake was still glowing with pure white light. The lake was sparkling, and there was no change in the slightest. While Augustus, who originally stood on the water in thin air, had disappeared as the cracks in the space healed. Where Augustus was at this moment was the narrow space he had opened up. All he has to do now is to expand this space as much as possible. The silver magic wand waved, and the space extension spells and space folding spells flew out like a streamer, reflecting the dark space beautifully and abnormally. At the same time, the originally narrow space began to expand rapidly. Because the magic spell cast by Augustus at this time was already based on the newly merged cyan energy, the effect it exerted was more than double that of casting it based on magic power, and the expansion speed was extremely fast. Augustus was also surprised by such efficiency. The writing wheel in Augustus' eyes blooms with mysterious colors. He began to slowly realize the power of cyan energy and believed that in the next time, cyan energy would bring him more surprises. Seeing this, Augustus didn't force it any further. The radius of 100 miles was already an appalling figure. This kind of space, even if the entire Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest are put into it, is more than enough. Just like you only have 10 beams and columns, but build a 10,000-meter roof, the house will definitely collapse. Augustus 2.8 can't expand the space without limit. Augustus' idea was to expand as much as possible, that is, within his reach. Stop releasing the space extension spell. Augustus took a deep breath because the next step is the most critical step. Under his control, the majestic pupil power rushed unscrupulously in all directions. When the space expanded to about 100 miles, Augustus faintly felt that this was his limit, and if he continued to expand, he would definitely not be able to maintain this space. Under the powerful pupil power of eternal kaleidoscope, the newly opened space began to become stable and tough, and no longer had the tendency to recover at any time. Eternal kaleidoscope constant space. This step is very important. This is the basis of Augustus's vision of the space that comes with the wheel. Without this step, everything would be in vain. It took about 4 full hours for Augustus to complete this arduous constant work. Within a radius of 100 miles, even Augustus, who had the eternal kaleidoscope pupil power and the blessing of cyan energy, felt a burst of exhaustion. But looking at the newly opened space that has completely stabilized, Augustus felt a burst of relief. Of course, now is not the time to be happy, because there is still one last step. The hexagram windmill pattern in Augustus's eyes quickly turned in a mysterious trajectory. The surrounding space is like a black mist, absorbed into the writing wheel. The real purpose of Augustus is to transform this newly opened space into his own space for writing round eyes. That is to say, the support and node of this space will be his writing wheel. This step is generally very difficult because kaleidoscopes do not have the characteristics of absorbing space. However, the opening of this space and the constant 17 all have the participation of the eternal kaleidoscope pupil power, so it is very smooth to do. Of course, this is also inseparable from Augustus' deep understanding of the laws of space. Opening up a space for writing wheel eyes seems dangerous and difficult, but in fact, it is all under Augustus' control. The process of absorbing the newly opened space is also a near miss. When Augustus closed his eyes, he had returned to the lake. Augustus stood silently on the lake for a long time until the moonlight dimmed and regained its brilliance. When the sun showed a hint of gold from the distant Shandai, Augustus finally slowly opened his eyes. In the golden light, the light in Augustus' eyes seemed to pierce this space. Except for the vague aura of obscurity around him, Augustus didn't seem to have changed at all. If others saw it, they would at most think that his strength had increased a little. But only Augustus himself knew what a terrifying promotion he had accomplished. Why should Abido be in the dark in the early stage, playing with the heroes of the world while applauding? It's not because of his superb space technique, but to be more specific, it's because of his ability to blur the space with divine power. One-handed blurring almost made Abido in an invincible position. Except for those who are proficient in space art and know him well, basically they can only watch him finish pretending and then leave calmly. Wasn't Augustus also helpless by Abido's hand at the time? And now, looking at the sparkling golden light above the lake, Augustus just wanted to laugh out loud. Because his writing wheel eye space has become, and compared with the divine power space of Abido, it is even worse. With this writing wheel eye space, there is no place where he can go to the heavens and the world. Augustus stretched out his hand and waved, and immediately countless cyan wind blades formed around him, and then they shot towards him from all directions. Augustus had no intention of evading, and let the wind blade come close to him. The sharp breath made the waves on the lake shatter again, and then an incredible scene appeared. Those sharp wind blades that seemed to be enough to cut through everything in the world actually passed through Augustus' body without any hesitation, as if Augustus was just an illusory image. How similar is this scene to when Abido used his illusory ability? It was simply carved out of a mold. That's right, Augustus, who has strong spatial attainments. After opening up the space for writing round eyes, the virtual display of this hand will naturally come naturally, and it doesn't even take much time to comprehend. It is hidden in the space of the writing wheel, and then the phantom is projected into the real world, and any attack cannot be touched. At this moment, Augustus, in a sense, is already invincible. Of course, the premise is not to encounter the kind of power that destroys the heavens at every turn. Anyway, this Harry Potter world is left to him. Even if there is another wizard with monstrous mana, he can't beat it, and he can hide in the space of the writing wheel without any risk of defeat. Because this piece of writing wheel space in Augustus was created by himself, there is no time limit like the Shenwei space with soil at all. He can stay as long as he wants. So far, Augustus is sure that his strength has steadily entered the super shadow level, and it is even enough to fight against the powerhouses at the peak of the super shadow level. The magical fire escape, the bizarre and unpredictable illusion, the destroying Suzuo, plus the space and time stagnation of the writing wheel, just ask who else in this world is his opponent. Oh yes, maybe there's an unseen Grim Reaper who could pose a little threat to him, but in this regard, Augustus is not as dreadful as before. Pseudo 6th level, not invincible. Thinking of the powerful aura he felt at the beginning, Augustus snorted coldly. Although there is indeed a big gap between the super shadow level and the pseudo 6th level, the premise is that there are no surprises. Not to mention him is the enchanting genius who possesses the profound meaning of fire escape, the profound meaning of space, the profound meaning of time, and the eternal kaleidoscope. The death god alone has a great weakness. The pseudo 6th level at most is his peak state. Augustus does not believe that a pseudo 6th level powerhouse in peak state will be trapped in a small and barren different space. A god of death who was not at his peak and had been in a semi-imprisoned state for thousands of years, Augustus was not afraid at all. If that death god is really strong enough, it is impossible to be reduced to this level. Therefore, Augustus completely ignored this potential threat, and after another 2 years his strength will be further improved, and it will be the day of annihilation of this god of death. In other words, Augustus is now fully equipped with the capital to run wild in this world. It was in this 687 moment that he truly became the strongest behind-the-scenes boss in this world. After all, ambition and strategy are second, and strength is the foundation of everything. So let's start with the British wizarding world first. With his eyes penetrating thousands of miles, Augustus is already bound to win this piece of England under his feet. No one can stop him from unifying the magic world. As these soul-stirring eyes glanced, the Death Eaters kneeling on the ground in the cave all trembled. Just when they were terrified and shivering, a cold and hoarse voice finally came from the high icy throne. Augustus stood quietly on the lake, sinking into an unknown place. With both the metallic feel of modern machinery and the fantasy of traditional wizards, the entire Gorivia Mountains, like a black dragon, showed its ferocious fangs towards the British magic world. Werewolves and vampires, have you heard my call? Southern England, Gorivia Mountains. As the base camp chosen after the return of the Dark Lord, it has been built by the Death Eaters like a steel fortress. At the highest point of the mountain range, in a vast and dark cave, a pair of icy eyes suddenly opened. Reigning in the aura that was like a prison, Augustus closed his eyes slightly. His heart was full now, and some things could not wait. Who is calling us? Countless green lights suddenly lit up in the darkness like ghostly fires flashing with the halo of death. Those were werewolf eyes. Walking in the forefront is the new werewolf leader Mudu, whose thick claws stick out from the darkness, radiating cold light in the moonlight. Werewolves used to follow Voldemort, but that was more than a decade ago. More than 10 years have been enough to make the werewolf clan undergo earth-shaking changes. Whether it is the leader or the backbone, they are all updated in the trend of time. Werewolves multiply very fast, and the werewolves at this time have completely disowned the former Dark Lord. As the most powerful warrior among the werewolves, Tumu rules thousands of werewolves under his command, and around his neck is the skull of the leader of the previous generation of Wolf Clan. Mumai approached Voldemort's throne step by step with heavy steps. Augustus watched the werewolf leader slowly approaching him through the eyes of the Voldemort clone. 10 steps away from him, Mudu stopped. It raised its head proudly, looked down at Voldemort and said with surprise and disdain, "It's you, human, how dare you call us?" Said Mudu, the sharp, pointed claws stretched out from the side of the picture and the hard whole wall was gently stroked, leaving a few deep marks, which was a demonstration to Voldemort. Submit or die. Augustus looked directly into Mudu's fierce eyes, and under his manipulation, Voldemort's mouth opened and he let out a low, murderous voice. Submit. Ha-ha-ha-ha. Mudu raised his wolf's head ha-ha-ha and laughed loudly. The werewolf warriors behind it were all looking fierce, waiting to hear Mudu's order to rush up and tear Voldemort to pieces. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Mudu lowered his head, his expression became extremely ferocious. He suddenly raised his front claws, and the sharp claws grabbed the top of Voldemort's head from top to bottom. The palm was enough to overturn Voldemort's skull. Augustus waved his wand with a contemptuous smile, and an iron rope glowing with cold light appeared in the air, suddenly tied Mudu's neck, and pulled him to the ground in one fell swoop. Tu wanted to use his claws to cut the chain on his neck, but the chain was so tough that no matter how hard it was, it would not help. Seeing that the leader was in great pain, the werewolf elites behind were all furious. Green lights flashed in their eyes, and they waved their claws and rushed towards Voldemort. Fire escape. There is no deep sea of fire. Under the control of Augustus, Voldemort waved his hand, and suddenly, raging flames emerged from the void, forming a huge sea of fire to block the swarming wolves. Werewolves are most afraid of fire. The werewolves in the front row were burned to the skin and stopped in horror. However, there were too many werewolves. The werewolves in the back row couldn't stop at all. In an instant, the cry of the werewolf resounded throughout the fortress, and Augustus enjoyed the wonderful sound. Leaning back in his chair, he cocked his legs and looked at the werewolf scorched by the flames through Voldemort's eyes. The smell of burnt fur and meat permeated the air of the fortress, and after paying a heavy price, the werewolf elite finally stopped. Don't dare to go any further around the wall of fire. He could only watch helplessly as his companions in the flames were burned to charcoal in the wailing. At this moment, Mudu, who was lying on the ground, was out of breath, and he pulled the chain around his neck in vain. The werewolf does have a strong magic resistance ability, but in the face of this kind of continuous chain, it can't do anything about it. The feeling of suffocation mixed with strong humiliation and fear made Tumu tremble. I'll ask you again, are you willing to surrender to me? Voldemort's mouth opened again, his icy sharp eyes piercing Mudu's soul. Ow! Mudu's expression was full of hatred, and he was still unwilling to surrender to Voldemort. It's true that I like spineless creatures, and it looks like I'll consider changing my opinion of you lowly creatures, but for now I'll teach you how to be a dog that licks its master's feet. Augustus said through Voldemort's mouth. His words were full of sarcasm and ridicule. Voldemort waved his wand again, and the two iron cables were firmly tied to Mudu's claws, so that Mudu was left with only two hind legs kicking in the air. Look at your great leader, is he still great now? Voldemort's eyes swept over the werewolf elites outside the wall of fire. They were either sad or angry, but it was impossible to rescue their leader in front of the sea of fire. Voldemort waved his wand again, and Mudu Psi was bound by his hind legs. The 5 ropes turned into a complete chain, controlling Mudu's movements. Voldemort waved his wand again, and Mudu flew into the air and hit the ground heavily. At this time, Mudu was exhausted and lay on the ground with a whimper in his mouth. The werewolf elites behind the wall of fire suddenly felt blank in their minds and their eyes darkened. When they regained consciousness again, they found that the wall of fire had disappeared and Mudu stood in front of them. Now I officially declare that we werewolves surrender to the Great, under the Dark Lord. This is for the revival of our werewolves. It pointed back at the werewolf corpses on the ground. These traitors who did not want to obey the Dark Lord have been killed by me. If you still disagree, you can come up and challenge me. Its fierce eyes swept in front of each werewolf elite, and the werewolves bowed their heads and retreated. Throughout Europe, the number of werewolves is unimaginable. There are at least hundreds of thousands of werewolves hidden in every dark corner of Europe. As their leader, Tumu can summon thousands of werewolf elites in a short period of time. Every night, the faint green glow and the wolf's roar echoing in the sky are enough to make anyone who dares to step into the Gorivia Mountains terrified. Now I'll teach you how to surrender to the master. Voldemort tapped the wand in his hand, and Mudu's upper body slowly stood up. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't control his body. It stood up, and then the wand in Voldemort's hand stood up. As he sank, Mudu felt that his legs were filled with 10,000 tons of lead water. Boom! His knees slammed on the ground, and all the werewolf warriors let out a scream at the same time. His own leader actually knelt in front of humans. No, I don't want to become like this. The last line of defense in Mudu's heart collapsed completely. At this time, Augustus's voice echoed in his mind. As long as you are willing to surrender to me, I can help you wash this memory from your clan's mind, and you can still be their leader, as long as you obey my orders and surrender to me. Otherwise, what you saw just now is your future. After saying these, Augustus untied the ropes on Mudu's body. Tears flowed from Mudu's eyes, which is its shame, but soon its head slowly raised its eyes to meet Voldemort's eyes. Mudu fell into the hallucination of Sharingan, and it was horrified to see that he was attacked by his tribe. It came up and knocked it to the ground, tore its body, and finally cut off its head, just as it killed the former wolf chief at that time, and it watched the winner dry its head into a necklace and wear it around the neck. At this time, Mudu no longer had any resistance, and he kneeled in front of Augustus reverently, prostrate himself and kissed the dirt on his shoes, expressing his eternal surrender. In fact, this was indeed the case. After Augustus' instructions, in less than 3 days, countless werewolf guards appeared in the fortress of the Gorivia Mountains. Ha ha ha, that's right, you've been like this, haven't you been at peace with each other? Voldemort said as he stretched out his hand and stroked the thick fur on Mutubo's neck. No one would have thought of the great werewolf leader at this moment. Like a docile dog wagging its tail begging for pity at Voldemort's feet. Mudu stood upright, its strong muscles were extraordinarily firm under the light of the fire, and its long sharp claws exuded a metallic luster. It first raised its head and screamed to the sky, and the werewolves looked at each other, and they all followed. Yangshan Chengxiao expressed his obedience to Mudu's arrangement. Augustus sneered in his heart, it really was just a bunch of beasts. After subduing the werewolf, Augustus focused his attention on the vampire, but there was no sign of the vampire under the empty throne. Where's the vampire? Voldemort's gloomy voice made every Death Eater in the fort feel intense fear, and they knelt on the ground in silence. Do you think it's okay if you don't speak? Voldemort waved his wand in his hand, Avada Suo. A green light flashed, and a Death Eater kneeling on the ground flew up and slammed into the cave wall for a split second. Eyes round, stared, no breath. Master, calm down, it's not because we didn't do our best, it's because the vampires don't know how to lift them up, and they didn't pay attention to our call at all. I beg the Master to bypass us. A daring Death Eater knelt forward and took a few steps forward. Voldemort gave a heavy hum, his eyes swept over each Death Eater one by one, and Augustus could see his body trembling violently when his eyes came into contact with them. Augustus shook his head contemptuously, a bunch of scumbags. Finally, his eyes stayed on a figure curled up in the corner. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly and the joy came. Wormtail, Voldemort said slowly. Peter Pettigrew hugged his head and hid in the corner, originally trying to avoid Voldemort's gaze, but he was still staring at him unexpectedly. Peter Pettigrew pretended not to hear and shrank back into the shadows in the corner, praying that no one would find him. Stop hiding, Wormtail, Voldemort sneered. Master called you, why don't you come forward and answer? A Death Eater stood beside Peter Pettigrew. He kicked Peter Pettigrew's asterisk. His round body rolled on the spot to the center of the house. He lay on the ground, still covering his head with his hands, raised his head slightly and peeked from between his fingers to Voldemort not far away. Like a mouse being chased out of a corner. Lord, Master, your name is... I'm sorry, I covered my ears and didn't hear. Peter Pettigrew slowly put down the hand covering his head and looked at Voldemort flatteringly. The smile on his face seemed to bite. Voldemort glanced at Peter Pettigrew in disgust and said with a smile, Wormtail, do you know who I value most among all the Death Eaters? No, I don't know anyway, it must not be me. I'm so weak, please let my master let me go. Peter Pettigrew didn't know what Voldemort wanted to do when he said this. He lay on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Talking less and kowtowing more, Peter Pettigrew has the ability to be an official. Augustus chuckled inwardly and continued, You are what I value most, how could I be resurrected without you? Is that right, Peter? Master, you praise me too much, this is what a servant should do. 35 Peter Pettigrew continued following Voldemort's words. Okay, now your chance to make merit is here again. Voldemort stood up and walked slowly to Peter Pettigrew, crouched down and stretched out his hand, holding up his round chin. I want you to go to the vampire's lair. Let their leader come to see me. It's an easy job. What? Peter Pettigrew shuddered all over, his legs trembled violently, and he felt his crotch first become hot and then cold. Augustus saw through Voldemort's eyes that there was a puddle of pale yellow liquid between Peter Pettigrew's legs. I can't believe this timid guy actually urinates. Voldemort threw off Peter Pettigrew in disgust, stood up and returned to his seat. It's decided, you will go to the vampire lair as my envoy to help me persuade them to surrender. After this is done, I will let you be the fortress governor. No, no, master, please forgive me. Peter Pettigrew knelt on the ground and kowtowed, his face covered in mud and blood. What are you going to disobey your master's orders? Voldemort pretended to raise the wand in his hand. No, 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 that's not what I meant. 35 Pettigrew Peter covered his head with his hands. The surrounding Death Eaters were all gloating at Peter's embarrassment, covering their mouths and wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh. For flowers, okay, go down and pack up, change your trousers and go to the vampire's lair right away, said Voldemort. Peter Pettigrew knelt on the ground blankly, putting on a bitter face. Voldemort waved his hand and 2 Death Eaters immediately rushed up, one left and one right, supported Peter Pettigrew and dragged him down. Just what? Lucius put away his crutches and said, Don't think about escaping, I will follow you all the way, you still go to the vampire lair obediently, rest assured I will protect you in secret. As for Peter Pettigrew, he was dragged down by the Death Eaters. After changing their pants and washing their faces, the two dragged Peter Pettigrew to the side door of the fort like a dog to death, kicked him hard on his asterisk, and watched the fat body roll away, and then turned around and closed the door. Yes, my master. Lucius turned into a black gas and rushed into the air. No, 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 I didn't plan to run away, I just... Peter Pettigrew hurriedly covered his head and took a few steps back, racking his brains to try to explain, but he was at a loss for words and didn't know what to say. What's good, really? Lucius, you are such a good person. Peter Pettigrew took Lucius's hand affectionately and pressed his face to Lucius's arm extremely numbly, but at this moment a crutch pressed against his back. Master guessed right, you want to run, right? Peter Pettigrew was shocked. He turned his head slowly and what he saw was Lucius' stern face. Lucius, follow me behind him, stare at him, don't let him run away. Voldemort said to Lucius, who was crawling on the ground. Peter Pettigrew lay on the ground for a long time before he regained his senses. He had no idea how he left the castle. He sat on the ground with a sad face. What should he do? Is it a joke to go to the vampire's lair? Maybe he will die. If you don't go, Voldemort will kill himself or I'll just run. Peter Pettigrew's mind turned and the 36 strategies were the best, and Peter was ready to turn into a mouse and escape. Stay away from me. Lucius withdrew his arm from Peter's arms in disgust. He turned around and disappeared again. Lucius, are you still there? Pettigrew saw Lucius' figure dissipate and immediately became nervous again. He looked around and shouted softly. Lucius, who was hiding in the dark, looked at Peter Pettigrew's cowardly appearance and couldn't help but secretly laugh in his heart. He was too lazy to reappear and waved his cane. A small spot of light flew out from the tip of his cane and slammed into Peter Pettigrew's buttocks, and a flower exploded with a boom. Whoops! Peter Pettigrew clutched his butt, jumped up a foot high, and then landed heavily on the ground, touching his painful buttocks. In his heart he was not angry but happy. It seemed that Lucius was indeed following him secretly. Lucius was more capable than himself, so he thought of this. Pettigrew Peter's courage immediately became stronger. What is a vampire with me and Lucius? It's not a matter of hand in hand to subdue you. It seems that the position of the fortmaster has always been mine. Peter Pettigrew stood up, patted his butt, and thought triumphantly, when I sit on the fortmaster, I must teach a good lesson to the guy who bullied me before 17 hits. I'll let them clean my shoes with their tongues and then I'll whip them 100 lashes each. Let these little eyes look down on me. Thinking of this, he felt very relieved, and he held his head high and started walking towards the vampire's lair. At dusk, Peter Pettigrew came to the edge of a dark forest, where the vampire's lair was located. He stood on a higher mound on the edge of the forest and looked into the black forest. In the middle of the forest stood a tall old castle. The exterior of the castle looks dilapidated, and it seems to have been abandoned for a long time. The dark walls are covered with various vines. Peter Pettigrew understands that this is a deception. There is a large abandoned cemetery near the castle. At this time, the ancient castle in the Black Forest was silent, and occasionally a few strange crows pierced the sky. When the cold wind blew, Peter Pettigrew couldn't help shrinking his neck, swallowed hard, and his heart started beating wildly again. The idea of running away sprouted in his mind again. "Lucius, are you still there?" Peter called softly around, but the only response to him was the rustling of the wind and the trees and the flapping of the crow's wings. Just when he thought that Lucius was not by his side, a cane suddenly appeared and held back his heart again. Peter Pettigrew raised his hands in fright, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead, for fear that Lucius would see his thoughts of running away. "Stop dawdling, Wormtail, hurry in, it's a great achievement for you to see a vampire." Lucius pointed to the ancient castle in the Black Forest and sneered. "Will you come in with me?" Peter Pettigrew turned and asked in a low voice. "Of course," Lucius answered without any hesitation. "Go boldly, I will protect you secretly. If you want to run, he. Peter Pettigrew felt that the tip of his wand disappeared from his heart. He knew that Lucius had disappeared again, and it seemed that escape was impossible. He gave himself the courage to pull out his wand and lift his legs into the Black Forest. Middle. Looking at Peter Pettigrew's back disappearing in the forest, Lucius, who was hiding in the dark, showed a mocking smile on his face. "Peter, do you think I will accompany you to die? It is impossible to run away. Goodbye, my friend. I hope that when I see you again, you are not a corpse." Peter Pettigrew, holding his wand, carefully stepped on the pitch-black soil step by step. All the surrounding trees had withered, exuding bursts of death. This is the land of eternal night created by vampires, with densely intertwined withered branches. Together, they form an airtight net that blocks the entire sky and the sun that vampires fear most. Occasionally, a few crows stared at Peter Pettigrew with pitch-black eyes between the branches. Fluorescent twinkle. Peter Pettigrew's wand tip lit up a little brightly. This made the fear in his heart subsided a lot. The surroundings are getting darker and darker. The sun has completely set, and a scarlet blood moon sticks its head out of the dark cloud, like a huge blood-colored demon pupil watching Peter Pettigrew's every move. Peter Pettigrew's calf trembling completely made him unable to exert himself. He could only crawl on the ground and move forward a little bit. He imagined himself as a soldier who bravely marched forward under the enemy's artillery fire. He crawled forward to avoid the enemy's artillery fire. If the idea was known to Augustus, he would be delighted. "Who are you, dare to disturb the rest of our noble race?" This deep voice sounded again. The person who came soon appeared in front of him, and under the light of fluorescent light, Peter Pettigrew saw a black cloak wrapped around his slender body, with a cruel smile on his handsome face, especially the iconic fangs in the fluorescent light. It looked very gloomy under the light. Flap la la, the sound of a large group of bats flapping their wings passed over Peter Pettigrew's head, and he was so frightened that he hugged his head and lay on the ground, curled up into a ball. After waiting for a long time, there was no sound, and then he raised his head again, relying on the little fluorescent light on the tip of his wand to look around. It was still pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. Peter Pettigrew can't see. It doesn't mean there is nothing in the darkness. There are countless blood-red eyes in this dark silence, watching his every move from the moment his feet step on the dark soil. Peter Pettigrew finally found the source of the voice, right behind him. Peter Pettigrew raised his wand, turned around quickly, and looked behind him with full alertness. The faint fluorescent light on his wand revealed a slender figure not far away. He was walking towards Peter step by step. "Who are you? Hurry up, report your name quickly." Peter Pettigrew pretended to be tough to cover up the fear in his heart, and he stepped back with his hands and feet. Peter Pettigrew became more and more frightened as he walked. It was pitch black all around and he couldn't tell the direction. He wanted to turn back and exit the Black Forest, but he could not find the way he came from. Effect. Peter Pettigrew thought that Lucius was still following him, so he braved and moved on. "Ah!" Peter Pettigrew immediately stopped moving, holding his wand in front of his chest and looking around vigilantly. "Who are you?" A low and cold voice suddenly came from the darkness. "Suck, vampire." Peter Pettigrew was too frightened to speak. He also didn't think that the Black Forest was originally a vampire's lair, so what was the fuss about encountering vampires here? Evidently, Peter Pettigrew's reaction made the vampire so amused that he laughed. The vampire stepped forward, bent down, put his nose to Peter Pettigrew's neck and smelled it. "Yes, it smells like a wizard." 99. The low voice of the vampire made him shudder. The vampire opened his mouth slowly and approached Peter Pettigrew's carotid artery slowly. Peter Pettigrew instinctively shrank his neck. His eyes were closed, and he sat motionless on the ground, silently praying in his heart not to bite me, not to bite me. Suddenly he felt a cold on his neck. It was the feeling of cold teeth touching the skin, the sharp teeth rubbed against his neck, and it seemed that blood had been drawn. Ah, Peter Pettigrew screamed and fainted. The vampire laughed. I've never seen such a timid wizard. After he finished speaking, he opened his black cloak, wrapped Peter Pettigrew, who had passed out, and then turned into a bat and flew towards the castle in the middle of the Black Forest. When Peter Pettigrew opened his eyes again, his first reaction was to reach out and touch his neck. Fortunately, there were no more than 690 tooth marks. Peter Pettigrew let out a long sigh of relief. He sat up, looked around where he was, which was the auditorium in the old castle. Countless candles are lit around, and the bright candlelight illuminates the auditorium as if it were day, only the high roof is hidden in the darkness. The stained glass on the four walls depicts the birth process of the vampire ancestor Cain and the great achievements of the current vampire leader Count Dracula. In front of Peter Pettigrew is a huge upside-down cross, which is Satan's standard, representing that the vampire is a traitor who betrayed God and turned to Satan. In front of the cross was this jewel-encrusted throne, and a handsome young man was sitting on the throne looking at Peter with great interest. "Welcome to my castle, venerable wizard. Who are you and what do you want to do here?" The young man stretched out his wide black cloak, stood up from the throne and walked down the steps step by step. Walk up to the dwarf star. I am Peter Pettigrew, the messenger of Voldemort, the greatest dark wizard in the world. And I am here to warn you that if you do not surrender to our great master, the dark wizard Psy will bring his army of death to his death. Flatten your castle. Peter Pettigrew was heartbroken. Anyway, there was Lucius protecting him in secret. He stood up and raised his head in a high voice. Even though he had already stood on tiptoe, the top of his head only reached the shoulders of the young man in front of him. Presumptuous! An angry roar roared from all sides of the auditorium, causing Peter Pettigrew to shrink his neck in fright. It turned out that there were countless vampires hidden in the darkness of the roof of the auditorium. The young man raised his head and stared viciously at the vampire in the high place. Obviously, he was extremely dissatisfied with these kind of people who expressed their opinions without permission. In an instant, he changed to a gentle expression and looked at Peter Pettigrew with a smile. What did you say? Say it again. I doubt if I heard it wrong. Although his expression was gentle, every word was as cold as an ice pick, full of sarcastic meaning. Just as Peter Pettigrew was about to speak, he repeated what he had just said when the young man suddenly lifted his foot and kicked his waist, causing him to fall to his knees in severe pain. I am the great Count Dracula. My lifespan is much longer than that of you lowly human beings. Our power is enough to destroy the world and make us surrender to the inferior creatures like humans. It's a daydream, said the young man with his feet, stomping hard on Peter Pettigrew's head. Blood ran down his nose, and the smell of blood apparently stimulated the vampires in the dark, who made strange growls, as if they would rush up to drain Peter Pettigrew's blood at any moment. You can't do this to me. I am the messenger sent by the greatest dark wizard in the world, Voldemort. Killing me is the greatest humiliation to Voldemort. Lucius, where are you? Come out and save me soon me. Peter Pettigrew cried out in panic, lying on the ground. He didn't know that Lucius had returned to his home at this moment, sitting in front of the warm fireplace watching the night scene with interest. Lucius, did anyone else break into the Black Forest? Count Dracula immediately became vigilant and he asked his subordinates loudly, No one else has entered the Black Forest, my master. A low voice came from the darkness. These words were like ice water pouring on Peter Pettigrew's head. No, impossible. Lucius, where are you? His flustered voice caused Count Dracula to laugh. He raised his foot and stomped hard on Peter Pettigrew's head. Then with a heavy kick, Peter's body flew high and finally landed heavily on the ground. Count Dracula sat back on the throne, his fingers crossed in front of his nose, and his dark blue eyes stared at Peter Pettigrew, who was lying on the ground. Suddenly, Count Dracula waved his hand and countless bats flew out of the darkness, flapping their wings and screaming at Peter. Go away, go away. Peter Pettigrew vigorously waved his hands, trying to drive away the bats surrounding him, but there were too many bats and he couldn't drive away at all. The wand in his hand also fell to the ground. Finally, the claws of countless bats grabbed Peter's back collar, and both arms, flapping his wings, carried him into the air. Peter Pettigrew kicked his legs in the air in horror, cursing Lucius incessantly, but even at this time he didn't dare to say a word of disrespect to Voldemort. I advise you to be honest. In case my little darlings slip their claws, you will become meat patties. Count Dracula looked up at Peter Pettigrew in the sky and sneered. Peter Pettigrew noticed the seriousness of the matter. At this point, he had been brought to the top of the auditorium by the bat, and if he fell from here, he would surely turn into a puddle of meatloaf. Peter Pettigrew immediately stopped struggling and put on a flattering smile. Great Count Dracula, please let me go, this poor wormtail. I promise to get away and never step into it again. Your sacred territory. Point 35. I can let you go, but I'm hungry after tossing for so long, and our great Satan also needs sacrifices. What do you say? Count Dracula's tone was extremely soft, but every one of the words are full of murderousness. The vampires who followed Voldemort more than 10 years ago were almost killed. The vampires in these chapters are another race that does not recognize Voldemort. As long as you let me go, I'll catch a few muggles for you right away. It's easy for a wizard. Peter Pettigrew changed to a serious expression and began to swear at Count Dracula. Enough! You entered my territory without permission and you dared us to submit. I will now sacrifice your blood to Satan, our great king of hell. Count Dracula suddenly became fierce and he waved. The bat flew Peter Pettigrew to the hanging cross. Count Dracula extended his hand. In addition to having a long life, the most powerful thing about a vampire is that he can manipulate objects with his mind. Under the control of his mind, Peter Pettigrew is firmly fixed on the cross. Count Dracula pulled out the sword from his waist and walked slowly towards Peter Pettigrew. At this time, countless bats flew down from the height of the auditorium, and they fell on the ground and turned back to the human form 690, knelt down on one knee and muttered to Satan's words silently. Name and reverently bow before the inverted cross. Peter Pettigrew was trembling all over, but his hands and feet were all nailed to death, and he couldn't move, and his wand disappeared. He walked towards him like a death god with a scythe in his hand and a cruel smile on his face. No, 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 I beg you, forgive me. Peter Pettigrew burst into tears and let out a final wail, but it was all to no avail. Count Dracula raised his sword and put it on Peter Pettigrew. His neck, the sharp blade, cut open his arteries in an instant, accompanied by severe pain, blood gushing out from his neck. Count Dracula raised the gold cup full of jewels and placed it under Peter's head, and blood poured into the gold cup drop by drop along Peter's face. Peter Pettigrew felt his life slowly flow away with the slowly increasing blood in the golden cup. The pain gradually dissipated, and a strange joy flooded his heart. Peter Pettigrew flashed his humiliating and cowardly life in front of his eyes, and suddenly he saw the people who were killed by him crawling out one by one to ask for his life. He sighed, thinking that my humble life could become the devil's at the last moment. Sacrifice also considered my blessing, death may be redemption and relief. He slowly closed his eyes, gave up the last struggle, and waited for death to come. Soon, Peter Pettigrew's blood filled the entire golden cup, and the dark red and golden colors complemented each other in the candlelight, exuding a charming sweetness. Count Dracula put down the sword in his hand, knelt on the ground, raised the golden cup in his hand above his head, and chanted loudly, "Great King of Hell, my master, thank you for giving us blood and eternal life." He put the golden cup to his mouth and took a sip. The blood of a wizard is second only to the blood of a virgin. Count Dracula stood up, walked down the steps, and handed the gold cup in his hand to the next vampire. His subordinates ate the blood of Peter Pettigrew one by one according to different levels. The last vampire cleaned up the gold cup and quickly put it back in place. "My master, what should I do with this corpse?" the vampire on the side asked, pointing at Peter's corpse. Count Dracula rolled his eyes and a strange smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Isn't he an emissary sent by Voldemort? Then return his body to Voldemort. By the way, help me with a word for them. Noble blood races are impossible to surrender for human beings. Don't compare us to those scumbags who followed him more than 10 years ago." "Yes, master." While speaking, the vampire opened his cloak and rolled up Peter Pettigrew's body, turned into a bat and flew out of the castle. Fly to the Gorivia Mountains, Voldemort's camp. At sunset spray, Peter's body was dropped by the vampires in front of the dark citadel. He turned into a human figure and stood not far away. At this moment, Voldemort's icy voice came out in the cave of the dark fortress. "Go out and see, someone has sent us a big gift." The entire Gorivia Mountains are under the surveillance of Augustus. Everything that happens here can't escape his eyes. "Yes, master." The two Death Eaters stood up and came outside through the side door of the fort. Peter Pettigrew's body lay on the ground, and a man in a black cloak was standing beside the body. "Who are you?" The two Death Eaters hurriedly drew their wands and pointed at the vampire. "Relax, I'm just here to return the corpse to you. By the way, I will give you a message for my master. Noble blood race can't surrender to human beings." 35 After speaking, the vampire cloak turned into a bat and flew away. The two Death Eaters glanced at each other. One grabbed Peter Pettigrew's body by the other arm, dragged him into the fortress, and sent him to Voldemort. "These lower races dared to disobey my orders and even killed the messengers I sent. Who among you are willing to crusade those vampires who don't know how to live or die for me?" Voldemort's angry voice made all the Death Eaters kneeling on the ground silent. His sharp eyes swept across everyone present. The Death Eaters bowed their heads. Death of Peter Pettigrew. Augustus sneered inwardly. These Death Eaters showed off their might in front of honest people, and they softened when they encountered tough ones, but they were just a bunch of bullies who were afraid of toughness. At this time, the werewolf leader Mudu stepped forward and said, "I am willing to lead my werewolf elite to clear the vampire lair for the master." "Well, very good, I know your loyalty." Although Augustus understood Mudu's intentions in his heart, he didn't say it clearly. "But I decided to go to the vampire's lair in person this time to teach them a lesson. It also sets an example for all the forces that oppose me. And what kind of fate will they dare to disobey me? Mudu, take your clan and go out with me." Voldemort's voice was full of mighty power, and Mudu hurriedly knelt on the ground to obey Voldemort's orders. "Very well, prepare for us to leave tomorrow." Augustus finished arranging everything and disconnected from Voldemort's puppet clone. Voldemort lowered his head and resumed silence. Voldemort slapped the seat with a slap, and the entire fort could feel his inner anger. "Master, this is the body of Peter sent back by the vampire. He was killed by the vampire." The vampire also said that it is impossible for a noble blood to submit to humans. The Death Eater knelt on the ground and replied to Voldemort. Mudu's attitude did not surprise Augustus. The feud between the werewolf and the vampire has been 2.8 years old. Now that Voldemort is backing him, Mudu naturally wants to take this opportunity to destroy the vampire to relieve his hatred. Looking at Peter Pettigrew's icy corpse, Augustus was very happy. Peter's death was completely within his expectations. He had long been disgusted by this cowardly wormtail. His death just gave himself a justifiable excuse. Go and attack the vampire's lair. They all saw it and no one dared to bite this hard bone. 9. At night, Augustus lay in bed, looking up at the sky with a smug smile on his lips. Tomorrow was destined to be a great moment. He planned how to make the news of Voldemort's conquest of vampires spread quickly throughout the wizarding world. It would be great if someone could record the process of Voldemort taking down Dracula on the spot. Augustus turned his head, and a wonderful idea appeared in his mind. He invited Rita Skeeter, a special correspondent of the Daily Prophet, to record the whole process of Voldemort's conquest of vampires, and then use her ability to make up the facts to limit the fact. The exaggeration, such reports will definitely make the entire magic world fall into a huge panic, and Voldemort's prestige will once again deter all potential forces, and it will be easy to bring them under his command in the future. Thinking of this, Augustus couldn't help raising the corners of his mouth. To be honest, this game-like perspective was really fun. The next morning, the dark fortress deep in the Gorivia Mountains was bustling. The dark dragon gate opened its huge mouth, and between the sharp fangs an army of werewolves and Death Eaters went. When they came out, the werewolves' footsteps were heavy. They stopped from time to time and screamed in the sky, and behind them were Death Eaters, all dressed in standard black clothes, holding wands to keep alert. Above them, Voldemort rode a dragon across the sky, their target pointed at the vampire's lair. Augustus scrutinized the team on the ground through Voldemort's eyes, the Death Eaters with ghosts, the werewolves who seemed brave but had no brains. They were really a rabble that lived up to their reputation. The corner of Augustus's mouth raised a contemptuous smile. Stupid lives. The value of their existence is to be the sacrifice of higher wisdom. This is the eternal truth. Come on, follow me and let me step on your bones to be the ruler of this magical world. Augustus thought proudly. The hurricane fan by the dragon's wings swept across the earth. Under its huge body, there was an army of death composed of black wizards and werewolves. Wherever they passed, villages were burned and lives were slaughtered. After a day and night march, in the evening of the second day, Voldemort finally arrived at the edge of the Black Forest. Rita Skeeter had long been waiting at the edge of the Black Forest. Yesterday morning, an owl sent Voldemort's letter to her. Although she was afraid, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The urge to become famous still overwhelmed the fear and drove her here. When Rita Skeeter saw Voldemort come down from the dragon, she took a few steps back in fear, and the huge army of death not far away also made her tremble. "Hello, Miss Ritaskit." Voldemort offered her a pale hand politely. "Squeeze as gentle an expression as possible from your face." "Hello." Rita Skeeter shivered and stretched out her hand, carefully holding Voldemort's hand. Pop! The camera's flash made a loud noise.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.